Welcome back to round 2 of the Power Series, ladies and gentlemen. We are going racing once again. And as it is standard at this time of the year, all the drivers are kind of not as tense as it is later on in the year. But this is where those points count, because every single point counts. And none of the guys know it better than the Clubmans guys right now that are out there qualifying on your screen. If you look on your screen, you can see the qualifying's happening right now. Some of the classes are qualifying. Some of the classes qualified yesterday.
Yes.
But before we get into this, Siobhan, how are you doing?
Absolutely fantastic. The weather is on our side once again. Thank you, Cape Town, because I was a bit worried when I was up at 5 a.m. this morning.
Oh, yeah.
But guys, Saturday, 7th of March, round 2, and it is buzzing. As Ernest said, big shout out to our sponsors, Lion Property Management, Smile 90.4 FM, and everybody that makes it possible for us to be sitting here on days like this.
I know, exactly. We love the fact that you guys are watching out there as well, so thanks for that. But the weather's great. Pull in, come check out the racing, smell the fumes, look at the sights and sounds of the track. There really is nothing quite like being here right now. And what we're going to do is guide you guys through the course of the day. Simon and Jason will be back later on at the lunchtime show. But for now, let's talk about what we're seeing on screen and what happened in yesterday's qualifying.
Yes, let's get into it. The cars are buzzing around that track already. They're pushing hard this morning.
I know.
Yeah.
No, they have to. Bernard Lehman leads us off. Jaco Lambert in second place over there. Dexter Bruce in third place in that turbocharged BMW. Jaco Lambert is always going to be near the front, so let's see how he does. Mario Rue in a new car as well. Stephen Gous and Mark Gray also in a new car. He had some issues with that car last time, and Mark qualifying pole in his class. In fact, in my class in BMW Car Club as well. Shane Justice back behind the wheel for this season. Lots of fans out there. Lots of people excited to see him take part.
Yes. The mayor of Buddhism.
Yeah, Shane really is a bit of a name around here, isn't he? Yeah.
Yes, I think he grew up here.
Yeah,
honestly.
100%. William Swart in the mix. Dylan Joubert, your champion from last year. Top 10 at the moment. He's running the #1 for the year. Faisal Jacobs competes in multiple classes, but today back in Clubmans. Paul Munich, of course, has his workshop down there in Montague. He'll be racing in the 79. And Andre Johnson, number 13 at the moment. But of course, these guys are all in classes. Andre Johnson, of course, will be in an Audi, as he always is, in currently 12th position. Right behind him, Sandra Becker, who races with us in BMW Car Club as well. Sandra from a stock car background, also having competed in the Formula Supercars briefly, now finds herself in Clubmans. And then, of course, Francois van Tonde, a very familiar name. Shane de Toit, Hermanus Hazelman, Cedric Berger, the list goes on and on. A lot of these guys will be familiar names and faces to a lot of people out there. So to the families watching the racing and supporting your driver, please enjoy.
Awesome. And in terms of this class, Ernest, anything that's new that you know of besides like the Shane coming back, or the Shane, the Shane coming back? Any changes in this class? Any specific new drivers to mention?
Oh, there are plenty, and we can look at Class X, but a lot of the Class X guys that we're seeing here, Mark Gray is brand new, but he was here at the last race. He had some engine issues. Dexter's car also has raced before, but I think you've got to do 2 races at Class X level.
Is Dexter now a permanent fixture here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's doing both. He's doing BMW Car Club and Clubmans. And then, of course, you'll see a lot of guys that have just come back. They're not necessarily brand new drivers, but they are new for probably this season or in recent times. So Cedric Berger, for example, also took a bit of a gap, and now he's back, but he's been back for a little while now. Craig Agliotti in there. And Adrian Roberts in the number 145 from Traction. He is also the Traction development driver and instructor.
Nice.
He's really developed over the last couple of months and starting to find his pace and his feet. And we look forward to seeing how he does for the rest of the year. They've got another seconds on the clock left. Looks like Bernard Lehman takes it. Jaco Lambert. And folks, remember, when you look at those times on the board there, make sure to check for those colors, because that's how you tell the different classes as the GTI Challenge guys get ready to go out.
Yeah, revving and making one hell of a noise here. They love to do.
They love it. They love it. So Clubman's now out, GTI Challenge next. And then, of course, we've got the results from yesterday's qualifying.
Yes. Do we have some information?
Yes, we
what
do.
This morning?
You got a whole day to warm up.
I got a whole day to warm up.
But I'm going to go warm up and race soon, so I'm going to quickly go through these qualifying stats. And let's start off with the bikes, you know, because...
Oh, thank you. Good
it's sweetie time. It's sweetie
tradition.
Time.
Fat, mate. Fat.
Oh.
I'm gonna I'll put some sweeties, but we'll deal with you later.
Oh.
I'm
Daai
hot sweeties all over the place, but I'll get those later as well. So, getting to the bikes, STC 650s, so competitive. We've got 11 guys over here. We've got 10 guys over here. Also in the same class, and then the SSP 300s. So the 650s obviously denote CCs, how big the bike is. The 300s slightly smaller. And Slade van Niekerk, one of our fastest riders in Cape Town, takes pole by an astonishing 1.5 seconds.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
As yeah, we got Max Munton over here as well in second place, and then Monunyane in third position over there. Now, a rider that I'm supporting, our chairman, Mr. Lance Jonas, brings up 6th place. He said he's gone faster than he ever has, but the guys in front of him had gone faster still. So that means the competition is leveling up, everybody's leveling up, and we'll be supporting Lance Jonas.
Such a character.
I know, we'll be supporting him as he tries to show the younger guns, not the young guns, he's not an old gun, the younger guns, how it's done. Next up, we've got the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run with Richard Slummert, a familiar name over there, in first position. Now, the Slummerts have a rich history in specifically the Breakfast Run category, because Ronald Slummert, his first race was in the Breakfast Run category. He actually won that race at a sort of a track day event, and that was the spark that led him to continue to find multiple championships in motorcycle racing. Byron Arendse in second place, Saud Adam in third place over there, but second in Breakfast Run category. The 600cc sees Jordan Simon get pole position, and Nitsana gets second place. Governor brings up the top 3. And then we look further down the order. Gerard Hubert, Willem Lowe, and the gentlemen go on, and so tricky. Killarney is such a difficult track to race on a bike. I can barely go around here on 4 wheels. These guys are doing it on 2.
I always ask the questions when I do interviews, because it must be so scary. And some of these riders are so young as well, and you just see the whole family. You guys would have seen at the last Power Series, we got the whole family vibes that were standing on the side of the track. The energy is insane, but it is scary as all hell, and those parents just stand on the side praying, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything's going to go well.
We've got a lot of wind this time as well, and as you know, that affects the bikes quite negatively as well. But this time the wind has shifted. Yesterday the wind was blowing that way. We had some rain last night,
which means you qualified with a different strategy than what you're racing with today. Today
the wind's blowing this way, so let's see how the guys go. Let's see how they do. Next up, we've got the Bejo Trustees Formula Libre with Jason Kutsia, our national champion, leading the drivers off with a 3/10 of a second lead. Storm Lanfear also competing nationally in second position. DJ Boyson is back, and DJ Boyson, after having that huge shunt last year, going off into turn 1 into the tire barriers due to brake failure, now trying to find his feet again. And I know it's difficult having had brake failure myself once upon a time. To get your head right can't be easy for DJ, especially since he had an incident at the end of that failure. So we wish him nothing but Godspeed in Class S with Cohen Bam bringing up the last of the Libre S guys. Then we got Badoli in Class V with a total of 11 drivers on the grid. Libre is looking very, very good. Pascal in second place, Joshua Smith in third, and Richard Carr, the chairman, in fourth place over there, not having it all his own way. So well done to Formula Libre for growing it so successfully over the last couple of months.
Awesome.
Yeah. Then we got classic cars. Our favorite, Franco Donadeo. He's always in front, eh? He's always in front. Always. Franco, I mean, what can you say about the old man Franco, or young man Franco?
Yeah. They're not all the classics. We've covered this. They're not all the classics.
Literally, I'm going to get it later. So the classic man getting it, Franco Donadeo in Class A. Boetie van Zyl, second place, Jared Evans, the first of the Evans family in third place, and Roy Aubrey. So nice to see him out there. Roy, of course, racing Nationals, South African Endurance Series in his Porsche GT3, now out in his 924 GTP. So nice to see him out there. Trevor Momberg just behind him. Lots and lots of familiar names, and classics really growing substantially. And these guys, I think, are the guys to watch. Weirdly, classic racing is the racing of the future. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, it's those cars that we grew up with, like you once said, right?
I know, yeah.
I always find it so like, these are classic cars. Like legit, if you see some of them, they are really, really true classics. And like, are they not afraid if that's like the only 5 left in Cape Town or something like that, that if they have a little bit of an oopsie or a fender bender, like, Oh.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would have thought. I wouldn't want to be a drive a classic out there. I wouldn't want to be a classic, you know. But I wouldn't want to drive a classic out there because, you know, you want to make sure the car lasts forever, but it's for us as well. We get to enjoy seeing these cars that we grew up with, as you say, go round and round, and these drivers and riders put on a show for us. And a little birdie tells me that there's a huge classic event happening later in the future. I'm not sure if I can talk about it publicly yet. So, classic racing, historic
racing. Stay tuned
racing.
for more information about that.
Historic racing, definitely something of the future as we head into the next phase of the season. Look out for the Libre classic cars, a huge field of 29 cars at the moment as we make our way now to BMW Car Club of Cape Town. Marco Rette is back as well.
So Marco's back. Neon, well, let's say NDT Racing works on Marco's car. So I wonder how Neon feels about qualifying second after the car he worked on. Like, is there any competition there that's a little bit...
Now, we've got classes for a reason. So Marco's Class A, Neon's currently Class B. And the thing is, that car that Neon's driving used to belong to Marco.
Yes.
Yeah. So Marco is now driving his other car, his turbocharged car, which is incredibly, incredibly fast. And Neon and him are in the front row of the grid. But I do suspect Marco's car is much, much faster. He's going to be running away. He said he wants to have fun. He says he wants to do sort of a demo race for everybody and just have
Dylan Hubert there coming behind us.
Yeah, Dylan Hubert from Clubmans and BMW Car Club. Kai van Zyl.
So Kai, another developed driver.
The Origin car, yeah.
Came up in karting, big part of his growing up, shall I say, his teen years. I think I met him when he was about 10 years old.
Yeah.
Knew his parents very well. And to see him now in a BMW class, like as an adult, essentially, quite cool.
Yeah, he's back, and they've been working on this car for quite some time, and hopefully they can get that car fully sorted out, and then he can compete today. Connor Kilbride busting out into Class C, so Connor's up one class.
Okay.
Mark Gray, we mentioned him earlier on in Clubmans, he's got pole position in the class that I'm racing in at the moment with Dylan Hubert and Dexter Bruce right behind him. I'm slotting into 4th place over there. So I've got Dexter in front of me, I've got Kwesi behind me, Kwesi Swanepoel behind me.
He's sandwiched in there.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. These guys are looking race C at the moment.
So this class has grown. It was a new class last year. It has grown so much. I mean, how many total drivers do we have on this grid today?
26.
26.
3 more will be added before the start of race 1. So we're looking at 29 drivers. Barry Williams is in there. He's new. Quentin Carsten's back as well. Shane Boscombe gets pole in Class F. He's standing right over there. My teammate.
Getting his coffee.
Yeah, getting his coffee.
Shout out, Shane.
Yeah, Shane needs a pole man.
We're talking about
Shane
you.
over there. So Shane looking to go to Class E later on in the season, but for now in Class F in pole position. Johan Kokemoer, the junior of the Kokemoer family. I was speaking to his dad yesterday. Baden is one of those guys that inspired an entire generation to drive with the back of the car looking like this, sideways. So it's cool to see son there. It's cool to be able to hang out with Baden, and he'll be joining us for 1 or 2 races later in the season as well. And then huge congratulations to Sebastian Swanepoel, who gets his first pole in the category in BMW Car Club. He's been chipping away at that setup for a while, and now he is right up front in Class E, the class that I competed in last year. And I tell you, it's not easy in that class. There's a lot of cars in there. So
I just want to touch on how many cars do we legally allow on the grid at any given time? Because I mean, we're up to 26. I know we've had classes where there have been a little bit more, but at what stage do you decide that this class is so popular you have to split it into 2? What is the deal with that?
Fantastic question. In Johannesburg, they've done that with the BMW Car Club. As far as I know, Killarney is certified to have 50 cars on the grid.
50?
Around 50. I'm not sure the exact number.
Does it end up like a little bit of a NASCAR situation where you just keep in your lane, don't move?
Literally. But as long as you make it through the first corner, they usually start splitting up.
Okay.
In Johannesburg, though, we have had a situation where they've split up A, B, C, D, E, F, for example.
Okay.
So I think we might get to that stage if the class gets big enough. Who knows? Let's see.
And do we think, just another question, Scott, because this class is so fascinating for me because of, I think it's the lack of rules almost in a way.
Yeah.
Like you can do pretty much whatever you want to your car. And I think that the very first interview I did with Marco Rette, I was like, why did you come all the way from Joburg to come and do this here? And he was like, because there's less rules. I can have whatever tires I want. I can do whatever I want, right?
Yeah. So we do have 1 or 2 rules at the moment. Obviously the class rules, but you're allowed to, you have to run the Dunlop tires, which which is our class sponsor, ATS. Shout out to the guys from ATS for big time supporting us this year. We got Caders on board now. They're also one of our big sponsors at the moment. So you've got to run the Dunlop tires, and other than that, it's pretty open. So you run the Dunlop semi-slicks for most of the classes. Class A runs the full slicks, but for the rest of it, you can run the wing you want, the wheel sizes you want, the turbo you want, etc., etc. So it's a cool way for you to customize your car the way you want it. I, for example, just lightened all my doors through James King.
Nice.
From King's Auto Body, and you know, it's one of those situations where you can really customize your car. Connor did the same, he lightened his car as well. Nian did the same, he lightened his car. So you've got a situation where you can, it's like playing car. You can literally, I want to put this wheel on, I want to do that. And the guys enjoy that, especially some of the guys that have come from serious racing, want to just have a bit more fun now. Obviously, the young guns, the up-and-comers are all in GTI Challenge, and we respect that. But in our class, we just want to have a good time, race each other, and have a beer at the end of the day.
Yeah. And just speaking of changes to cars, for the extreme racing enthusiasts out there, a lot of these drivers and their workshops are doing a lot of YouTube streaming about what goes on behind the scenes throughout the weeks leading up to the racing
You're
day.
talking about NDT.
Yeah, I've been watching. It's my husband's fault over here. Like every time I come into the lounge, I see Boosters say NDT.
I know, eh?
We're keeping up to date with what's happening. And it's a great way to actually keep up to date.
100%. He's encouraged me now to start doing that again.
I think you should.
I think a lot of guys, there's a lot of scope there. Get those sponsors happy. Keep those sponsors happy. Start posting more content. Let people know what you're up to. Let people know the struggles, the times, and the tragedies. Everything counts, and NDT is doing it really, really well. In conjunction with, of course, our friend and colleague Jason, Boost SA on the grid racing. Check his content out. Insane stuff.
I think it's very interesting to do, and I think it's a great thing that they're doing, because for me, I didn't get into Formula One and watching Formula One until I watched Drive to Survive, because it's what happens behind the scenes. It's that controlled chaos that makes me so interested about what actually happens on the racetrack. Now, how did that get to that? And so I think it's really cool for them to actually display what goes on. How quickly can we get it to this guy and get it back?
That's such a good example. My niece also got in through Drive to Survive. I'd known about Formula One, obviously, but I wasn't really that into it. And then eventually I watched Drive to Survive, and then I went to my father, who's like a hardcore Formula One fan, and he's like, you know, son of mine. He was so ashamed of me that I watched Drive to Survive. I don't care, father. I don't care, okay? I liked it. It was fun. And you're right. For those of us that weren't hardcore Formula One fans, I now am, because of Drive to Survive. Now I know all the ins and outs.
And you get to know the drivers on a personal level as well, and know their personalities, because otherwise you just see a helmet and you see a car going around the track. But to get to know those personalities are really cool.
And there's so much, even with NASCAR, when I started watching NASCAR, I just didn't understand the rules and what was going on. They've got a similar Drive to Survive sort of show on Netflix. I watched 3 seasons, binge watched 3 seasons of that, and now I know what's going on. So the content, and speaking of content, we got our man Jason over there.
Shout out to Jason. We were just talking about your YouTube videos.
Yeah, Jason, can we get the camera
to him? Look at him.
Look at him. Always working. Always on cameraception over there.
He's not here with me or with Ernest. He's behind the scenes taking photos of us.
So Jason, Boost SA on the grid racing. Go check him out. Check out NDT as well. So just quickly before, we've got one more qualifying session left, and I also got to go get into my car pretty soon. Glenn Phillips, of course, takes pole position, but good to see Ryan Catt. Hopefully he can sort his car out. He's in second place.
So Ryan Catt is not a name that I've in particular seen in like the top 3 of the supercars.
He's always been quick. Unfortunately, he's got an illness he's been dealing with for quite some time now, so speedy recovery to him. And Ryan Catt was one of the very fast guys in the front. He was always in the front of this class, but unfortunately just slipped back a little bit. Now he's back in second place in qualifying. Carl Halleck gets third place. Brad Fenner gets fourth position there. Pierre Pina, fifth place. Leon Chetty, Richard Lovett, Kirk Williams, Craig Hume. The Formula Supercar guys, very close to my heart. I hope they do well today.
Did I miss Nashreen? Is she on there?
She didn't qualify yesterday, unfortunately. I'm not sure why. I saw her in traffic yesterday and was shouting, what happened? She said no, she didn't qualify, so I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but unfortunately not in the mix. Now,
we're going to have to go find out, okay? Because I'm always rooting for the female drivers.
Oh, yeah, of course. So let's look at Troy Dolenschenk now. Killarney's lap record holder in pole position in sports and GT, the Warwick World Sports and GT category.
I've got to say, he's not only a driver here, but I happened to see him in the traffic this morning. He was clearly very late, and I just saw that BMW going.
I tell you,
to make it here on time.
Being late for Killarney, you're going to race mode sometimes. So. Steve Humble in second place. The old man still got it. Divan Wenzel third place. Yanni in fourth place over there, followed by Connor Kilbride, who I race against. Waylon Volksking with his Porsche GT3, who only has been racing that car for a couple months, if I'm not mistaken. Simon Pinev as well in the mix. Andre Steenkamp in that sports car in there as well. And then, of course, the rest of the gentlemen making up the Warwick Wealth. And then lastly, your guys, the V8 Masters over there. Fabio Tofani, of course, in first place. Sean Moore, Gary Thompson. And then Dennis in first place in the silver category. Nice to see him getting pole position there in silver with Fabio Tofani with a 16.5. So
and Sean following microseconds behind there. So I'm very, very much looking forward to this race today because it's going to be tight.
0.2 of a second separates
Sean and Fabio forever fighting.
It's going to be quite the dice over there. I think as we see some of our drivers lining up, getting those coffees and getting topped up for the day. And yeah, so I think that's all the qualifying from yesterday that's been covered. We're going to wrap things up in the next couple of minutes. Yeah. Anything from you, Simon? Any insights that you can give us onto what's happening out there today?
No, I've been a little bit in the dark, but that's my mission today, is to go find out what's happening and share it with everybody during the interviews, any filming that we can do in between to keep you guys updated so that you don't have any dull moments throughout the live stream today. Yeah. But keep up to date with what's going on, and I believe we're still having the vote for the driver of the day. So check out on your screen for that, please.
Can we please not vote for any more bike riders, please?
It's the families. I told you, those families are huge.
I know. We get it. You guys are the best supporters, okay? We get it. You guys are the best. I think we need to separate riders and drivers from the... No, I'm not saying me, but I think we can separate riders and drivers. If we can get a car out there or maybe split it up, I think that might be a good idea. But it's cool to see that the biking community pulls together like that. We know that about them. Just hanging out
with... Not a rider, it takes a village.
Yeah. I know that from hanging out with guys like Carl Halleck and the other bikers that they pull together like nobody's business. So kudos to them. But let's see if we can get a driver of the day today.
Yes.
They're gonna prove me wrong. They're gonna do the exact opposite. I can see it.
Go family vote.
Yeah. So lots and lots of action to look forward to today. And again, if you want to pull through, tickets are about 100. I think it's 100 Rand a ticket. Is it 80 Rand or 100 Rand?
I think it's cheaper if you buy it online.
Oh.
Yes.
And of course you can get your membership book, which means you buy a ticket for the year effectively, and you become a member of the club as well. Definitely want to encourage you guys to look at getting your membership. It means that you are now a part of the club. This is your circuit. You got to say at the AGM, all of these things. So we want to encourage you guys to become members, even if you're not racing, and then who knows, maybe you can join us on the track later on.
Yeah, always exciting things to do here at Killarney. Also, if you're a food vendor, get in contact with Killarney. There's more space, plenty of space for more food trucks, and we like variety over here as well.
Oh, so. Yeah. Check out that golf cart over there. I see lots more golf carts popping up over there. Yeah. What is that?
I'm going to need to get an update from Jason as well on his bike video diaries.
Oh, yeah.
So that he can zip around here as well.
So if we can give you guys insight into what's been happening here, we are not allowed to anymore park our cars in this area over here. And I love it. I love that rule, because it means that we've got more space to maneuver in this section over here, lots more space to move our cars around, lots more space to... It's safer, to be honest. So in doing so, a lot of... guys are bringing golf carts. I myself am dealing with EV Global, the golf karting guys, not to be confused with EVA, my sponsor, but EV Global, of course, they've been so good to us, providing golf carts to a lot of the guys here, and it just means that everybody can get more mobile around this section. Jason, for example, has got his bike, his pit bike, that he's cruising around in here. He's got a video series.
Video series.
We loaded that.
We saw you.
We loaded that bike on the back of a bakkie a couple of weeks ago. That was fun. Yeah. And now they fixed the bike, and now he's cruising around. So Jason, definitely they're the Origin Oil boys. How's it? Trade Justice and the rest of the crew.
Right there.
Gentlemen, Origin Oil guys out in force. They should be in this garage 8 and 9 over here. So again, sponsors making the world go round. EVA,
Yes.
EV Global, Origin Oil. I've got my sponsors over here, CRA Racing, RDSA, Mischief, and Performance with Page, my own brand. So sponsors making the world go round as we see the bikes now making their way through.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we have lost comms on our device over here. So I'm not sure if we can get some help downstairs here. But we should be ending things off soon as the bikes now make their way out for what looks like their qualifying run at the moment. And as the wind picks up over here at Killarney Raceway.
Did you notice it literally just picked up now in the last few seconds as these bikes went out? So let's see what they have in store for them on those turns this morning.
If you wouldn't mind continuing, I'm going to see if I can get the live stream on my phone and see if we can get some of those results on here. Because
I think we went through this already. We went through all of them already. Well, listen, just speaking of sponsors again, a huge shout out to Line Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM. And in many cases, the City of Cape Town for providing everything that happens here. That allows us to be sitting here to allow this amazing racing to take place. We also have, just to mention, for the Killarney enthusiasts, the Extreme Festival that is happening next week, the 14th of March, here in Cape Town. So get down to Killarney today, get those lawns done, get the washing done, get everything packed, and get down here today.
Oh, exactly. So we've got the bikes, MC SPK is now qualifying out there. They've got about 8 minutes and 39 seconds to go. Nothing has been on the screen as yet. But as I said, with those colors on the left-hand side there, you can see which classes are which. And if you look at each category, you'll easily spot which classes which. So it's very important to note that these guys aren't necessarily competing against each other, although there is usually an overall result. For the most part, they're trying to compete against the riders and drivers in their class. Now, I tell you what, the bikes make their way around this track very, 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 very quickly. That's for sure. So expect them to do those first laps very, very soon. And then we will hand it over to our voices in the sky. There we've got a bunch of commentators, very talented commentators up there, including the likes of Gary, including the likes of Frankie. We've got our man David Christie up there as well. And of course, our junior commentator, maybe not so junior anymore. He's been around for quite some time now. That is Jordan with his silky voice. And guys, he's got the face to match, I must just tell you, honestly.
Yeah,
he's got the voice, cheapest.
Just want to give a huge shout out though to Gary Gaza, as we know him. All those camera angles that you see switching up throughout the day, absolutely thanks to him, and obviously our team as well, working in conjunction with him in our production office. So a huge shout out to our entire production team, right?
Yeah. No, we've got a proper production team over here. We've got Alicia upstairs, or Alicia as I call her. Alicia's upstairs. We've got Simon,
Nadia.
of course.
Nadia.
Nadia over there. We're not calling you Nadia, we're just shouting out. We got Craig behind the camera over there doing his thing. So we got a whole production team. Then we got all the crew in Kishay and the rest of the crew upstairs there. There's a lot going into providing this live stream. Steve, etc., etc. First times across the board now. 113.2 for Malcolm Rapson over there in first place. As you can see, he is pole in class and pole overall as well. But there he gets pipped at the moment. Pina gets first place with 11. Tonking in his class first with a 14. The grid really shuffling at the moment as these drivers and riders make their way into those positions over there.
And I'm really seeing that the wind has picked up. I'm watching the flags all along the side of the racetrack, and they really are blowing now. So hopefully this weather is not going to change for the worst in any which way. Hopefully it doesn't rain as well.
I've checked. It won't rain today. There's a website called Wind Guru that we use. It doesn't look like it's going to rain today, but it does look like midday the wind will be at its most. So I think the wind is going to pump up until or continue to blow, and then again midday. But there are plenty places to go chill here and be sheltered. There are plenty places you can park your car and watch the racing from your car. So don't be chased away by the wind.
Also, our drivers are very friendly. So if you do come to Killarney, come and walk down the pits over here. As long as you stay within the yellow lines, the marshals will shout at you if you don't. No, they're very nice. They won't shout at you. But our drivers are really, really nice. They're always hanging out in their pits, them along with all of their crew and their mechanics team. And they're very open to people looking at their cars, taking photos. It's just a vibe.
Yeah. Tristan Pinner now gets first place with 11.963, and Malcolm behind him with a 13.1. So there's a 1.2 second gap at the moment between those two. So let's see if Tristan can keep that. Tristan, certainly one of the young talents here at Killarney, one of the most talented kids on a bike, and I look forward to seeing what his future looks like. I spoke to his dad the other day, and lots and lots happening with Tristan and his biking career. I don't think I'm allowed to say what I was told. I'm not even sure if Tristan knows about it.
He's got a lot of secrets today that he does. Yeah. He's not sharing it.
But watch young Tristan, not just on the track today, but let's follow his journey. Okay. Let's see if we can get him some support. If there's anybody looking to sponsor a bike rider, you can't go wrong with young Tristan Pinner. Definitely one of the most talented riders here at this circuit, that's for sure. So, as we head into the last 4 minutes of racing today, remember folks, if you want to see V8s, check out the V8 Masters. If you want to see BMWs, we've got the BMW Car Club. We've got the Formula Supercars happening as well today. Then we've got multiple bike categories, one of which, the 650s, is raced by our actual chairman of the club. So cool to see that the chairman of the club is involved in racing and racing himself. So lots and lots to look forward to here today. Lots and lots of racing to look forward to. Family, camaraderie. The geest is here, folks. So if you want to be part of it, pull through, come say hi. You can't go wrong being at the track. It's different to watching it on TV.
Yeah, absolutely. This is cool. Thanks for watching us.
Yeah,
please stay tuned.
But
it is better when you're here in person.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of in person, Sandra Becker over there pulling up now. She's racing, just came from qualifying. Then you see...
Look at their cool scooters. I mean, we've spoken about go-karts and bikes. We talk about your scooters.
Very cool scooters. Zach Groenewald, he's not racing today.
They've got to stay on 2 wheels.
Yeah. Hopefully, don't stay like that.
You can't have a bike rider going around in a golf cart. That's not allowed.
No. So Zach Groenewald also just pulled up now, and Zach is one of the fastest guys in Clubmans. He did a last to first race the other day. Incredible to watch, really skilled behind the wheel. And Zach Groenewald, I don't think he's racing today, but watch out for him. He raced at the last event. Probably will do a couple of guest races. I know he's building a turbo car as well. So we look forward to seeing what Zach can do in the future in Clubmans going forward for the rest of the season.
Awesome. So before we wrap up, any major modifications, changes? I know we mentioned a few drivers or riders to watch out for. Any car-related modifications that you're aware of?
I think Kai van Zyl, definitely one of the people to watch. I think Neon de Toy's car is one of the people to watch. Dexter Bruce's BMW, definitely one to watch. And then in Clubmans, you've got all the new guys coming back. You've got Shane Justice, who's modifying his car. You've got the guys with that are back, Mario Roux, for example. Then you've got Ryan van Eerden, who's now Class C, sponsored by VW Claremont. He's building a team there, and the rest of the challenge guys. So there's a lot to watch out for. Class A, not as popular as it used to be in Clubmans, in GTI Challenge, but watch out for Class B and Class C, which I think will see a resurgence over the next couple of months.
Awesome. Well, there you have it, folks. Anything else?
No, that's about it from our side. I think we'll be wrapping up shortly as we just wait for the signal from the commentators up there. They will be taking over as we go into the race day, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, start those engines. And for those of you back there, turn the volume up because we're going racing. Lots to look forward to over the weekend. Of course, tomorrow's Formula 1 looking good as well. So make sure to watch the racing today, get some sleep tonight, and enjoy the Formula 1 tomorrow.
Absolutely. I've got to go stalk some drivers and get a mic in their face. So I will make sure that you get to see what I've been up to the whole morning. Yeah.
We'll see you guys later on. Enjoy the rest of the day. Simon, you'll be back for lunchtime?
Yes, I think I might be. If not, I'll be stalking at the back here, showing peace signs.
Enjoy, folks. Cheers for now.
Cheers.
Well, folks, good day to you, one and all, and welcome to Killarney International Raceway. This is round number 2 of the regional series, and we've got a full crew upstairs for you today. My name's Gary Fleming from Second Gear Productions. We're doing the camera work in conjunction with IMUSAT. Alongside me will be the voice of West Bromwich Motorsport, Frankie Yennis, our new man with the accent, David Christie, the good-looking but aging Francois Butler, and Jordan Huben, that's done a whole bunch of homework for us to get some background info that we're going to share with you during the course of today. Joining for race number 1, Frankie Yennis and David. Good morning to you, gentlemen.
How's it, Gaza? Good morning, Gary. Good morning, David, and good morning to the rest of the crew up here. And to all the folks around the track, those of you that are joining in the production by IMUSAT around the Cape, around the country, around the globe. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you find yourself. And David, race number 1 out on the program, V8 Masters and Supercars over 8 laps.
Yeah, really excited for this one. A very good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. Great to see the V8 Masters finally joining us. They were missing at round 1, but of course it was Glenn Phillips who dominated that opening round. It was a double win for him in that Pro Oil Vision Fin accounting entry. But race 1 saw Phillips with that 2.5 second lead over his teammate Kyle Halleck, and Brad Fenner completing the Pro Oil lockout of the podium. So are we going to see more of the same? It's going to be the number 3 car on pole for the V8 Masters just now. Sean Moore in second place, Gary Thompson in third on row 2 with Dennis Guydock in 4th position, Stuart Spooner in P5 with Brandon Dean on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Tian Berger alongside Glenn Phillips. Are we going to see him make it 3 out of 3 for the championship so far? Ryan Catt is on row 5 alongside Kyle Halleck, but we have got a spinner already on the final corner there, Frankie. Yeah,
that looks like it could be Fabio Tafani. That the number 1 car, as a matter of fact, it is Fabio Tafani, the number 1 car. Cold tyres, and he is in pole position. He's your reigning V8 Supercar champion. A big thanks to Pro Oils. They are the sponsors for the Formula Supercars. So a big thanks to them. Now, as the cars roll through into turn number 1, into block point corner behind the safety car, the V8 Masters come through, and here come, as I refer to them, David, as the little guys. Only little in stature, but my goodness, these supercars do not stand back for anybody out there. And there'll be a bit of a gap between the top 8, I should say, supercar, V8 Masters, and then the Supercars, who in pole position will be Glenn Phillips and Ryan Catt. Second row there will be Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner. The third row, Pierre Pinar, Leon Chetty, Richard Lovett, Kirk Williams, and then Craig Hume. Now, I see that Natasha Tissendorf was supposed to have joined the Formula Supercars for this race, but she is not out there on the circuit.
Just seeing another driver's name popping up on the timing screen there, Nashreen Sloss. We have to speak about her after that impressive recovery in race 2. She just did 2 laps in race 1, but fought all the way back to 6th place in that second race. Really, really good drive there. Hoping to see more of that from them this weekend. But again, you know, with the nerves building, that spin that we saw in the final corner, very, very easy to do. They've got a lot of power under their right foot here, Frankie. Cold tyres. It's very easy to get a little bit overexcited.
Yep, well, the track temp will be pretty low at this stage of the game with the low cloud cover. And the southeast has been penciled in to pick up between 30 and 35 Ks. So that's going to be difficult. We were chatting to some of the bikers this morning in our pit walk, and they were talking about how the wind affects them, be it a southeaster or a northwesterly wind affects them, especially southeaster when you go into turn 3 into damps, and even into turn 4 saddle sweep. It does affect you. You've got to literally pick up that corner at the right time, otherwise it will wash out underneath you. So yeah, the wind is going to pick up. It will have its effect. That's the supercars rolling out of Cape Town corner. The V8 Masters are heading their way towards the Castle Bridge. as we are about to take them away. V8s, take them away, David.
Here we go then, it's going to be Fabio Tofani from Sean Moore as the engine notes rise and we are racing here at Killarney all the way down into turn 1. It is going to be Fabio Tofani who holds onto the lead there from the number 1 car of Sean Moore. Third place is going to be Gary Thompson, and away go the Supercars.
Yeah, Supercars underway, and it is Phillips and Cat that led them there into turn number 1. They are literally side by side as they make their way through there, together with the likes of Halleck, Fenner. Pierre Pinard is not too far behind that lot as well, as they work their way out of Blockcoin along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol Corner.
Just back to the V8 Masters then, and they are making their way through turn number 3 just now. It's all single file as they go just now. Fabio Tofani from Sean Moore, from Gary Thompson, Dennis Guyduck in 5th, along with Stuart Spooner and Brandon Dean, with Tian Berger holding out the back there as they make their way down the back stretch here, Frankie.
The Supercars are now working their way towards turn 4, saddle sweep, and it's basically station held. Phillips, Cat, Halleck, Fenner and Pinard. That is your first 5 Supercars racing down the Killarney Straight, the back straight, racing down towards turn 5, Cape Town Corner.
As the leaders make their way across the line then, Fabio Tofani from Sean Moore by about half a second, but we're still watching the back stretch here. Here we go with the V8s making their way down into turn 1, but look at Sean Moore. He is spoiling for a fight right now as he goes through. He is on the back of that lead car right now, and this is going to be very interesting indeed.
So the Supercars are heading towards turn number 1, towards Blockcoin Corner. And it is Phillips that sits there just ahead of Cat. Behind Cat, it's Halleck. Behind Halleck, it's Fenner. And behind him, it is a 7 car of Pierre Pinard that's working their way out of Blockcoin Corner. Then coming through, behind them, it's Leon Chetty, followed there by Kirk Williams. Nash is in that fight as well as they head out of Blockcoin along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol. But the V8s are working their way down the back straight.
Yeah, big gap opening up for them. We catch them just as they're making their way into the final couple of corners then. Fabio Tofani now opening up a little bit of a gap there, about half a second, maybe 3/4 of a second to Sean Moore. It also looked like Stuart Spooner was measuring up on Dennis Guyduck a little bit further back, but they're coming through the final corner now to complete lap number 2.
Yep, the Formula Supercars are working their way out of saddle sweep, racing down the back straight towards a Cape Town Corner, and it's all about Glenn Phillips and Ryan Cat. They're trying to get away from Carl Halleck, and Bradley Fenner is in trouble there. He's got Pierre Pinard right on his case as they work their way out of Cape Town Corner through the turn 5A kink. There you see Fenner. Pinard is right on his case. Not too far behind them, Leon Chetty will come into view. There, Chetty comes into view now, and then behind him, it should be Kirk Williams, Schloss, Lovett, and Hume.
Now we've got a yellow flag down at turn 1, so we'll have to get an idea on what has just happened there. With the V8 Masters, it's kind of stretched itself out a little bit there because Fabio Tofani and Sean Moore is the only battle that's going on track right now. But we can see a car also stopped just on the right-hand side there. That looks to be on the exit of corner number 1 there, but we cut back to the back stretch then down to that final set of corners.
Yeah, working their way out of Cape Town Corner, it's Fabio Tofani and Sean Moore with Gary Thompson that's there in that 3rd position. Then Dennis Guyduck is in that fight as well. Then right behind Guyduck, Stuart Spooner coming out there, and behind Spooner it is Brandon Dean.
Well, I'm just watching the timing screens now because I was getting that intel. It's actually Stuart Spooner that's pulled off at the side of the circuit, just to the right-hand side. So there you can see Stuart Spooner on that right-hand side retiring from the race here.
So the Formula Supercars are heading out of Cape Town Corner, and it's still that man up front, your champion, Glenn Phillips, sitting up there in P1. He has still got Ryan Cat behind him. There was only 1.1 seconds between them at the start of the following of this lap. Here comes Carl Halleck into view. He's in P3. P4 is Bradley Fenner. Pierre Pinard is there in P5, followed there by Leon Chetty as they come through. But this is the fight between Bradley Fenner and Pierre Pinard that's working its way through Blockcoin.
Yeah, we cut back to the backstretch then. This is your V8 Masters. This is the fight for the lead. Fabio Tofani, who has not been able to shake the shadow of Sean Moore, now just 0.6 of a second. Looks to be even closer. I wonder if Sean Moore is just waiting for his opportunity as they come across the line. Start lap number 4 here for the first race of the day. It's Fabio Tofani in the lead, Sean Moore in second, Gary Thompson across the line in 3rd position, Dennis Guiduc in 4th position, and then Brandon Dane coming out of that final corner there with Tian Berger in 6th position, the last of the V8s.
Right, the Formula Supercars are heading down the Killarney straight, down the back straight towards the Cape Town corner. And by the looks of things, Glenn Phillips is slowly but surely beginning to get away there from Ryan Catt. That's in that 2nd position as they make their way through. Then it is Carl Halleck, but have a look at this one going into turn number 5. Pierre Pienaar is right up on the inside there. Bradley Fenner. Fenner on the outside line. Pienaar on the inside line. Fenner will have the line for the 5A kink as he races down towards turn number 1, block 1 corner.
Great to see respectful racing between the two of them. This is a brilliant fight between Fenner and Pienaar as they make their way down into turn 1, then side by side. It looks like Pienaar's going to have the inside line, but again, he's a little bit hesitant right now. They're still side by side going through turn 1, Frankie.
Yeah, they are virtually side by side. Who's going to have the run? Well, I'll tell you what, it is going to be Pienaar that's going to get the run on him, but Fenner will have the line for the right-hander, turn 2 Castrol, and he does nudge ahead there of Pienaar once again.
So down to turn 1 then, and this is a development now because the V8 Masters are starting to catch up onto the supercars, and look at the gap has been completely closed between Fabio Tofani and Sean Moore right now, but still at turn 1, Gary Thompson there along with Dennis Guiduc in 4th position, so we're still making our way down here, and this is going to be the breaking story here for the final couple of minutes here. We've got another few minutes to go, and well, this is going to be an awesome finale.
Racing down towards turn number 5, towards Cape Town corner, is your supercars, but there we pick up the supercars. Once again, you see Pienaar right next to Fenner, and that is the fight in that class between Pienaar and Fenner for P4 and 5 overall in class.
Here's the fight for the lead though of the V8s. It is going to be Sean Moore who sends it up the inside, but Fabio Tofani tries to get the cut back there. It wasn't going to work. Now Fabio is going to have the draft coming down under the City of Cape Town bridge here. They're going to be side by side. I don't think he's going to get it. We've got lap traffic coming in the way as well. Is it going to be a dive up the inside? He can't, because the inside line blocked off by Sean Moore, and Sean Moore, your new race leader for the V8s with just 2 laps to go.
Well, the quickest man out there with a 1:16.587 is car 3. That is a Fabio Tofani. That is the man you see there working his way to the outside and now tucks in there behind Sean Moore, race leader and champion, with Gary Thompson in that 3rd position.
Wow. I tell you what, Sean Moore is going to have to get some ointment after this, because Fabio Tofani is all over him like a rash at the moment. We can see them coming through turn 3. They're going to be going through the saddle sweep any moment. Now there they are, and again Tofani is just having to wait here with this moment, with the fact that they've only got 2 laps to go. But I think Sean Moore's pulled the pin. I think he's going to try and make a move for it.
Well, the supercars are working their way out of a Cape Town corner, and it's still Glenn Phillips, Ryan Catt, that is 1st and 2nd, heading down towards the City of Cape Town bridge. That's your fight on the screen there between the 2 leading V8 Masters, and they're coming up on this fight between Pierre Pienaar and Bradley Fenner, and they dive around the outside of Fenner and Pienaar, and now they're not too far behind Halleck, that sits in that 3rd position in the Pro Oil Formula Supercars.
Oh, and that was deep from Sean Moore. The lead changes again. Fabio Tofani retakes the lead on the final lap as they go down into turn 2. This is sensational stuff right now. It was wide into turn 1. He just overcooked it on the brakes, and Fabio Tofani said thank you very much. And in the background you can still see that battle for the supercar lead as well. Of all the times to do it, this is exactly what you want.
You just saw 1st and 2nd of the supercars go through your shot, and there's P1 and P2 of the V8 Masters. That is Moore and Tafani. They have now made the move there on Carl Halleck. So they are just in there behind the combination of Phillips and Cat. That sits P1 and 2 in their class, but right behind them on the final lap is your leading V8 Masters, Moore and Tafani. There they go, right on the case there of Ryan Cat.
Could not have been a better timed move for Fabio Tafani. They come past another lap car through the final corner, but for the first time in 2026 V8 Masters, it's going to be a race win for Fabio Tafani. Sean Moore in second place, but we cut back to the Supercars.
Yeah, here we go, and it's still side by side between Fenner and Pienaar, and Gary Thompson, that finished third overall, was just behind Fenner and Pienaar. Here comes Leon Chetty to the line. He will finish his race. Dennis Kaiduk, and right behind him is Brendan Dean, and Tian Berger should be the next man through.
Do you know what? In all the excitement of everything that's going on, I just looked to the timing screen here and realised that we were commentating on the wrong person there. Glenn Phillips actually going across the line, taking the win for the Supercars.
No. Glenn wasn't lapped. He was the only one in the Supercars that wasn't. A Cat was lapped and Halleck was lapped. So it's only in the Supercars, the number 1 car, your champion, that is sitting in P7 overall and P1 in class, that will finish on the lead lap. Yeah, he's still on the lead lap. That's why he's still racing down into Cape Town corner. That is the only Formula Supercar that has not been lapped. All the others from Cat, Halleck, Fenner, Pienaar, and the rest of them have been lapped. Yeah, that's a V8 coming to the line. But I'm talking about the Supercars. Here he comes towards the line, and he is the only Supercar that has not been lapped, and that is your leader, Glenn Phillips.
Sensational start to the championship. Right, it's 3 out of 3 now for Glenn Phillips. He could not have asked for a better start to this season here, Frankie. Really sets himself up for the remainder.
Yeah, that V8 that we saw come to line was Fabio Tafani, but he had taken the checkered flag with Sean Moore already. I think he might have just done another lap around Killarney.
Well, I heard he was hungry and going for some donuts after after the race there. Before and after,
Before and after, yeah, quite right. But it was Tafani, Moore and Thompson, first, second and third in the V8s, and Phillips, Cat and Halleck, first, second and third in the Pro Oil Formula Supercars. 20 laps, or should I say 20 races today. Lap number 1 is in the bag, and a 1:16.587 by Fabio Tafani was the quickest time out there.
Obviously, we missed the V8s on round 1. Got to say, fantastic to see them back out in action for round 2. They really add to the championship, and I think that it's fantastic to have the V8 Masters and Supercars together in one package.
And your quickest Supercar was your winner with a 1:26.257, and that is Glenn Phillips.
Yeah, it's just a different class of pace that he's got right now. That gap that he had was probably about 30 seconds or something like that. But yeah, fantastic stuff. Here we go then, Frankie, with the replays. And what a battle it was for the lead of the V8s. Yeah, that was that side-by-side battle. That's when you said that Sean Moore just shoved it up on the inside of Tafani. It looked like Tafani gave him a bit of a rub there, but it was not the case. He was just very close to that bootlet of the 1 car. Here comes Carl Halleck into view, and then behind him was that fight between Bradley Fenner, that blue car, and then the white one of Pierre Pienaar. And the fight that they had, I can guarantee they're going to be leaving their cars after race 1 with the biggest of grins right now, because you want to be around other cars, you want to be racing, that's why we're all here. And when you come out and you've had that toe-to-toe, but it's respectful driving, again, you can see it here. But this is what I was saying here, Pienaar just a little bit hesitant going on to the inside here, because of course it's banked very slightly. He can't take as much speed in as Fenner can round the outside. So again, Fenner just very clever driving there, but again, a joy to watch. Yeah, the two, and they gave each other enough room to play, and that's for sure. This is just this other group of 4 Formula Supercars working their way through turn 1 through Blockwain corner.
Nash was in that fight as well. She was the second car in that group. And here we go. There we see P1 and P2 in the V8s, and then this fight between Pina and Fenner working their way out of block point. So that was the opening race of the day for the V8 Masters and the Pro Oil Formula Supercars.
Well, good morning from my side. It's myself, Jordan JT Hubin, and Gary Fleming here for race number 1 of the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series.
Yeah, well, there's a new sponsor for this season, KD's. Joining up with BMW Car Club of Cape Town. That is KD's Asset Management. And CAM is a fund manager that specializes in fixed income investments. And that is Spirit Invest, acquired by CAM, and that was back in 2018. Works with personal investments and institutional investments. So there we go, the BMW boys giving us a whole bunch of inside information as to what's happening in, and a lot of people get it all mixed up, BMW Car Club of Cape Town. BMW CCT.
Absolutely. We've got a good field of 29 cars coming out on to the track this morning for race number 1.
And the good news is that nobody bought the car, the new car that Neanderthal got, and said, anybody looking for a BMW? Nobody bought it. I'm sure a lot of people saw the videos of cutting out the back end of the car, and can you believe it, that BMW we spoke to when we did our walk this morning, that BMW without a driver in weighs under a ton. So that video that you saw about there's a rattle in the boot and there's no boot left, that is the one that we're referring to. So Neanderthal doing sub 1 minute 20s with that new motor car.
Absolutely, that thing is an absolute beast. Obviously it was in the hands of Marco Retta before, and we saw what he did in multiple events from the likes of the Killarney Time Attack powered by Master Drive. And in regards to that, a big, I say congrats for lack of a better word, to BMW Car Club of Cape Town for their diamond sponsorship of Master Drive coming on board to support them as well. Another big, big feature in the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series fraternity. And not only that, something you will notice, Gary, is that there's something a little bit bigger on the front end of these cars, just in case. We'll wait until the next shot, if you can go back to that shot looking down the grid. If you didn't know who they were sponsored by before,
there's no doubt now.
I'm pretty sure you know now, so good for them to make a slightly bigger banner. And not only that, come the end of the day, if the clouds decide to disperse over the Western Sea ahead of us, they'll have some sun strips to help them out coming into the afternoon.
And you know what's nice, when BMW Car Club got this as a main sponsor, of the guys that ride with these cars ride in a different class with the same car as well. And the question was asked in the background, okay, so what happens if you're doing two different classes? And BMW supporting the Car Club of Cape Town, supporting their sponsor, said you will not be allowed on the grid if you do not have your main sponsor on the front windscreen. So a bit of payback for the effort, interest and income from Cadiz.
For sure. And what that is especially, it is a commitment to the class. I mean, that's what you want from the drivers. You want commitment to the class that you will be racing in, because at the end of the day, if you are committed to that class, the class will look after you. And that's exactly what they do for the drivers, does the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town.
If you think about it, this is the newest class at Killarney right now. And look at that, we've got in excess of 20 cars out there, and not everybody made it out. There's 29 out there today, keeping in mind that the Groenewald car ran bearings just yesterday in the workshop by Chase Herald.
Terribly, terribly unfortunate.
But they almost fixed it, and they decided to play safe. They said no. The idea was, let's just drop it and stick some other bearings on and what have you.
But then that opens a whole door of issues, possibly, as well. Rather just keep it safe.
They actually picked up, Chase, when he drained the oil, he picked up that the bearing had actually flattened out, and there was shavings, not just shavings, but flat sections that had now melted out of the side of the bearing cap. And he just said, listen guys, let's not take a chance. It's not going to be worth it. Let's rather fix the problem that we have to hand and come back for the next race event. So 29 cars out on circuit.
Yep, rather save yourself the trouble and the team the trouble and whatever else the case may be, than trying your luck on something that might not be so lucky come the end of the day. Well, especially if your day is on the shorter end. But here they come, the all-new Apex Bets. Maserati pulls off to the side of the circuit. That is our official pace car. And here comes Marco Retta to start them off. Here we go, Gary Fleming.
Alrighty-o, I do believe that Marco Retta and Neander Toy at the front end of the pack will probably take the whole shot. It's Marco Retta, Neander Toy, Kai van Sail. Great to have the Origin Oils car of Kai van Sail in there as well, as the rest of the pack works its way through. The big hitters lead out of turn one.
Yep, lovely to see Kai van Sail finally out and racing this season. There was quite some time that we thought he wasn't even going to bring that car out, but there's been so much work done to that absolute beast of an Origin Oils BMW 1 Series, and he's finally out, and he's sitting there in third already as they all work their way into Castro Corner turn number 2. Down into Dam's Dip they go. Yes, Gary.
And everybody made it through. You see that one black BMW in the middle? Our ex-man behind the microphone for IMUSAT. He's out there in the middle of the pack once again. That Class D battle everybody was speaking about, that is where it's happening. There you see him.
Yep, exactly where it's happening. And as they race out of Sarl Sweep turn number 4, the fastest corner in the Western Cape, some might say, the double Apex right-hander leads them out. And Kukamud all over the show at the back end of that mid-pack battle. As they go down towards turn number 5 into Cape Town corner. There I see Sharif Reynolds. I say ex-Clubman's motorcycle racer on a Ducati, or classic motorcycle race on a Ducati. He's moved to the cars now in that M2 BMW, and he's doing mighty fine in the mid-pack so far as they race down into Block Point corner turn number 1. There's second place Neander Toy, the Origin Oils car of Kai van Sail. Then a big battle here for Class C and D. It's Kilbride, Joubert, Gray, Bruce, and Page just behind them as they go through turn 1.
Right, as that same group of cars work its way along the Joubert Straight, racing down into Castrol Corner. as they make their way through. Dexter Bruce in there just behind Mark Gray. Then it's Ernest Page, Swanepoel coming through. Sean Tubis working his way through as well as we pick up the leaders. That's now heading out of Damstip along the Tygerberg Straight into turn number 4, Saddle Sweep. But the leader is racing all on his own down that Killarney back straight towards Cape Town corner. And that is Mark Aretta. Neanderthal is in there behind him, followed by Kai van Zyl. But behind van Zyl, that's where it's all on. Kilbride, Jabir, Gray, Bruce, Page, Swanepoel, Tubis, all of them racing down the back straight towards Cape Town corner.
Yep, the front end will disappear into the distance, but this is where we're looking. It's 2 by 2 they go, with Mark Gray and Dexter Bruce currently fighting it out. The Irishman and one of the local town bumper boys, as we always know them
one
from
of the
Rallycross
two, they're
as
both
well.
out there.
And just behind, the first of the two is Ernest Page. So those two good friends, and they were the breakfast show hosts as well. They are right on each other's case as they go down into turn number 1.
Yeah, then it's Swanepoel and Tubis that make up the top 10 as this group works its way through Blockhoyn corner and heading towards the Jabir Straight.
Yep, I also see father and son Kwesi and Sebastian Swanepoel are racing in those two, and they are sandwiching at the moment Sean Tubis as they go out of turn number 1. There I see, there's Shane Williams, there's Mia Bench, and just behind is sorry, not Kobus de Kock, that's Johan Kukemoer.
Werner Kukemoer.
Werner Kukemoer, rather, that goes out of that corner, but down into turn 5, Cape Town corner once again comes the current leader, Marco Retta.
Oh man, he is light years ahead of everybody else in car 5-0, sitting out there in P1. That's Marco Retta. Then it's a big gap before we see Neanderthal. There was 9 seconds between them on the previous lap. Now they're starting this one as they head through Cape Town corner. That is the toy coming through on a lonely second position. Kai van Zyl pops up onto your screen there. Then it's Connor Kilbride. Right on his case is Dylan Jabir. Mark Gray has got Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page there for company. Then it's the first of the Swanepoels coming through. Tubis coming through there. And then the other Swanepoel followed there by de Kock.
I see Quinton, sorry, not Quinton de Kock. I'm thinking cricket now. Kobus de Kock has now gotten ahead of Sebastian Swanepoel. There's Sharif Reynolds, there's Lloyd Brady, Arnu Michaels, as well as Shane Williams, Mia Bench, Johan Kukemoer. Down into turn 1 they go as we see the rest of the field. I say the rest of the field. The mid-pack now coming into Castro corner, turn number 2, and Sean Tubis right on the case of that man, Kwesi Swanepoel, a big name here at Killarney. And in the BMW outfit, there's a little bit of smoke coming out of Shane Williams' car. Mia Bench moving up the inside, trying to find a space to put her nose. And she gets shut out by Shane Williams as they race through and out of turn number 2.
Yeah, and Werner Kukemoer is also in that fight as well as we go back to the second place man. That's working his way now through Cape Town corner. That is the toy. And then behind him, it's Kai van Zyl. And then behind van Zyl, yeah, is a 4-way dogfight coming through there. Connor Kilbride, Dylan Jabir, Mark Gray, Dexter Bruce. Bruce on the case there of the 8 car of Gray. Not much between them with the Ernest Page just there in the background. He is the 5th car there coming into view in that fight, heading under the 5A kink, under the bridge towards turn 1, Blockhoyn corner.
Yeah, they're coming at side by side for these two. Up the inside goes Mark Gray and Dylan Jabir. Now it's white, blue and black as they go through. And it leaves Dylan Jabir pretty much black and blue at the moment as Dexter Bruce tries to go the outside throwing punches. But Mark Gray will block him over. Not exactly as he goes up the inside of Mark. He'll move a little bit to the left, leaving him an open door. And Dylan Jabir almost sneaks up the inside, gets closed off once again as they go down towards Damstip, turn number 3.
They need to be careful here for Ernest Page. He's going to come through as well. And here's another fight coming through towards us. And it's a whole group. There's a lockup going there into, that's Brady, Lloyd Brady. That's coming through there. So with him is the likes of Reynolds, Michaels, Williams, Bench, and Werner Kukemoer.
Down into turn number 3, Damstip they go. And I see Arnu Michaels on the case of Sharif Reynolds in that M2 at the moment. Then it's Williams, Brady, Bench. Just behind Bench is Kukemoer. Just behind them is Yusuf Hendricks in that number 36. The MYH car it's been some time since we've seen Yusuf back out on circuit. Obviously, he's a big instrument in the maintenance and building of some of these race cars out on the circuit in the BMW class, as we watch this whole group of cars come down towards Cape Town corner.
Yeah, that's that mid-pack heading towards the back of the field. That is the combination there of Swanepoel, Reynolds, Michaels, Brady, Williams, Bench. They're all in there. Then Van der Koekemoer, they are right in the fight. There's about 6, 7 of them that's busy racing down the main straight towards turn 1, or the Porsche Club straight, I should say, towards turn 1, block 1.
We are now with 3 laps left to go for your leader, Marco Retta, as we still keep on this midfield battle. And it's still getting mighty tense. There you see, those are the 7 cars that leave out of turn number 1, block Wayne corner. No moves being made as of yet. As into Castrol they go. Marco Retta now is on the case and reeling down that group of 7 as they go through Castrol corner. There's Kai van Zyl we see on screen. That is the current 3rd place overall for that Class C car as he comes out of Cape Town corner, turn number 5, to start another lap for himself.
Now watch behind him. Here they come. Connor Kilbride, Dylan Jabez, Dexter Bruce, Mark Gray. Gray has gone in the wrong direction, as a matter of fact. They both got past him. Ernest Page was just there in the background as well, and he sits there in a P8 and 4th in class as we watch them race towards turn 1. But here comes that midfield battle, JT, into Cape Town.
Yeah, once again, look at that around the outside. Goes on in Michaels. He is dropping a couple of places. He tried to go around the outside of Koekemoer, but he's been put in his place and he loses a handful of positions. There's Bench. There's Marco Retta making his way through the field now. These guys, however, will stay on their line. Marco will need to find a way around them, even though he's a dozen times quicker. He needs to be safe on this final lap of his.
1 more lap to go, and he's the quickest man up there. He's done a 14.236, so it's a very low 14s there for your race leader, Marco Retta, that is stuck in this midfield battle. Now, they will get blue flags. They will know that he's there. Now's not the time for them to hit panic buttons, otherwise they're going to take the leader out. But they know he's there, and they will just hold their lines.
Oh, that's very wide, and very unfortunate for Shane Williams. He slows right down, which it looks to be some sort of issue as he'll pull into the oval section, and that will be the number 46 out of this race as they go now all on their final lap in that regard through. And there is Fourie, that's the Fourie car of Yolinda Fourie that won series, and Sharif Reynolds has pulled off in turn number 5. There's some big issue going on there with a few cars as Marco Retta gets past on his final lap.
Yeah, on the last lap, drama for a couple of cars out there, as including Shane Williams, as we watch the leader head into Cape Town corner. All on his own, the big 5-0 of Marco Retta sitting up there in P1. His only Class A car out there, working his way through the 5A kink and racing down towards the checkered flag. And victory will go to Marco Retta.
Yep, in that Progress Precision Engineering car, that MDR Racing team for Marco Retta. And then at this battle, it's Lloyd Brady and Anu Michaels. There comes Koekemoer ahead of Bench and Hendricks. And then Sharif Reynolds, who was at the front of that pack before the final, returned for number 4. He's dropped down just behind them, and that will be for 18th place as the rest of the field now comes through.
Yeah, Neandertoy will be the next one towards the checkered flag. And Kai van Zyl crosses the line. Well, we're still waiting for Neandertoy to get to the flag, as a matter of fact. He hasn't got to the flag yet. Here he comes towards the checkered flag. That is Neandertoy. He will finish. Now we've got to wait for the Origin Oils car of Kai van Zyl. Here comes Kai towards the line in that 3rd position. Then coming through is Dylan Jabez. And behind Dylan Jabez, here we go. This has changed around a bit. I think it has changed around.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It's Kilbride, Bruce, Gray, and Page that finished their race in that order. So basically more or less the same in that group of cars across the line.
Yep, and there comes, Kusi Swanepoel just ahead of Lloyd Brady. There you see young Sebastian Swanepoel, or Swanepoel Jr. also comes across the line now. That will be for 12th, 14th, and I'm looking for, I lie, sorry, it's 9th for Kusi Swanepoel and 12th in the 111 for Sebastian. as they are the last to finish off the race. And that ends the first race of the KD's Asset Management BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series.
And the first 12 cars was on the lead lap, and Mark Coretta did a 1:14.236. He was the fastest driver out there.
So a brilliant race for this first BMW race of the day. And I have to say, a huge well done to the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series for the numbers that they've had out in this second round of the season.
29, that is massive. That is absolutely pity about Shane Williams that had to retire the car. This is just a replay of how many of them were involved in a fight. That was Dexter Bruce that was in that fight, and you just saw there with him the likes of Mark Gray and Dylan Jabez. And this was his mid-pack fight. There's Mia Bench in that lot as well.
Now, I'd love to know what happened to Shane Williams. There you see him in the third in that group, and he pulled out in the last lap.
That's towards the end of the race, because there's the leader just there behind them, just behind Mia Bench.
There was a couple there. Shane already moves over to the side of the circuit, and he sits on the inside of the circuit after pulling off.
And this is where...
There he goes.
And this is where your race leader had to be very careful to circumnavigate his way through this lot and not get himself wiped out. But I must say, they all knew that he was there, and they all kept their lines very nicely indeed.
And another big thing that I realized just before the end of the race, Connor Kilbride had dropped one position to Dylan Jabez on that final lap, so something happened there. But Connor Kilbride, who was in Class D before yesterday, he broke out into Class C by 7 thousandths of a second. So now he needs to fight for Class C honors rather than fighting for the guys in Class D. But I think he wants to try and tow those guys in Class D to break out themselves.
That's Lloyd Brady, that marker's going past there. So that concludes our second race, the Cadiz BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, race number 1.
Right, a very good morning to the people around the circuit and the viewers at home. Pirelli Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300 about to commence heat number 1 here at Killarney International Raceway. Mike side, Francois Butler, and joining me I think will be Jordan Hubin. And we're going to bring this race to you out there. On pole position, Slade van Niekerk. His nearest rival there is Max Munton. Khopotso Mononyane, all the way down from the northern regions. Nice to have him here. Abigail Bosson. Our club chairman, Mr. Lance Jonas, will be out there as well. Adrian Solomon, we call him Bones, is out there. Clint Munton. Well, Clint Munton racing with the young man. Max Munton, his son. And Clint, out of the yesterday era on the GP 250s. And what a man, what a racer. One of SA's greatest in the past times. He'll be out there plying his trade. Together there is James Late. Bradley Musto's out there as well in the Super Sport 300. James Late leads out the 300s. Cody Redlinghuyse, the young lady's out there. She's on a 650. And then Almay Mostert, another one of the ladies out there on a 650. So a little bit of a depleted field, but I believe some good racing nonetheless is going to be on the cards. Having a look at the front there. And Khopotso Mononyane, a man that I follow on the socials up in the northern regions, not exactly a slouch. And joining me on the mic here, Jordan.
Yep, absolutely. It's nice to have some, I suppose you can say, international flair.
No, national flair.
National flair, sorry.
National flair, yes.
Well, regardless. Awesome to have more guys coming down from around the country. I mean, when we walked through the pits this morning, and even yesterday when I popped by for qualifying, I mean, we've got maybe a dozen guys down from Joburg just in the bike classes alone.
But you know what it is? It's difficult to stay away from Cape Town.
Oh, for sure. I know. Even the air is just nice.
It's different. It's cleaner. Yeah.
Even if we do rain, I know Joburg rain's worse than us, so I think we're okay.
Not quite. Depends on what rain you're referring to. But nonetheless, yeah, lovely to have everybody here. And I think we're going to have an absolutely stunning day. Like Frankie mentioned early on, there's a stiff southeaster breeze that'll be blowing. So the guys will pick up a bit of problems going into the corners. And then possibly also a little bit of retardation going down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron.
While we're waiting, we see no safety vehicles at the tail end of the field, which is a little bit strange.
Right, so Phil Herald drops the 5-second board. The lights are on and away they go. And Slade gets a rocket start going off there. Mononyane as well gets in there. He's lying in second ahead there of Max Munton. So Khopotso Mononyane gets in there nice and quickly up behind Slade van Niekerk. Let's see how this one's going to pan out as they exit there out of Block Coin Corner. Work their way up the Bear straight up towards Castrol Corner. And it's Slade van Niekerk pulling away. Oh, he's got about a 1.5 second gap over the rest of the field there as he dives there into Castrol Corner. Up behind him there, it looks like Max Munton's got ahead there of Khopotso, who's possibly dropping back, and they're moving their way there through the Lunchtime Kink and on their way down to Damps.
Yep, into Damps Dip they go now, as here is the lead battle, but I say lead battle, Slade van Niekerk is disappearing at the front end of the field now. And then there's that group of two just behind him, the duo that sits in second and third, being Max Munton. And just behind him, on that all-white bike, is that
Franco
Fluff.
I think it's Franco Fluff that's in there.
We'll have to see as they go down into turn number 5, Cape Town corner. And here there's a group of 5 bikes also coming down into the final corner on this first lap. Mind you, they're starting their first racing lap in just a moment, so we'll see what the battle looks like down into turn number 1.
Yeah, a whole gaggle of bikes there now, but here comes your leader, Slade van Niekerk. We're going to try and pick up the rest now as they come through. It looks there's definitely Max Munton, and the 45 Khopotso Mononyane sits there in third place. He's going to be followed there by Adrian Solomon, who's climbed up the ladder. Abigail Bosson, the first of the ladies in, and then Franco Fluch in P6, followed by Clint Munton, Lance Jonas, James Late, Bradley Musto, Almay Mostert, and then Cody Redlinghuyse.
Yep, there's going to be some big battling here, and we can't forget about the 300s. I know Bradley Musto and James Late, James Late does have a birthday today, so very happy birthday to that young man. But these two were hammer and tong last round, and they're going to go at it again in this second round of the season. So we'll definitely keep up with them. But back to the front, Slade van Niekerk, who qualified a 1.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field with doing a personal best of a 19.5 on a 650, is leading the pack away by a good margin.
Well, he's leading on a margin, but having a look there as we watch him come up, there is Slade, and here comes the rest. There's Max Bunton and Khobotso Mononyane sitting up behind him, and Max is closing down. He's definitely in there as well.
Yes, he is, in fact, as they go down the Killarney back straight towards Cape Town corner. We'll watch that battle as well between Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson as they go into turn number 5. As we watch them lead out, there is Fanikak from Munton, from Mononyane. And in fact, I think I was right in the fact that KJ is an international rider because he raced in Red Bull
he was over there,
but obviously back and a national champion in his own right as well. As they come down towards the start-finish line once again, it seems like Mononyane is sitting in 3rd place at the moment. He was on the big stage, but he wants to come fight for the little boys back down in a national series.
Hello, the little boys are going to give you a blood nose. You talk about them like that. Nonetheless, there we watch them now going all lovely camera angle going into Castrol. You see them there, slam on the brakes, drop down through the gearbox, pitch it over, work your way through. And you've got to hang in tight because when you come out the corner, it's going to spit you out towards the outside. And that's where you've got to get on the gas to come back in towards Lunchtime King.
Yep, got to watch themselves out here. Even though the weather is not too much of a factor to play with, we've got a pretty brilliant conditions at the minute. As there we see 4th, 5th and 6th, and then 7th and 8th being Munton and Jonas, Munton Senior and Jonas, as they go down into Sorrel Sweep now. That right-hander leads them on to the longest straight around the circuit.
Watch that gaggle there. Solomon, Bosson, Flach, and Munton. That is Clint Munton. I'm thinking of Max now. Max is up front. He's having a hard charge there. But the boys come gaggling down the back straight here towards Perdamina Fostron corner. Watch him now as they lie in the embankment. It's actually a beautiful feeling going in there on a bike. You're laying in there and the lip is on your outside. As they come out now, and look at that stream of bikes all slipstreaming each other on their way down towards Block Point corner.
Yep, trying to get the best draft that they can across the line to start another lap. And look at that, Boston on that Project 60 SA. Number 51 for the young lady, right on the case of Adrian Solomon on the Pool Kings number 4, as just behind them as well Franco Flach is coming into play on the 5. That train station bike is right on the case of those two ahead of him, and he hasn't been back. Besides the last round, he hadn't been back since 2023 after that big incident in turn number 2 that took 8 riders out. He's back once again and fighting pretty much for the top 4 in this first race.
Right, in your screen there goes Slade Fanikak up behind him, Max Bunton, and Khobotso Mononyane comes up there behind them as they work their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. They are absolutely hurtling through there. Watch now on screen as Slade will get on the curb there as he comes out. Max as well. Khobotso using the curb and some as he comes. And they get on the gas, work their way down through the box into 6th gear, down towards Perdamina Fostron corner.
Yep, at a rate of knots for the 650s, and then hard on the brakes for the banked, very slow right-hander from your highest speed to one of your lowest speeds through the corner, but they do carry a hell of a lot of speed going through the final corner as we watch this group of 5 come into play once again from 4th down to 8th. There's Lance Jonas at the back end of this group. Then it is Munton just ahead, Flach, and then Bosson and Solomon there at the front of this group as they come in and out of frame and back into frame coming to the line. It's a 3-way battle for 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment, with Munton and Jonas just on their case as well.
Well, I can tell you what, I think Clint must be having an absolute blast there ahead of Lance Jonas. Clint Munton rolling back the years there now into Block Point corner, working his way out the left-hander up onto the ridge and make their way up the Uber straight up towards Castrol corner. Watch now as they flare out on the brakes, and I tell you what, not too shabby there as Solomon and Flach are having a good little bit of a tussle. Yeah, your first place man goes through to the left there. That is Slade Fanikak. Up behind him, Max Bunton, and then Khobotso Mononyane works his way through up towards the Sorrel Sweep. That double right-hander now as they pitch it over as the rest of the field come out of dams.
Yep, if there's a chance we can tune back to the 300s as well as they go down towards turn number 3. There's a hefty battle going on in the 300s classes down into Dams Dip, but we'll look towards this group as well. It is still 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Munton has dropped off the back end of Lance Jonas at this point in time, so he's still just, as you say, rolling back the years now.
So they work their way now into Perdamina Fostron, and that battle there, Solomon, Flach, Bosson, all in it there on the Project 60 bike. That's Abigail Bosson, and they come out now up the City of Cape Town Porsche straight and get on the gas nice and hard. They launch Jonas ahead of some of the 300s. They're working their way through. The leaders Now that's your 300s that are coming in there now. There's your 300s. I think that is Leighton Musto. Yeah. James Leighton, Bradley Musto are carving each other up badly, but that has come from last year already.
Absolutely. This has been an ongoing case. I was going to say an ongoing friendship, but this is a competitorship, if anything, between these two, and it's still ongoing. In fact, I've been waiting to get to this battle as I've seen them lapping right up close with each other, but we'll join back with them in a little bit. There is Slade van Niekerk that goes through 3.1 seconds ahead at this moment in time, ahead of Munton and Mononyane as they come into picture now and down the Killarney back straight once again with 2.5 laps left to go.
Speaking of Max Munton, he has matured over the years. He started at short circuit, he's come into main circuit, he's in the shadow of his father, but he's doing exceptionally well now as we watch now Solomon, Flach, Bosson and Jonas and Late go through there now, working their way through. Yeah, Clint Munton still in there behind Lance Jonas.
Yeah, we watch them come into the final corner once again. It'll be 2 laps to go as the leader crosses the line, and that's a big switch up there. That looks like Abigail Bosson that's now fallen behind Lance Jonas. If my facts are correct, it may be the other way around, in fact. It may just be Franco Flach that was sitting in that spot behind Adrian Solomon, and it was. It's Abigail Bosson and Franco Flach that have changed position going down into turn number 1.
Well, Abby will be very happy. That's got, oh, someone runs a little bit wide. I think that might be Franco. Yeah, Franco gets a little bit of a, got a bit of a brake issue, a tyre issue there. Looked totally out of sorts, and he's lost 2 or 3 places now. But Abby Bosson up to P5 behind Adrian Solomon. Brilliant stuff there. As we watch now into going into turn 1 block coin corner, it's going to be James Leighton, Bradley Musto. Late getting the upper hand on Bradley, and I'm sure Bradley will want to come back at him, hammer and tongs.
Yep, I think between these two, James Late will want to take the win for the day on his birthday, and Bradley will want to stop that from happening.
Can I interject? Are we getting cake today? That's the thing.
I don't know. I think maybe only if he wins.
Only if he wins, okay.
Bradley will try and go around the outside into turn number 2, but we'll move back to the front end once again, with this being Munton and Mononyane for 2nd and 3rd.
Kapotso's got beautiful corner speed coming out there, right up behind Max Munton, and he's going to draft him. We're going to have to watch him draft him down towards block coin corner. That is going to be a spectacular ride. Is Kapotso going to step out now, down the main straight? Kapotso's there, late on the brakes is Max Munton, and does not afford Kapotso that opportunity.
Yep. KJ needs to remember that this is Max's track between the two of them, and even though he had that speed, Max knows this better than either of them. But that national and international pace of KJ Mononyane is really showing. Let's look once again, the dive between these two. Let's look and see. That's Flach and Jonas once again. Franco Flach just trying to make up that time that he lost in both those moments in turn 5 and in turn number 1, as there is Solomons and Bosson still fighting out for that 4th place overall.
Abigail Bosson is stepping up the pace. She's right up behind. Oh, and Abigail Bosson slips around the outside of Adrian Solomon. They're going down towards Dams. Oh, I tell you what, she went a little bit loud and had to apply some brakes as the leaders come through the sorrel sweep on screen. And Max Munton and KJ Mononyane having a lovely time. KJ steps out. KJ steps out. He's going to have a look as go loud in the brakes, but I think Max Munton has got the upper hand there. Possibly not, or dive across his bow. And KJ looks like has he done it? KJ Mononyane, I think, has got ahead of Max. Has he done it? Oh, it's difficult to see. And is it flag time? Flag time. Slade takes the win, but here we go. Max Munton, KJ Mononyane. Oh, man, they are literally nose to tail. Brilliant stuff there up over the line, and what a race coming out of those 3.
KJ could quite literally smell the fumes coming off that number 14 bike, and I mean, both the bike and Max himself. There's another battle to the line between Solomons and...
It's photo finish.
Between Boston by 1,000th of a second is coming across the line as well. Flach and Jonas come across the line nose to tail as well, with Clint Munton on his return back in 8th place. 1/1000th of a second.
That is absolute. That was actually wheel-to-wheel stuff. I think they just got to place their transponders differently next time.
It might just be the case. It might just be the case. I wish we had, I don't know if we have a finish line slow-mo camera for some of the classes, and it would be nice to see one of those.
Yeah. No, great. And it looks like James Late's going to have the upper hand on Bradley Musto. So,
yeah, it looks like something happened on that final lap that just threw him off ever so slightly. Shakes his head coming across the line, so he may have made a small error on that final lap.
Well, that reminds me, and I don't like to bring up personal past, but I remember we had an all-bike day, and my son Jared raced against his uncle Martin. Yeah, it's his birthday. Raced against his uncle Martin Petzold. coming in little 150s over the line, and Martin's hanging over the fairing. And I said to him afterwards, it's the transponder's not in your helmet, Bruce, on the bike. But yes, it's fun. But thousandth of a second, how close can you get? I think that was a great ride from Abby.
That was brilliant. And she dropped down one position behind Franco Flach when he was still fighting him. She lost a little bit off at one point during the race, and she managed to claw it back. And oh my goodness, I think she's going to be beating herself up a little bit because she was right there to beat Adrian Solomon. But it just, quite literally, just was not enough.
And Adrian is absolutely no slouch. A big up to Abby. I'll tell you, that was a great ride. Yeah, no, great stuff.
Yeah, last year's champion, oh sorry, the previous year, 2024's 400 champion was Adrian Solomon. So, a brilliant ride from Slade Fonikak, making it a 1:19.781 to take the victory in race number 1.
Well, I'm going to step back.
You may.
Yeah, and I think Sports and GT up next. I don't know who's going to be calling that one, but it's been great. David Christie puts his hand up with glee, says, it's me, it's me, yes. Yeah, the Scotsman all the way from Knockhill is going to be commentating. Great stuff. Well, Jordy, that was, for my first race of the day, my blood's flowing again. I think it was great.
Race of the day. I think
that
was a proper show.
They've set the tone. They've set the tone, yeah.
So the other two bike classes have something to do for
I'm going to step down, guys. We'll chat a bit later.
Well, next up will be the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT's race number 1. And Warwick Wealth, as we wait for them to come out onto the circuit, is investment specialists, financial planners and wealth management. The CEO is Mark Visser, and the chairman is in fact Ian Kilbride. The Spirit Foundation, established by the Kilbride family, the platform for 3 charitable foundations, namely Spirit Education, Spirit Community and Spirit Wildlife. They've been established enviable track record of assisting worthy causes that have impacted in positive and meaningful ways in the lives and projects of their supporters. So fantastic stuff as we see some of the replays coming up of our previous bike race, 650s and 300s.
So as we get the replays then of that last thrilling bike race that took it all the way through to the line here, we get ready for another absolutely stellar race from the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs. Of course, last round was a bit of a mixed affair, really. Race 1 saw David Joubert take victory with a 16.7 second margin over Gary Kiesvetter's advanced packaging technology entry, and he also set the fastest lap of the weekend, 1:08.779. So there is pace in this track. Rob Franco took the B-class honours in 3rd overall, and he held off Divan Wenzel by just over a second, while Wayne Hoffman completed the B-class podium in 5th position overall. However, it was turned all on its head after a lap 1 huge incident for race 2, and Wayne Hoffman and picking the bits up left of that beautiful Porsche. Thankfully, Wayne is absolutely A-OK, and we cannot wait to see him back with us and out there racing. A little bit sore, but he will take a few weeks to get back behind the wheel on that one. But the battle behind them, it was Kieswetter took the win by the slimmest of margins, 0.24 seconds ahead of Joubert after 7 intense laps of racing. So It's David Christie here along with Gary Fleming bringing you the commentary for this first race of, and that S-Class starting to fill up quite nicely. You've got Steve Humble in there, and it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. With the B-Class you've got Divan Wenzel and Yanni Hatzi out there, and then in Class C you've got, also in Class B you've got Valen Volkshenk and Martin Prinz, and then in Class C Connor Kilbride lines up in 6th. I think he's actually going to line up in 5th. But then we've also got Andrei Steenkamp, who we saw this morning just before the racing got underway. Simeon Penev in 10th position. Marius Fury in 11th with Eric Salomon in 12th. Roy Obery in 13th and Brett Svanevelder in 14th position as well.
So this is race number 1 for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT class. I know that there was a call to do a short race and then later on in the day a long race. I know that they eventually ended up on, well, the last I heard was 2 10-lap races. So we'll have to see later on if we do in fact have an extended, possibly 100-kilometer type race happening later on in the day. But right now it's all about Gary Kieswetter, Steve Humble, and Divan Wenzel and Yanni Hatzi that lock out the front 2 rows of the grid. Great to see Divan Wenzel out there again as well.
Yeah, certainly as he was in Class X, obviously getting promoted after that newcomer. But it is under the bridge then for the first time of asking, and it is going to be Gary Kieswetter as the green lights go on and we go racing. Our guest for the weekend then, Steve Humble in the pack as well in 2nd place, but they all make their way down in through turn 1 all the way back, and we've got a slow moving car there. I think that might have been Andrei Steenkamp in the 46 pulling off to the side.
Yeah, let's hope that it all works out for him, because on a slow start like that, very, very disappointing. And, well, Andrei Steenkamp is one of the regulars in iRacing in South Africa as well. So he'll race it on the main circuit and he'll do it during the course of the week on this simulator.
Yeah, and of course you'd know all about that, Gary, with the midweek championship as well. And it's great to see such a strong showing from the guys and girls here online midweek.
Well, the whole iRacing South Africa setup was based on Western Province Sports and GT and Sports and GT Masters. As we see, Gary Kieswetter has decided he's going to go and drive it away into Sunday morning.
Yeah, Gary's obviously decided he's got better things to do today. You can see the Porsche there, the number 11 of Steve Humble. He is a guest for this weekend. Hopefully we'll see him as a permanent entry for the remainder of the championship. But as you said, Gary Kieswetter comes across the line. No surprise to see that Janetta LMP G57 just absolutely into a different postcode right now. But it is Divan Wenzel in 2nd place in the 48. It's actually him, sorry, that's in the SSB Transport Porsche. Connor Kilbride in 3rd position.
Connor Kilbride and Waylon Volkskenk with Martin Prince. That's in that little grouping that we see coming through there. A nice little battle between them. Then a bit of a gap after that, and there is that other battle that we were talking about on their way up to turn number 2.
So here we go then down into turn 2, and this is all very tentative right now. It looks like all of the cars just sort of feeling each other out right now. Again, with how expensive everything is, we cut back to the back stretch here, and there is your race leader, Gary Kieswetter, who is now about 15 light years ahead of 2nd position right now. And through in 2nd position, you've got Divan Wenzel, Connor Kilbride though, and Valen Volkshenk side by side as they come into the final couple of corners there.
Yep, I'll jump in with you now, David, and just like that, Connor Kilbride does slot in it between those 2 cars, between the 2 Porsches, between Martin Prince and Valen Volkskenk. But Kilbride and Volkskenk were fighting each other even up to a lap ago down into turn 1, and now look at these 2 bobbing and weaving between Prince and Kilbride as he goes down, or as they both go down into turn number 1, block point corner. On the outside, the Porsche Cup car will go of Martin Prince, and it's the first time he's raced in quite some time, So back to it, and already a good battle between these two out of block coin.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff as they make their way down into 2 as well. You can see the Porsche just in front. Great to see as well a really strong showing as well through 2026 for the Racing Spirit outfit. Multiple cars through the championship here, but we're over into turn 3 and into 4. There is De Van Ventel in the number 48, and again, basically racing by himself right now in the lead of the Class B, because here is Valen Volchink and Martin Prince. I think that battle might be fizzling out right now unless Conor Kilbride can stay on the back of that car.
Absolutely, he's got some work to do to make up 2 positions that he lost within just a lap and a half ago. But now Martin Prince pulling away from that number 70 Kilbride car, so maybe there is an underlying issue for that Spirit Invest car, or Spirit Racing rather, as they come out of Cape Town corner, turn number 5. De Van Ventel in the number 48 Porsche GT3 comes in to block coin corner in that second place, overall 14.5 seconds behind Gary Kieswetter, running in the lead of this race number 1 for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs.
Yeah, and there we go. There we pick up Valen Volchink and Martin Prince, as well as Conor Kilbride just pulling down there as we go into turn 2 as well. I'm keeping an eye out the corner of my eye on our race leader Gary Kieswetter, who is just away right now, but this is the Simeon Penev and Marius Fourie, who's dropped down after an incident on that last lap. I wonder actually, has Fourie pulled off of the circuit here?
No, there is that SLK just at the back, but it looks like some also underlying issue that had him a good couple of places ahead and now dropped him a good couple of places behind, in fact, as they go out of block coin corner. And look at that, very understeer all over the place for the SLK Mercedes of Marius Fourie. So maybe just not happy with the car as Eric Salomon in the Alf comes through and takes a position away. So
back to the fight for second position then. There is De Van Ventel going through shot. Valen Volchink, I think, is actually catching up there. Martin Prince and Conor Kilbride as they go down into turn 1. Now, what has happened to our race leader? Gary Kieswetter in the Ginetta is going very, very slow indeed. Now, that might not be anything to worry about. Maybe he's just wanting to make a race of it. However, when it's in that expensive a machine, I do get a little bit concerned here, Jordan.
Yep, so something I know about that car, I spoke to him yesterday. Just
he is slow.
That is very slow, in fact, absolutely. And I mean, they just put on reasonably new tyres as well, or they've raced 2 rounds on a set of Dunlops, and he said that the tyres were still good for this race, so I don't think it's anything to do with that. But De Van Ventel was catching at a rate of knots, so to speak, as they go down into Dam's Dip. But we look back and now forward again to these two. We're only on lap 4 of 8, and we've got 3.5 left to go, and Devon is right on the case.
Yeah, this is
go through Sonal Sweep. Sorry, David.
No, I was just waiting to say, and I agree with you there, Jordan. That car is definitely limping. You can hear it. It sounds very, very bad. It sounds like an engine issue for that car. The Porsche's right up with it. However, it doesn't look like if it was a serious engine issue, Kieswetter would have just pulled off the circuit.
A long time ago,
yeah,
absolutely.
To look after it. So he's racing here. He is, whatever the issue is, Gary Kieswetter is absolutely still saying it. But here comes the Porsche. It was going to be inevitable. You had to say there for De Van Ventel, and there you go. De Van Ventel takes the lead off the race here, but again, the problem is, even on 50% power, there's still a lot of speed in that Ginetta of Gary Kieswetter. But we come back to third position. Valen Volchink now about 3 seconds in the lead, in third position rather, over Martin Prince. Conor Kilbride, that gap opening up again. So yeah, that's kind of done for Conor Kilbride right now.
Absolutely, but you know what, we didn't even notice. Conor Kilbride was punching up power before it's able to go over 3,500 revs, but it sounds like he's back up to the revs he needs.
My spidey senses are tingling right now, because the fact that he's able to still stay on the back of that portion, we were seeing him slow down so much, I just feel like he's wanting to have a race here. He's wanting to have somebody to play with. But we cut back to turn 1 then, and third position. Valen Volchink, again, a bit of a lonely race for him just now in that lead of the Class B right now. That was a really nice inadvertent shot there of getting some of the cars going down the bottom of the camera shot there. But we can see them coming out of 1 and down to 2. But we go back down the back stretch here, and this is what we were saying. I think that might actually be, is that not Penev, Svanevelder and Fourie that are battling it out right now?
It is indeed, and Marius Freeze made up a position on the Brett, and 2 positions now on both 350Zs. Has Marius Freeze with some struggle laps ago. Now it looks like Simeon Panev dropped off the case ever so slightly to Swanafalter, so they all are back and forth in this fight for 7th, 8th and 9th. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th rather, as they all sit in Class D with Simeon Panev, the only Class C car amongst that group of 4.
Do you want to know something funny? Gary Kieswetter has just retaken the lead from D Van Wenzel. I think playtime is over because we're starting to see that gap open up again. But this is what we were saying. It's the final lap, so he's had his money's worth from this first race. It must be lonely in a class all by yourself, but again, great to see D Van absolutely sending it in. I'm going to be biased here. I think one of the best looking cars out there. I am partial to a Porsche and I'm partial to a yellow liveried Porsche. Anyway, last lap for all of these cars in the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT Race 1. And again, great to see, even through the back here, this fight between Panev, Svanevelde and Salomon. Oh, this is getting a little bit dicey here because they're going to take the final lap this time round.
Well, they might not even get to it. It might only be Marius Freeze that gets to run another lead lap, because there goes these 2 in 1st and 2nd. But I'm painting pictures in my head now, David, that he is on his own, is Gary Kieswetter, but he also for many a year used to drive Porsche GT3s. Maybe he wanted to sit and see what Divan was doing in a GT3 just behind him, as Gary Kieswetter comes to the line to take victory in race number 1 before he hands over to Troy Dodenchek in race number 2. Divan Wenzel brings it home in 2nd overall, 1st in class. Then it's these 3. It was Panev from Swanafalter and Salomon at the line, with now 3rd place coming across.
Yep, here comes Valen Volschink, then 2 rounds out that B class just now. He goes across to take 2nd place in class. Then we're waiting on Martin Prince for the final place on the podium in B class. Then it's going to be Connor Kilbride who takes the win in Class C. Marius Fury is going to take the honours in Class D. Simeon Panev taking that 2nd place in Class C, and then 2nd place for Brett Svenevelde in D class, and then 3rd place in D class, Eric Solomon. Roy Aubrey going to finish 2 laps behind. I think he's actually pulled off from that. Gutted to see that we lost Andre Steenkamp so early into the race here. Hopefully whatever issues are sorted for race 2, Jordan, but again, another classic out there.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate we didn't have a couple of cars coming out, as I did see Roy Aubrey went into the pits early on. He's made his way out again, obviously to score some points, and he's crossed the line. But unfortunately, we didn't have Steve Humble out. We didn't have Yanni Hatzi out in the S14 200SX, as well as Emil Buerter, who popped that LSV8 of his yesterday, or maybe during the week. But this is Marius Freeze coming across the line now to be the last car out on the lead lap for that SLK, and a mighty fine job making it into the top 6.
Well, it's kind of fate that we got you to jump on here, because you're on for the next race anyway, so you might as well get comfortable there, Jordan. But
I still got to do some stretches.
Exactly, get limbered up.
Early.
That is also for our viewers at home on the YouTube stream, on the IMUSAT YouTube stream. Leave some comments. We'll do our best to say hello from the commentary tower and answer you throughout the day. And a very warm welcome to everyone here at the circuit at Killarney International Raceway. Now, for those of you watching on the stream, we can see some fantastic replays here of the action from the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT Race 1. Again, getting to see that fantastic racing spirit car there of Connor Kilbride. But this was the moment, having a huge bit of understeer that you said there, Jordan, for that Mercedes, and this was an absolute shocker to see Gary Kieswetter going so, and we thought, oh no, that is an expensive car, you never want to see anything going wrong with it, and then suddenly a couple of laps later just getting the revs back up.
I have to laugh to myself, because we're sitting here stressing for our lives, so to speak, and Gary's sitting in the car knowing exactly what's going on. We think it's the worst of it, you know. But I think that was a brilliant race number 1.
That was the other story of the day as well. Penev, Fury, Svannevelder and Eric Salomon all fighting out through there. So that is the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT's Race 1 done for the day. Up next is going to be the Pirelli Clubman and Breakfast Run. Remember, check out throughout the day on the live stream. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see a telephone number for your driver of the day. We're going to step away from the microphone and we'll be back in just a couple of moments. So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to race day for round 2 of the Killarney Power Series, powered by Lime Property Management in association with Smile 90.4 FM. Up next is the Clubman and Breakfast Run here, the Pirelli Clubman and Breakfast Run. Again, a recap of round 1 then, and again, it was a case of 2 completely different races with dramatically different winners. It was a very, very long-fought race victory for Matthew Deuce, taking the win in the Club 1000 entry, but only after a storming battle with Wesley Hendricks in the plucky little 600, who finished just half a second behind. Malcolm Govender completed the podium in 3rd position. He was 11.4 seconds back. Augustin Ntwari was 4th. Shakir Brenner rounding out the top 5 with a breakfast run. It was Saud Adams finishing 6th overall, ahead of several Clubman competitors. Race 2 though, it was Govinder who stormed to victory, coming all the way from 3rd to 1st with William Morris in 2nd place, coming from 9th position on the grid. He was just 1.1 seconds behind. Rounding out that podium on race 2 was Ntwari on that 3rd position. So, looking forward to this race then, it's going to be Jaco Lambert on pole position for this first race of the day. Again, we've got multiple classes up there as well. And just waiting for the machines to make their way out. Now, I am a little bit confused here actually, because on my schedule, I thought it was supposed to be the bikes that were out next. Ah, right, okay. Well, while I go and try and figure out what I've done here, Jordan, because I'm a little bit confused, because I had on the schedule that it was supposed to be the Clubman and motorcycles. It was, and unfortunately it was just the broadcast that confused me a little bit here. So yeah, we've got it on the screen that it is the Clubman Saloons that it is on there, but I've got on my my timetable.
So as Gary's saying to us now, there looks to be oil on the circuit. And as you can see, it actually is exactly where, unfortunately, we're going to have to speak to Andre later, but Andre Steenkamps Nardini went off the circuit in turn number 1, and there's a nice long line of dust, of drizzit, rather, that goes there.
So Jordan, I never want to assume causality is the same as correlation, but are you saying that that was him?
Well,
the signs heavily implicate
the trail of cheese leads to the mouse, if you will. So I think that makes sense.
Well, the great thing is we'll figure out exactly what's up next, because if it isn't the bikes, then we'll be handing over the mics to whoever is on there. But we'll sort it out. It's all good.
Yes, it is in fact Clubman Saloons that they've swapped those around.
Oh, okay.
So it's back to the
the
legends of the Clubman Saloons. These two.
They're always giving us nice words, so I think that's the least that we can say to them. So if it is the Clubmans, then we'll be handing over to Gary.
Yeah, I see that some of our WhatsApp messages are coming through here. They've been coming through the whole day. And I see that 087-graphics, wherever you may be, sir. Good idea letting the cars go out before the bikes to clean up the oil. Safety first. Yes, I agree with you. Definitely all about safety. And safety first for drivers, riders, marshals, and competitors, and everybody else out there. So just keep sending the messages through to IMUSAT, and they will let us have it up here ASAP.
With AJ Venter, so I have my favorite bike racing family on the other side of the pits, and I said I was focusing my interviews on bikes today, and she said she's got some scoop for me, and I have to come and chat to this guy because apparently he also races in the Isle of Man. So that's very, very interesting. So AJ Venter, this incredibly sexy bike over here behind us. You qualified this morning?
Yeah, we had qualifying this morning. This is my Volt Markets ZX10R. We had, I think we're running in the open Superbike class. I qualified 5th or 6th, I think. And we got 2 heats to race this afternoon.
Awesome. So tell us a little bit about this bike, first of all.
So the bike's owned by a very, very close friend of ours, Howard Jacobs. They're actually in New Zealand at the minute. So I want to rub it in more if you can, just to see how nice the bike looks.
Definitely get some B-roll.
Because they've got big FOMO, you know. We've got a good sponsor behind us in Volt Markets, based here in Cape Town. And it's basically a stock standard ZX10R. And I use it for a bit of training and that. I'm going, as you mentioned, I'm going to the Isle of Man now in May. So now we're just getting laps in, you know, just to get ourselves ready and stay current. And then I'll probably be racing it the rest of the year in Cape Town.
So how do you mentally prepare for the Isle of Man? Because that is intense. I've watched it on TV and it's scary.
No, you can't, you know, and that's, I mean, I'm riding a different bike when I go over there. I've got a BMW, a Future Exotics BMW. And you can't really prepare, you just need to put the laps in, you know. So riding a different bike, they've been very, very, you know, grateful. I'm grateful to them for all the help. And you just got to get your head right and train hard and see what you can do.
Awesome. And how did you get into racing?
So my whole family, my dad's here in the background.
Dad, shout out to Dad over there.
You know, it's his fault really. My family have raced quite a bit, and you know, my dad's helped me, and now I ride, and I've got a little boy, I've got a little 8-year-old boy at home. He's probably watching as well. He's also racing now. So it's a racing family, you know, it's all we know.
Well, thank you so much. We wish you all the best with your 2 races today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
time for us to have Thermophile's Clubman Saloons out on circuit. Classes A, B, C, D, E, F, and X. And earlier on this morning, we had the qualifying session. And I do believe out of the front four, we've got 2 Class X's. If I had it correct, the way I saw it this morning while we were doing our sound checks, etc. But as always, pretty much around about 30 cars that's going to be out on circuit today. Lady racers out there, some old guns out there, some returnees like Cedric Berger in the Class C car. That's back out there. People that at 11 o'clock last night, Frankie, sent messages saying, unfortunately, I'm out for tomorrow. Tried everything, can't get it done.
Yeah, that was Michael is here, as you mentioned, and then having a chat to the De Toy families that they only got finished at about, that wasn't the De Toys, somebody finished up at about 12:15 this morning, getting their cars all sorted out. So yeah, a lot of guys were burning the midnight oil to get their race cars sorted out for today in the Clubmans. But yeah, a big pity that on the 99th hour, we lost that Golf of Michael Lucia, so he will be out for today.
Well, we did manage to get the Shane Justice car sorted out. They had some engine problems with that motor car, and Shane Justice has in fact qualified on a 124.5, leading out Class B ahead of Paul Minnick and Willem Swart. So, yeah, moving up the ranks. The mayor of Boersig, Shane Justice.
Yeah, and also good to see that Jaco Lambert is back again in his car, and he's qualified with a 121.748. He's qualified that Polo in a pole position, and good to see him back out again. He was away for a while, but he is back. That's Shane Justice's Golf rolling through your screen there with Paul Munich and Willie Swart in there behind him, Dylan Jabert, all of the guys busy working their way through Cape Town corner to take their positions. We see the 46 car on the screen there. That's a sports and GT car of Andre Steenkamp that had problems out there earlier on this morning.
You think it's a little bit lighter now?
I think, yeah.
It's a couple of liters.
Fuel
I mean,
/ oil-wise, it's a lot lighter, yes,
it's a couple of liters lighter. Unfortunately, yeah, that's normally an expensive situation. But as they come up onto the grid, a very impressive alignment that we see out there. It's nice to see that Willem Swart is back out on the grid as well. Dylan Jabert, the leading Class C car with Faisal Jacobs. Andre Johnson leading out Class D, and that alongside Sandra Becker.
Yeah, I see Sandra Becker out there, and Shane De Toy is in there as well. Willie Swart. They're all in that fight. Dexter Bruce is also in there. Dex is right there next to Stephen Gous. It says 146 on the car, but it says 143 on our monitor here. So we'll go with that. Either way, we know that it is Dexter Bruce that is in that BMW.
See Quinton Carstens in the 116. And he'll be looking forward to this one. Just behind him in the 80 is David Faree. On that right-hand side of the circuit, in front of that, the 133, that's Cedric Berger. And then just ahead of Cedric Berger, that's Herman Heijsamen. And then, oh, there's a gap. And I think that is where Trappist van Tonder, Frankie, should have been. Is that not Trappist standing right at the back of the pack?
It could be. Trappist was saying to me this morning that they were going to replace shocks because he believed that there was a vibration coming. Well, there was a vibration coming from the car. He believed it was the shocks, but he says it may be the shocks, it may not have been the shocks. They were going to replace the shocks and then take it from there. So I don't think Trappist is actually out there, to be quite honest with you.
That's the grid spot that should be, as you see there on the screen, behind the Audi. And unfortunately, that spot is standing open.
I think that might be Bruce Meyer that is starting from the back of the field. All right, Jordan just looked out the window, and Trappist van Tonder will be starting from pit lane.
Yeah,
there we see a car standing just there in pit lane.
Is there a car standing next to the marshal, or a marshal standing next to the car?
He was on his little scooter bike this morning, was Trappis. I said to him, gee whiz, buddy, more toys. He says, yeah, always room for some more toys to play with, but apparently he had that thing for quite some time already.
Jaco Lambert, if I remember correctly, did not come out in the first event of the year. Mario Roux, a man that we're accustomed to mentioning a name through GTI Challenge, and now he finds himself at the front end of Thermofire's Clubmans Saloons.
Right, so you see this whole group of Clubmans cars. There's 20 plus of them out there. We'll have a look now at the moment. Our timekeeping device changes to see how many are supposed to be out there. It's supposed to be 29, but 28 of them qualified. Andre Fourie did not post a time. So if everybody is there that should be there, that entered, there should, in theory, be 29 cars, but there may be a touch less out there at the moment.
I think there might be a duplicate. It's David Fourie and Andre Fourie, the 80 and the 60.
Right, look at that train of Clubmans regional saloon cars working their way up the Tygerberg Straight, out of Damstip, towards Saddle Sweep, turn 4. They just keep on flowing through Saddle Sweep with the medical vehicle, the marshal's bakkie, and the chase vehicles going behind. Clubman's cars behind the safety car as they work their way down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner.
Well, Frankie, of some useless information, look at the trees on the left-hand side. Those trees used to be massive. It was strange when they cut all the trees, trimmed it phenomenally, and it felt so bare. And look at those trees now. They've recovered beautifully, and it's just part of the ambiance of the very neatly maintained Killarney International Raceway, 78th year of the running of Killarney International.
Well, those trees are getting a lot bigger. Those oak trees have been around here since the 1950s. Very much part of Killarney International Raceway. Those big old oak trees as these Clubman's saloon cars roll out of Cape Town Corner, out of turn 5, through the kink. The lights on pit lane is on red. It's going to go off shortly, and away we're going to go.
Will it be Lambert? Will it be Roux? Will it be Bruce as they work their way down towards turn number 1? It looks like it's going to be Lambert Jr. Eases it nicely into the corner. Let's hope that everybody makes it through turn number 1.
Right, and Trappis van Tonder, well, there's 3 cars that's actually leaving a pit lane. David Vermaak is another one of those 3 cars that's leaving pit lane. However, we go towards Castrol Corner. That is Jaco Lambert that sits in P1. Mario Roux is in that second position. Behind him, we have got Dexter Bruce. Then we've got Stephen Gous. Behind Stephen Gous is Shane Justice, followed there by Mark Gray. And Willie Swart, Dylan Jabé, Paul Minnick. They're all in the house. That group of cars that's racing now out of turn 3. Out of Damps, up the hill, towards Saddle Sweep.
Well, pretty much in that front groupings, the leader of Class A, Class B, and Class C. Remember that Class B leader is Shane Justice. Mark Gray leading just in front of Shane Justice is in fact leading out Class D.
Right, we've got a challenge for second position, racing down the back straight towards Saddle Sweep. There goes Lambert, and it's Dexter Bruce up on the inside of Mario Roux. Then coming through there, behind him, it's Stephen Gous. Gous is in that fight as well. And have a look at Mark Gray. He's having a look there on the outside of Shane Justice. There's Justice. There's Mark Gray on his outside. Then it's Willie Swart. Paul Munich is going side by side with Dylan Jabé as they work their way out of the 5A kink down towards turn 1, block 1 corner.
Wow, there's just so many cars out there. What an awesome sight. But at the end of the day, it's Lambert that's decided let's up, dust, and disappear. Dexter Bruce from Mario Roux, Stephen Gous, the headline sponsor man, in 4th overall on circuit, 3rd in class. The leading Class C car being Mario Roux, the leading Class B car is in fact Mr. Shane Justice.
Right, we see Bernard Lehman go through there as well, Eva de Toy, but this is his front group making its way out of Damstip, running up the Tygerberg Straight towards a saddle sweep. There goes Justice, there goes Willie Swart, Dylan Jabir going through your screen as well. Baby Jakes has also been in that fight in that yellow BMW racing down the back straight. The leaders are working their way through Cape Town corner as the rest of the field just make their way towards the Tygerberg Straight. David Vermaak in that fight as well as the leaders are heading towards turn 1. And right up front, it is Jaco Lambert that's making his way into Blockpoint corner. Behind Jaco Lambert, it's Dexter Bruce as they come through. He's got his nose ahead there of Mario Roux. Then behind Mario Roux, it is Stephen Gous. Behind Stephen Gous, it's Mark Gray. Then it's Justice coming through. Willie Swart, Paul Munich. Right behind Paul Munich is Dylan Jabir. And behind Dylan Jabir is Baby Jakes. That's a top 10 followed by Andre Johnson.
Yeah, and Cedric Berger. It's nice to see him back on circuit. Berger is out there again as well.
Just ahead of Becker and Hendricks.
Yeah, Becker and Hendricks having a pretty decent battle at the same time. You see more towards the back end of the pack. Oopsie, getting it completely out of shape and going and cutting some grass, but getting that rather large machine back together on the circuit.
Just notice that blue BMW come through there of David Vermaak. He was a pit lane starter as this field races down the back Killarney Straight. Justice coming through your shot now. Then behind him it's Swart as the rest of the field, but the leaders are making their way out of turn number 5, out of Cape Town corner, and they're heading towards the 5A kink, and that is Jaco Lambert that sits there in P1. Jaco Lambert sitting there in P1 with Dexter Bruce behind him. Now Dexter, let's have a look and see, 3.1 seconds behind him. And then there's this lovely fight here between Roux, Gous and Gray. And it is still, it's Gous that's now got his nose ahead there of Mario Roux out of Blockpoint corner. And right on the heels is Gray. Then we've got Shane Justice, Willie Swart, Paul Munich, Dylan Jabir, Baby Jakes is coming through as well, followed by Andre Johnson. Then it is Sandra Becker that's going one-on-one here with Cedric Berger and Josef Hendricks in that red BMW, right on the case there of Cedric Berger.
Well, I tell you what, Lambert's decided let's have a nice day. There might not be enough lunch in the Boma, so let's get back to the Boma first, and that's exactly what he's doing. Up, dust and disappear. Lambert says cheers and goodbye. He's got in excess of 3 seconds on the rest of the pack in the absence of the likes of Jesse Huggett, who will be back at the next event.
And he's the quickest man out there with a 122.302 so far. He's your race leader. Coming through there. There is Gous, Roux and Mark Hope coming through as you hear the leader scream down into turn number 1. That's Dexter Bruce. Stephen Gous coming towards us. Mario Roux, well, he has got Mark Gray there with him. Here comes Shane Justice. On his heels is Willie Swart. And behind Willie Swart is Paul Munich. Dylan Jabir coming through as well. Then it's Jacobs that's making his way through as well. And that's Faisal Jacobs. And Valen Forsking's dad, what's his name, coming through there as well. And then we have the rest of the field just coming through as they work their way into turn 1.
A bit of side-by-side battling going down here. So, as always, action everywhere through the pack when it comes to Thermo Fire's Clubmans. And a big thanks to Thermo Fire's, which is in fact Stephen Gous that finds himself right at the lead end of the pack.
All right, so as the field makes its way down that Killarney Straight, it is massive. These are the gaps that's busy forming out there as we have a look at them work their way through. This is the midfield that's coming through. So So that is, yeah, Trappist van Tonder has been caught there. Trappist van Tonder, now let me have a look and see. I don't think that is Trappist van Tonder. I think it might be Bruce Meyer that is there in trouble. We'll have a look now as the car does come past us, and it is indeed, it's an 88 car that's in trouble. It's neither Meyer nor is it Trappist.
Yeah, so we come back to turn 1 then, that's 6th position. That's Shane Justice with Willem Swart behind him, Paul Munich in that big battle, Dylan Joubert, Faisal Jacobs and Andre Jonsson going into turn number 1 here, Frankie. And listen, it's exactly what you said a couple of minutes ago, action everywhere all over the track here at Killarney.
Well, that car that was very slow was Craig Agliotti, that was very slow. Here comes the rest of the field through. That is Kannemeyer, and Trappist van Tonder is in that fight as well. Peter Kannemeyer coming through. Trappist just getting ahead there of Kannemeyer, and Manus Haysamen also working his way through. Then we've got Quinton Carstens, and just ahead of him is Adrian Roberts. And then we have got Lehman, that's Bernard Lehman in that Opel Corsa. That's busy working his way towards Castrol Corner.
And the great thing with this as well is that might be 18th, 19th and 20th place overall, but in their class, that's for much higher position out there just now. That's why they're all fighting so hard here, which makes it amazing stuff to watch. We're back on the back straight here, and again, everywhere you look, there's just something. My eyes are brought to that fight for second and third position there in Club B. Svart and Munich, they're just about a tenth of a second there as well.
Yeah, that's Shane Justice, and right behind him we've got Paul Munich coming through as well. Paul Munich busy working his way through. Then we've got Willie Swart in that Jetta 2, busy chasing them down is Willie Swart. And not too far behind them coming into view now, we should have Joubert coming through, Dylan Joubert, and behind Dylan Joubert, here they come, that's Faisal Jacobs, and Jacobs has got his nose ahead of Dylan Joubert. Is Dylan slowing down? Dylan Joubert is slowing down. Faisal Jacobs has got through on him, and then it's Johnson that's coming through there as the rest of the field just work their way through into turn number 1, Blockcoin.
Well, we're watching the action here. I'm just looking out the corner of my eye. That is absolute disaster for Dylan Joubert, slowing down going into turn 2, and that's going to be a car wide at the exit of 1. Rallycross style, keeps the foot in, manages to get it in that beautiful, beautiful cigarette branded livery.
That's Quinton Carstens that's got it slightly out of shape and out of line, and he was all the way in 19th position was Carstens when he had that off in Blockcoin.
Yeah, fantastic car. Reminds me of Tommy Mackinnon in the Rallycross, but here we go then, still into turn 1. There is second place of Bruce making his way down. Behind there is Howes. And the thing is, they're now coming across lap traffic here. So Stephen Gowes there going into turn number 1, the number 34 here. And Frankie, last lap of the race. This again has just been chaos from start to finish.
Well, this is the final lap, and the leader's making his way towards turn 3, towards Damstip. And that is Jaco Lambert. That's sitting all on his own. He is the quickest guy out there, 122.137 by Jaco Lambert, as he makes his way up the Tygerberg Straight into the double right-hander Sarl Sweet for the final time in this race. Actually thought that it was the Volskink in that Audi, but it's not. That's actually Johnson. Earlier on I said that it was Volskink, but it's not. It's Andre Johnson that's driving that motor car, as Jaco Lambert is making his way into Cape Town Corner for the final time in this one to take the checkered flag. And when they started this lap, he was just over 7 seconds ahead of Dex, but that now matters not because the flag is out for Jaco Lambert.
Yep, comes across the line, and it is a sensational victory then for Jaco Lambert then. And again, that gap is almost certainly going to go up to nearer 10 seconds over to your second place car, who comes across the line of Bruce there. Third place of Gowes comes across the line. Fourth place is going to be Gray in that Club D car. Then it is the number 20 of Rue for Clubman Class C. And again, battle to the line for the number 24, I think just pipped at the post here. There we go with Justice coming across. This is the fight for Club B, and it is going to be the number 69 of Justice who does take the win in class for them. Shane Justice ahead of Paul Murnick and Willem Swart.
Yeah, Willem Swart coming to line. Here comes Faisal Jacobs. And that is the Volkswagen car that it's not been driven by him. That's Andre Johnson. That's in that motor car. Sandra Becker will cross the line. Josef Hendricks will finish in there behind him. Cedric Berger in the BMW will come to the line. Trappist van Tonder will finish his race. And it's an ailing Dylan Jabert that comes through. Peter Kannemeyer is the next man. Hermanus Haysamen Fourie coming to the line. Then it is Adrian Roberts that will finish just behind Bernard Lehman and David Vermaak. Wow, what a race out there for Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars race number 1. Evert de Toy crossing the line with the Ford Falcon. And that Polo that went very slow in race 1, we actually thought that it may be Bruce Meyer, but Bruce Meyer is not in this race. Then we thought it may be Trappist van Tonder, but it wasn't. As I said earlier on, it's an 88 car of Craig Agliotti that was in trouble, that was pretty slow a bit early on, like a lap or 2 before the checkered flag.
Frankie, we just caught that on the tail end of it there, but that fight at the end between 19th, 20th and 21st, Roberts, Vermaak and Lehman, 0.25 of a second separating 3 cars. That is an insane finish to that race for them.
Well, this was the overtaking maneuver with Dexter Bruce going up on the inside of Mario Roux. And then behind them you see Stephen Goos and Shane Justice. That was the Fourie Golf, David Fourie's Golf, that was in a spot of bother there in Cape Town corner. And just a replay of this whole line of cars that's working along the Jabert Straight towards Castrol corner.
Frankie, if that was a Golf, does that mean he was in the bunker?
That's Quinton Carstens that got it all wrong, going through Blockcoin corner. Well, he bounced around a bit and found the racetrack once again. That's just another angle of Quinton Carstens doing a bit of an off-road excursion. But as you see on shot there, over the rumble strip and back on the track once again. David Vermaak put wheels on dirt there. Bernard Lehman was just in there behind him. And then we're back to the first shot that we saw there with Mark Gray, Shane Justice, Stephen Goos, and of course Dexter Bruce getting past Mario Roux.
Well, I promise I won't make that joke about golf in a bunker through the rest of the weekend. But through the course of that replay, one thing that we did see out there was our wonderful marshals out there in the orange. So we have to say a huge thank you to all of the circuit staff and track marshals that make this weekend happen. Without them, we would have absolutely nothing to talk about there out on circuit. But there we go then. The Clubmans, the Thermofire Clubmans and Saloons. I've got to be honest, that is really the kind of heart and soul of club racing here at Killarney. But then up next then is going to be the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycle. So as we said, get in touch with us, let us know who your vote is for the driver of the day. And if you are on YouTube as well, drop a comment in the comment section and we will do our very best to either reply to you on air or chat to you in the chat as well. But for the meantime, we'll step away from the mic and we'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Right, folks, welcome back. Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run Bike, seat number 1. We got out there Jordan Simon, Libre Bollentisana, Malcolm Govender, William Morris, Augustine Ntwari, Gerard Joubert, Willem Lowe, Martin Perry, Wayne Gresser, Gavin Lowe. Yeah, nice to see Gavin back. Used to call him the Oros man. It's not like that anymore. Wesley Hendricks, Richard Slamet. Nice to have Richard there. Byron Aronson, Sword Adam, Henny Schaldhauser, and Quentin Retief. Richard Slamet, all the way from Namibia. Lovely to have Richard out there. He should have started high up. I spoke to the family a little bit early on, and apparently had a bit of a valve drop in the motor. And fortunately, he's been able to borrow another machine from one of the other riders. Some of the kinder Cape Town riders decided to lend him a spare machine. So let's hope Richie does well. Young lad, watched him grow up in front of me. And the Slammers all the way from Namibia. Nice to have a bit of international flavor in the seat.
Yeah.
International
Continental.
because continental flavor. There we go. That's a better one. Well done, Jordan.
Like a continental breakfast because it's still morning.
So I wouldn't mind one of those right now.
Oh, absolutely. If anyone feels the need to
bring us a continental breakfast, yeah.
So, yeah, this is Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run Motorcycles, and
I don't see John Costerman out there. That's
a good point.
Yeah.
And we didn't see him last round either.
Yeah.
So I think he's taking a small step back for a little while.
Yeah, well, John is a bit of a seasonal rider, so no objection there.
Absolutely. But last round, we had the likes of Matthew Doiser.
Matthew Doiser, yeah.
Incredible ride from him for the first time back in a long time after his Extreme Festival incident. But he's not riding this weekend, unfortunately.
On screen you saw the 98. That's young Richie Slamet from Namibia.
And then we also have Wayne Gries that is here. He had a big accident. I say a big accident, but he dropped it in turn number 1.
Well, I saw that on the socials.
Yeah. But he got up. He was all right. He was a little bit busted afterwards, but
don't make them like they used to, or they do, eh?
Yeah.
No, some metal objects in between.
So some good numbers here for the class. Martin Perry, he raced ZX10 Cup as well as MRSSA last year.
Yeah.
Also a seasonal rider, but he's raced Cape Town once. I think he's quite ready for it.
Good to see the 79 of Gavin Lowe out there. Some big hitters out in this field. I was down in pit lane, hooked up with old Ricky Murray.
Yes.
I should have had Ricky out there on the Yamaha. You wouldn't know what that would have gone down.
Here we go. We wait for Mr. Phil Herold with the 5-second board here. He's pointing, saying, get ready. 5 seconds are up and out of the way. Young Jordan Simon sits on the start. A little bit of a jump there. Lubas all over the place, off the line as the lights go out. And away we go down towards turn number 1, block point corner. And who is hole-shotting this time around?
Well, very difficult to pick up there on the screen as the cameras are a little bit distant, but nonetheless they rock and roll out of block coin up the Uber straight now towards Castrol corner, up through the gearbox. Get up onto the rise. There's a little bit of a rise. You come up there, drop the gears down, pitch the bike in, hang right, and get the knee down if you can, and roll around. It looks like Jordan Simon's pulled away. The rest of the field now sorting each other out now. Some of the quicker bikes getting through now, into Dam's Dip. And the guys are now starting to hook their bikes up. It's almost like when you start a race, it's like, I'm not sure what kind of a line must I take, and then suddenly you just find your rhythm, and then you gas it up. There they come rolling out of Dams up towards Sarl Sweep. Woo! Chasing across the bow. That's a little bit odd, but nevertheless, rock and rolling now down the back straight, down towards Perdamina fast on. You hook your way up through the gearbox now as you come out there in 4th, 5, 6, and then you really hurtle down there. And now you can see them gunning it as they work their way down towards Perdamina Fostron. Have a look at the gaggle of bikes going down there. And you've got to choose the right line, Jordan. This is what I said. You choose the wrong line and someone dives across your bow. Clink. I watched a massive accident many moons ago with Russell Wood and up behind Trevor Crooks when they're in the National down there. And I tell you, it's like I say, you don't choose the right line, you can have a bit of a problem.
Now, Francois, I mean, look at this. All the way from 4th down to close to the end of the field. We've got maybe 12 bikes coming into turn number 1, block point corner, and dodging and diving, splitting. I I lost my breath there. I'm looking over at David, and the face on his face, the look on his face is shocked as they leave Block Coin all in one piece.
Well, there's been a major bit of movement in the pack. Richie Slamet, who was down at the bottom of the pack, has worked his way up to second and he's chasing Jordan Simon. That makes for very interesting racing. So Richie Slamet, the youngster that's driven and ridden bikes all his life, bit of cars here and there, is now out there and he's giving it absolute horns, and that in a borrowed machine.
Absolutely. Some of the guys get a little bit nervous racing on something that isn't theirs, but it looks like Richard Slamet doesn't mind whatsoever as he's on the pace. Look at this gaggle coming into Sorrel Sweep now. They all need to stay clear. Just stay in line of one another. You don't want a big off in turn number 4 as they all lead out. On the throttle they go down the Killarney back straight and into Cape Town corner, turn number 5. Hard on the brakes, 270 plus roughly is what they do on these sport and super bikes.
Okay, so there's a bit of movement up front, but have a look at this gaggle of bikers here. Here's your likes of Governor Gressa, Morris and Tuari, Joubert, Perry. They're all in this pack now as they work their way out of Pertamina Fast on up towards the City of Cape Town Bridge on the Porsche Straight. They absolutely murdering those bikes. And check the changing in lines all the time, Jordan. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Now they're coming down to Block Coin corner. Where do you go? Dive across the bow. You've got the entrance to the corner. You lay across the bow there, come out and tighten it up. And you're up through the gearbox, up towards Castrol corner. All line of stern stuff now as they make their way up towards Castrol corner. Absolutely mind-blowing stuff at the moment.
Yep, and it's just getting more and more bunched and more exciting as this race goes on. We are only 2 and a bit laps in and chopping and changing here for first place. This is where we want to be watching as they come out of Sorrel Sweep turn number 4. It's Simon, and Slamet has made its way through into the lead on this third racing lap rather, with
Young
6 and a bit to
Richie
go.
is pedaling that bike, I'm telling you what. And Jordan's going to have his hands full within about a lap and a half because Richie is not hanging back. There's Glubabala and Tassano working his way through there. Then Malcolm Govender all the way from up north works his way, and then Tuari as well. Morris, Arendse, Gressa, Hendricks, Adam and Schalhauser. Brilliant stuff here. Look at them hanging there into Pertamina Foster on turn number 5. It's great stuff. You come out and you've got to move your body across the bike to try and bring it back into order. Otherwise, you're going to clip the wall. Richie Slamet coming in there. And he's pushing pretty hard. I tell you what, he wants to go and find Jordan Simon. Well, Slamet's gone first. Slamet's first, and he's posted the quickest time on the circuit.
An 18 dead for Richard Slamet, and you know what? That puts him into superbikes.
That's superbike category. Bang,
straight out of the gate.
Right out the gate there.
As we look now into Castrol corner, they go. There is the likes of Govender and Tuala. Those are the Joburg boys.
Yeah.
The lacquer racing side of things, AJ Fenter and his team racing in superbikes a little bit later on. But as we know, Al Padre is Augustine Tuala. He wanted to try and whole shot this race as we see the rest of them come through from Arendse, Hendricks, Adam, Schalhauser, Gressa, Parry and the rest is now down into Damps Dip. They go once again, leading, opening up the gaps ever so slightly and into Sorrel Sweep. Now everyone is sort of falling into places. As we were saying, it gets a bit too bunched up and you haven't found your groove just yet on the opening lap or the opening first few laps. But now everyone's finding their own lines and you can watch as every single person has a different line. As it's still Slamet from Simon, from Tsana, in that top 3 as here comes Richard Slamet across the line.
Well, Richie's got a bit of an upper hand here. He's on a litre bike, so over the 600s that are following, Simon and Tassano both running on Club 600s. So, yeah, it makes sense that Richie will be in front. But nonetheless, where did he come from? From the back of the grid, and boom, just stuck it up in there. And, well, I'm sure he's having a lot of fun. But have a look at this group here. And Tassano, Govender and Tuari, Arendse, Morris and Hendricks all down into Block Coin corner as they roll around and work their way up to your best straight. You crack on the handle there and you work your way up towards Castrol.
Yep, there they go, up through the gears. And now on the brakes for these two.
Ooh, a little bit of a squirm there for, looks like Govender.
Yep, that should be at least Govender and Tuara and Arendse. I see the Apex Bets ZX10, that being Byron Arendse on that bike. As we look a little bit further back, there is, looking to that first bike, that is Gressa, Joubert, Parry, Low, and Retief at the back end of that group.
Yeah.
So 5 bikes racing at the tail end, 5 bikes in the middle, and 2 to 3 at the front end of the patch.
It's lovely stuff. It's good to see that the should I say, the Clubman type class is so full and so good. Brilliant stuff there now as they work their way down. Richie Slamet's out ahead, but there's your third place man, Lubabala and Tasana there, rocking it out of Pertamina Fastron. And Lubas is he's a stalwart here at Killarney. He's been up north as well. Here's Govender, Malcolm Govender. Then we're going to see the likes of Augustine Ntwari, Byron Orange, William Morris, Wesley Hendricks, and Saud Adam. That all, have a look at them hurtling up here. Best place up against the wall, less draft. It sucks you in and you get all that draft going down towards block one corner.
But you can't be too unaware, because that draft or that suction against the wall will actually pull you into the wall.
Yeah, we've had one or two of those. We've had one or two of those. So yeah, Hudson Kenner put his handlebar into the concrete and he just kept it upright. He says he just muscled his way through. Hudson now doing BMW, the 24-hour with BMW. Brilliant stuff. Watch these guys, some of them taking a wider line, others trying to cut up on the inside. As we make our way down now the Killarney back straight towards Pertamina Fastron with 3 laps to go. Richie Slamet, oh, he's absolutely murdering that machine down there. And Jordan Simon, Lubabala and Tasana a little bit further back. Simon also on his own, but Richie is, he's on fire at the moment now. Cracks it up through the gearbox there as he exits Pertamina Fastron. There goes Lubabala and Tasana. He'll be followed there by Malcolm Govender and Augustine Ntwari. Nice to see the boys coming down to Cape Town to come join us.
And we watch this group come in. There is that pack of 4, the squad, if you will, coming in to turn number 5, Cape Town corner. And we'll have a look at the chopping and changing amongst those as the likes of Govender and the crew come through. But now we'll watch them come towards us. There's Ardenser leading that pack out. Just behind, there's Morris. Behind Morris, it's Hendricks, Adam, and Twada that are all in there. This group of 4 coming into turn 1, and they still racing with each other as Hendricks and Adam are the 2 closest here, back and forth on the purple-ish number 55 of Wesley Hendricks, and just behind that all-black bike, that's 66 of Saud Adam, that race down into turn number 2, Castro Corner now.
Penultimate lap now as they hook it into Castro Corner. Rolling around now, you're getting the knee down. They don't get the elbow down, they're still on the learning bit now, but we're going to look for the leader who makes his way down into Pertamina Fastron. That's going to be Richie Slamet. He's going to want to finish up pretty shortly. Try and pick up where he is. Where's Richie? There's Simon. Jordan Simon. Jordan Simon works his way through. He's on the gas. So Richie leading out, and he's on his way up towards Castrol already, but we watch the rest of the pack now come down the Porsche straight. Brilliant stuff there. Tisana, then it's Govender, then it's Orange, then it's going to be Morris, Hendricks, Adam and Ntwari all making their way under the bridge now.
Yep, down towards us they go and across the line. Hendricks, Adam and Ntwari all in this trio coming through. They just can't catch up to William Morris on that all-white number 34, that GSX 1000. As they race out, as you look to the leader on their final lap, here he comes and into frame. There he is, Richard Slamet on the number 98. I believe that is, in fact, the Red Barons number 68 that was converted to 98. In actual fact, I lie, because I know he does have a second bike, the ZX10 and the
but it
R1.
was, that's right. But that's not one of the Slamet machines that he's borrowed. He's borrowed someone else's machine. Coming up towards the flag now, Richie Slamet. First time out, 1 out of 1. I tell you what, absolutely brilliant performance coming out of him. That is absolutely great stuff out of Richie. And I tell you what, Jordan Simon is 600. Kudos to you, brother. Well done. And then Lubabala and Tasana, like I say, the stalwart of Killarney.
Yep, for sure. And that youngster Jordan Simon, incredible performance to second place overall. Here comes Lubabala and Sana, third place after a bit of a hectic start, just ahead of Malcolm Govender, Joburg's fastest Indian. Then Byron Orange on the case of Malcolm Govender to the line. Look at this group of 3. It will be Morris from Hendricks from Adam across the line in that final lap. Then a couple solo guys coming through. There is Al Padre, Mr. Ntwara, ahead of Henny Shalasa on the CBR 600 as he comes across the line with 4, 5, 6 bikes left out on the circuit.
Oh, Gavin Lowe, he's out there on the, I think on the BM, works his way up towards the line. Gavin has been around many years, but had a long layoff I think for business purposes, because he was offshore, if I don't remember correctly, back in the day. But some lovely racing there from the two-wheel brigade. And we still got the superbikes to come, Geordie. That's going to be a cracker, Jack. Eh?
And I think we said earlier that the Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s already put on a show to start the morning for the two wheels.
And the Clubmans and the Breakfast Club did lovely stuff.
So we could make it 3 for 3 if the superbikes know what they do.
You sound like at a baseball match, 3 from 3, I tell you. Yeah, but nevertheless, lovely stuff coming out of the two-wheel brigade. Nice to have all the spectators here at Killarney today. It looks like it's sort of filling up. It's a little bit breezy out there, so yeah, wear a jacket, as they would say. Stay warm-ish, although the sun is out. I mean, up in the commentary box here, we've got the metal roof keeping us warm.
Yeah,
so
just about.
Yeah, but it's been absolutely fantastic bit of entertainment coming out of the motorcyclists. And, oh, well, what's we going to have up next after the bikes? We've got...
I believe it should be Formula Libres that are
Libre.
getting themselves ready.
Yeah.
Yes, look at this fight across the line, and we're just watching some
Replays, yeah. And
Chopping
what's
what's
the bike in third there on the outside? Oh, it's a moment, eh? Oh, I tell you what, that's when your heart goes and sits in your throat. Bang, once. And when you come back into the pit lane, you've got to change the underwear. You know what it's like.
Now look how close this is. This must have been,
this is
if
the
not
beginning.
the opening lap, this is the opening lap, in fact, where everyone piling into turn 1 and all making it out clean. I lie. Sorry, this might be lap 2, in fact, because there was a lot more bunched on lap 1 going through turn number 1. A couple more moments side by side there in the mid-pack. That looks like the likes of Morris, maybe even Arons as well, chopping and changing, moving up wide. I mean, on the opening couple of laps.
And I can tell you, exiting Pertamina Fastron, you don't want to be on the top side of that corner because all kinds of funny things happen to your machine. So it's a difficult one. However, when you come exit the corner, you've got full drive. Whereas the guy at the bottom's got to sort of step up onto the top of the lip to get back in there. That is the difference. And using Pertamina Fastron, like they call the old California school, if you can come in and sort of break late into the top of the apex and run around the top and you get that drive coming out, the guys on your inside stand no chance if you're on the same kind of bike.
Absolutely. So we'll see what happens as we move from the two wheels to the, what they say is the two wheels of four-wheel racing.
No, Formula Libre. Formula Libre is open-wheel racing, and I tell you what, to me, that is the purest form of racing is open wheels.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you go back in history, open wheels always have been the purists have followed. I'm going to be joined by this race by my friend, my Scottish friend, Mr. David Christie. David has taken to Killarney like a duck to water. I tell you what. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. So nice to have him here with us. What are the folks around the world watching and at home, yeah, in Cape Town or Joburg or wherever you are? Nice to have you with us. I hope we're not boring you intensely. And, well, it would be nice to be watching at home because you can, as the South Africans would say, you could light a fire and pour yourself a cool drink. And some of us light fires at 3 in the morning. And then we put some sausage on the grill and we have breakfast. Usually with, as David would say, with the Clippies and Coke.
Oh, it's never too early, really, is
never.
it?
No,
never
look,
too early.
What is early and what is late, really? Because, you know,
it's subjective, I think.
People say you went to bed late at
subjective.
1 o'clock this morning. I said, no, that was earlier.
I notice how you wait till the Scottish person comes on the mic to have the conversation about alcohol. Just peddling those stereotypes as you do. Oh, what a race that was, but I am looking forward to the Formula Libres here. Of course, it's like a smorgasbord of single-seater racing out there.
And look at the names. It's like the who's who of open wheelers. We've got Jason Gutierrez, Storm Lanfear, DJ Boyson, Cohen Bam. We got Guido Bedoli as well. Gianna Pascal is here. Oh, my man. Josh Schmidt, Richard Carr, Benjack Phillips, Donovan Ramsey, Udrich Haysalman, Damien White. But Gianna Pascal's going to be riding, I think, the MSA4. So too, Cohen Bam, all of them, Jason Gutierrez, they're practicing because next week they're out again.
Of course, with the Extreme
Festival, the MSA4 category, yeah. So that's going to be a real crackerjack. But you know what? If today's a practice race, do you really want to show your hand?
Yes.
You know, because next week it's the biz.
You say that, and I've said that many, many a times, and we know what racing drivers are like. As soon as they get themselves inside the cockpit, the mask comes down and suddenly the right foot gets a little bit heavier than normal.
It normally does, yes, no, definitely. Right, there you see the MSA 4s, or what we would call F4s. Beautiful cars, the 1600s, and they are pretty nimble around the circuit. And then obviously the rest of them, the Formula Vs are in there as well. But it's going to be quite a crackerjack race, I can assure you. I think a lot will happen up front. Jason could see odds on favourite. Storm Lanfear, no slouch. DJ would like to put something in there, and 2 Cohenbam.
Pole position in for Jason Coetzee. The waiting on the lights alongside him is going to be Storm Lanfear on row 1. Row 2 is going to be DJ Boysen and Cohenbam. Then in row 3 is going to be Guido Bedoli and Gianna Pascal. I think might have time for row 4 as well. Joshua Smith in 7th, Richard Carr in 8th position, Ben Jack Phillips in 9th position, Donovan Ramsey in row 5 at the back there, and then row 6 is going to be Udrik Hoysamen and Damien White on his own at the back of the grid. We got through it, and it looks like all 12 cars ready to go.
Right, so they're under starters orders at the moment. They're on the line there with the safety vehicles up behind them. And he's waiting for that 5-second board, the lights to go on and off. Static start, lovely stuff, original type style, off the line. You've got to let the clutch go and get the story on the road. Oh, and Frankie's pointed out something. DJ Boysen is stuck in pit lane at the back of the pits.
Yeah, so that car is not going anywhere. So obviously they've decided to pull him from race 1. But there you go. Reminder at the bottom, racer of the day. WhatsApp to 060-352-2890. That's 060-352-2890. And a huge thank you to JT pointing out, Francois, we've got a starter from the pit lane.
Well, we've got a few actually, because the whole front part of the grid is pretty empty.
Sorry to jump in here, gentlemen, but it looks like the lights are going out. So I mentioned something in a little bit that they didn't make it out in time for the gate to open.
Oh, and that is a scrappy start there, Francois. Really struggling to get the traction down.
Looking at the lights, they flickered on and off. I don't know. The guys were obviously confused and eventually got off the line. I don't know what the heck's going on there.
Oh, so they were late getting down there, so that's what's happened, and obviously you've got to be on time. Because
watch those 2 cars coming out of Block Coin. That little green and black one and the little blue one up behind it, that is Jason Coetzee and Storm Lanfear, and they are going to get that pedal and the hammer down. There they go now into Castrol. Watch those 2 MSA 4s as they get cracking.
Well, I'm just thinking they were supposed to be on 1st and 2nd position on the grid, so they've got some work to make through the field here.
Yeah, Jason and Storm are not going to hang around for any love of money. But watching on screen now as they come up into Sorrel Sweep, working their way around now, a bit of a mix-up in a Dixie. We will pick them up as they come up over the line to get positioning, but watch them come out there. Now you're going to see the likes there is Coetzee and getting on the pace, and they were absolutely murdering it down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fostron. There you see on screen them coming down there.
Also looks like we've got a battle for the lead going on as well, but we're still down into that Cape Town corner right now. Around the outside is one of the smaller
Coetzee and Storm Lanfear there in picture. There's Jason Coetzee in the Dayglow green coming up towards us, and they would have climbed up a multitude of positions now as they go over the line. It's Guido Bedoli, followed there by Gianna Pascal. Oh, Bedoli locks up the brakes, but he keeps it together going there into Block Coin corner. And immediately Jason Coetzee and Storm Lanfear are there. So it's going to happen, folks. It's going to unfold pretty shortly.
And it's going to unfold right now because they're already up to the lead group as well. So here comes Storm Lanfear and Jason Coetzee. So, I mean, wasting absolutely no time. And these single-seaters here that that Storm Lanfear's in almost dwarfs the rest of the field. They're huge by comparison.
Poor Gianna Pascal gets left looking for parking as Coetzee and Storm break through. They're going to go after Guido Bedoli pretty shortly. There they come. So Guido's going to have his hands pretty full now with Jason and Storm, who are absolutely on fire at the moment. Down the back straight they go as you watch on picture. The rest of the field coming through. And Jason and Storm are through. So the front, there's the fight there. They come into picture. Boom. Jason Coetzee, Storm Lanfear, 2 laps and bang, they're in the front.
So now we get the proper fights going on here, because of course we've got two different classes on track there, or sorry, on camera right now. The Formula Vs, the Libre Vs, and the Formula S's as well, which is what Coetzee and Landfair are in. So they can now just rest and fight among themselves now as they come down into the first corner then on lap number 3 here. And what a race we've had so far already. Landfair and Coetzee doing a last the first challenge, succeeding at it, but again, it wasn't really any surprise.
Pointing out Jason Coetzee, Storm Landfair. I'm not sure about Guido Badoli, but now Gianna Pascal, they're karters. They're all from karting. So this is their next step up the ladder, as they would say. Gianna Pascal now campaigning locally and overseas. She'll be at our next national, Rotex National. So too Jason Coetzee. I don't know if Storm will be involved as they work their way through there. Damien White coming through. I don't know, where's Cohen Bam? Bam up behind him. Then it's Yuri Geisalman. As we change camera angle now, we'll pick up some of the leaders coming through. There's Coetzee, there's Landfair, then Badoli. There's a whole gaggle of cars there. Gianna Pascal's there. Up behind her would be Richard Carr. Josh Smith sitting down in P6, but Josh moving up the ranks. Damien White and Cohen Bam have moved up as well. So down the back straight, lovely view of Table Mountain. There you can see what the weather's like. Partially overcast today, but not too bad. It's a lovely day at Killarney now into Pertamina Fast Ranch.
Yep, through into that final set of corners here on lap 3. Again, the battle with the Formula Vs is starting to heat up. You've got, what, 3/10 of a second separating 3 cars right now, but they come underneath.
Josh Smith coming into picture there.
Yep, Smith now ahead of Richard Carr and Damien White.
Josh Smith now, he's trying to take out the Formula V Championship. He leads out there now. He's got Richard Carr up behind him. Richard will be pushing pretty hard, and he's a little bit behind Josh Smith, behind Cohen Bam, who's in a S-car. You saw the S-car go through, but there's Josh in picture. Joshy, also an ex-karter, showing his mettle here. He's taken to the main circuit, also like a duck to water, so to speak.
Yeah, certainly is. We go back to that back stretch then here, and this is going to be, I believe, your race leaders then, Jason Coetzee and Storm Landfair still neck and neck. Storm Landfair acting as a shadow for Jason Coetzee in that Class S battle right now. 3/10 of a second. It looks like possibly even closer, and again, it looks like Storm just waiting for his opportunity into the draft coming into turn 1.
And Storm knows how to take a draft, trust me. But Jason is the most difficult man to pass. He will make that track as wide as he can. A big shout out to Bijou Trustees for sponsoring this race. Lovely to have them on board now as the leaders make their way up into Castro Corner. There's Coetzee taking a wide line. He'll close the door in totality in front of Storm Landfair. Works his way around. He'll shuttle through that gearbox now as they work their way through Lunchtime Kink. And coming there, Guido Badoli and Gianna Pascal coming through there as well. But they're so far behind the leaders as some of the folk now working their way down. Is there going to be... Oh!
Drama down into turn 1 there. This is getting very close. And the great thing about these single-seaters that we're watching here, of course, they don't benefit from the aero package that the Class
they don't.
S.
It's Carr and Smith having an absolute tussle here. Smith back up on the inside, takes a late break there into Kestrel. What a maneuver. And Richard Carr must be rubbing his head saying, what's happening? And they've got Damien White with a bit of a more powerful car sitting up just behind them.
Back to third position then, Guido Badoli in that number 15 car. 12 seconds behind the Class S cars just now, but in his own league at the moment.
Gianna's catching him. Gianna's closing the gap.
That's right, actually. The last lap was 2/10 slower than Badoli, but that gap has definitely come down because it was 1.6 seconds and it's now 1.6 seconds, so very marginally.
I had to go to the screen to take a double take. A double take. Storm Landfair, 1:12 in an MS4.
The pair of them.
They're both in 12s. They're quicker than the touring cars, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, that's
no, come on.
Crazy speed. And of course, that's what we're talking about, the aero package on those cars as well. Of course, Landfair in the slipstream of Jason Coetzee right now. As we cut back to the start-finish line then, that's a battle further down. You've got Smith, Carr and White. We were talking about those 1600s there as well without the aero on them. That's why it's such a perfect progression for karting, because it's all about driving. It's all about car control on that.
No, it's true. I mean, the kart, you know, you're muscling it all the time. Oh, Cohen Bam has gone off, so that's a pity. He's there. There he is there.
You just see the tail end of him there on the exit of turn 1. So it looks like he's just retired the car there on the exit of turn 1. Hopefully he can get that car sorted for the race 2 that's coming up later this afternoon. But we're down into the weeds now of this race. 2 laps to go here, Francois. It is still Jason Coetzee who now takes the fastest lap of the race there. 1:12.298.
That is absolutely hurtling around Killarney. Let me tell you something. I'll do the mathematics, but it's well over 200 kilometers now, so it's absolutely brilliant to see them. There's Gianna Pascal in picture chasing Guido Bedoli. Sounds like a singer, Guido Bedoli, you know, someone there in front of the
I'll
jazz.
tell him that in the paddock.
Yeah. It looks like having a look there now, Damien White has moved up on Richard Carr, and he's going after Josh Smith, but he's not in the same class, so Joshie won't be too concerned. Damien's got the power, but Joshie is absolutely hurtling away. Right, there go your leaders down to put him in a fast run now. About to start the final lap, I do believe.
Yeah, that's right. We've got 2 laps to go just now. Leaders coming out the final corner just now. Coetzee from Storm Landfair. If I know Storm Landfair, I think this is it. This is going to be the moment where he tries to make a move.
Oh, he's going to try. He's looking up on the inside already. There he looks up on the inside. No, but Jason, there's a slow car. But like I said, Jason Coetzee is not an easy lad to pass. Both Cape Townians, they know the track well. And they are really muscling these cars around.
I got a little excited there. It was a 1:12.7 for Jason Coetzee. He's outdone that now, a 1:12.4.
Come on. Jeez. What are you doing to this track? I mean, that is really good times. I mean, that's what the bikers, the superbikes do. So they're doing it on 4 wheels. But Jason Coetzee now working his way up towards the Sorrel sweep. Up the Tygerberg Straight, Storm Landfair not close enough to mount any kind of challenge at the moment. Now they exit Sorrel Sweep and work their way down the back straight towards putting in a fast run. Look at that wide line they take. They'll shuttle their way down. And late on the brakes here, only by the 50-meter board. And dive in. Oh, do you see what I'm saying? Coetzee closes that door. There will be no way past him now. Loud on the pedal, checkered flag awaits as far as I know as they come up towards the line, and Storm not close enough. He'll have to be happy with second place. Checkered flags out there, you see it wave, and Jason Coetzee will be pretty happy with that with a 1:12.4. That is absolutely astounding, and that sets the tone for next week for the national.
Great third position there. Is going to be coming across the line shortly for Guido Bedoli. That was Ben Jack Phillips we just saw crossing the line just now, but I would imagine it's about 30 seconds of a gap back to third position in the Formula V.
Oh, and Gianna's close.
Bedoli. Here is Gianna Pascal.
Oh, Gianna's close.
Side.
Gianna's close, and Gianna gets past. Oh.
I'm confused because Gianna Pascal's just gone through there. But yeah, okay.
So she was behind Ben Jack Phillips, who's finished now as well. So I actually thought she was behind Guido because the camera changed so quickly, but it's fine. Guido Bedoli takes third. You'll be pretty happy with that one. Gianna taking fourth. We'd expect Gianna to be a little bit quicker. You know, she'll be up there, she'll be up with Jason and them, but okay, maybe a bit of development or something happening, or maybe she's just running the car in, I don't know.
Something potentially happening on that last lap there, because the gap was 1.6 seconds, and yet now, coming across the line there, it looks to have been 4.8 seconds there, so maybe some lap traffic getting in the way, but either way, coming across the line now is going to be Josh Schmidt and Richard Carr. Again, they had their scrap earlier on through the race, but I think they can all be happy with that BO Trustees Formula Libre Race 1.
I think it was a very good race, and yeah, it's I think something that it has done, and it's going to make a lot of people interested for next week's nationals, the Extreme Festival here at Killarney International Raceway. Jason Coetzee and Storm Landfair set the tone for the IMUSAT 4 Series. That was absolutely astounding. The times were brilliant. 1:12.4 and a 1:12.7 coming out of Coetzee and Landfair's respectively. And I think we're going to have a brilliant time next Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to it. We'll get some race replays here in just a couple of moments. In fact, here we go. And this is really what it was all about. Checker flag coming out there for Coetzee and for Landfair in that Class S. But again, battles all the way through. And the thing with it is that while you've got all these cars out on track there, very wide in the last corner.
That was a bit of a moment there.
I think that might have been saying that Coatsy and Lanfair were in the mirrors and just moving out to the side there.
Yeah,
that's the professional excuse that I'm giving him there. I'm giving him that out.
Yeah. It's his off, that one. Definitely is off. But you see Coatsy and Lanfair taking all those perfect lines, using the track and some as they work their way through down towards Castrol Corner. Now watch that car.
No, that is a moment. That was good eyes there.
No, he held it well, and that's what held Lanfair back, because he was scared the car was coming up towards him there.
But that's what to expect with these 1600s in the Formula Vs as well, because they don't have the aero. They are what the kids would say sketchy.
They are very sketchy, yeah.
You're driving by the seat of your pants, and you really have to feel the traction all the way around. Smooth as fast, but yeah, I'd be absolutely terrible at that. So that was then the Bayo Trustees Formula Libre Race 1. I'm going to step away for a second as we say thank you to OA7 Graphics. Question to the commentator: what is the key difference between a good driver and a great driver on a track like this? Right, how long have we got? Have we got about an hour and a half on this one, Francois? Because this is going to be a heated. I'm going to say 50,000 rand is the difference between a good driver and a great driver.
I would say what Gary said. A good driver and a great driver is probably about 1.5 seconds per lap. Yeah, no, that's it. Look, anybody in their own respect is a great driver. Yeah, I mean, but it's very difficult to pose a question like that, because you can have a great driver out there, and on the day the good driver is going to show you up. I mean, that's going to happen, you know. So it's one of those things.
What I'd say my serious answer to the difference between a good driver and a great driver: the great driver doesn't have that much of an ego. They're always willing to learn. They're straight in, looking at the telemetry, looking at the race data, wanting to learn, wanting to see where they can improve on. If there's anything going wrong, they're not looking for excuses. They're always looking to move forward. That's what I find tends to be the differences between great and good drivers. But thank you very much for the question on YouTube. Please keep them coming in. Keep the entries for driver of the day as well. I'm going to step away from the mic for just a second, because Frankie Hunis is going to be up with you next for the Loud Classic Cars.
Yeah, folks, next up, Louder Investment Cars are sponsoring the Classic Car Heat number 1. A large field of 29 cars, but there's still a couple of people missing here, the likes of Ferdy Maton and Michael as well there in the V8 Mustang. They're not out, but Frankie, I'm looking at the front end of that field. Have a look. What is that front car, my friend? Just tell the prouds.
Oh, that's that Mazda Capella. Beautiful, beautiful outfit that will be working its way. I see Pierre Verlot did enter today. Yeah. In a Capella, so I presume it's that one, not in the RX-7 that he did campaign. So he will be in that white and red.
RX-2 Mazda Capella.
That's correct, yes. RX-2 Mazda Capella.
I'm busy sitting here and the goose flesh is already rising and they haven't even revved the cars. Lovely stuff. Nice to have rotaries out there. Frank Adonadio is going to be on the pole there. He's got the likes of PV Low. He's got Boetie van Zyl. Boetie van Zyl, the man from Vredendal there in the big Ford Fairmont V8. I know he's got some new shoes on.
I see Jacques Blom in that Texaco Ford Sierra in the pit lane as well, behind Boetie van Zyl.
Bruce Van Taplin is there. Oh, I tell you what, Ian Richards.
Robin Forbes in the Chevy Corvette Stingray.
Man, oh man, and it's going to be an absolute crackerjack race. My sort of thing is I'd like to see the front end.
Yeah, for sure.
So Lauda Classics, race number 1. So that's a little bit about the Lauda Classic cars, purveyors of premium sports, classic and investment cars. They source and procure some of the finest classics and modern automotive machines from the African continent and ship across the world. I think a lot of people don't actually realize it, but Lauda Classic cars ships a lot of vehicles around the world. Clinton Lawrence, major force behind the Lauda Classics. So big thanks to Clinton Lawrence for once again being the main sponsor of the class, being Lauda Classic cars.
Right, the pit lane is open. Lauda Classic cars roll out onto the circuit. A big thanks to Lauda, big thanks to Line Property Management, big thanks to Castrol, a big thanks to City of Cape Town, Smile 90.4 FM, and of course a big thanks to Porsche Club that sponsors the main straight, and to Blockcoin Corner for turn number 1.
Another international race about to take place. Vance Kearney's here.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
in the Capri.
In the orange Capri that stood pitting behind us, just behind Park Vermeer. It is out on track, working towards Castrol Corner.
There he goes. In screen, there's the Texaco Ford of Jacques Blom. Dion Conradi's all the way there from Gansbaai. So all the guys working their way through there. Dancing Dave Aladev is there. There's Dave Riley. I tell you what, it's really this. You cannot believe, from a social media perspective, Frankie, what a following this group of cars have.
Oh yeah, somebody was saying to me the other day, the biggest form of motorsport that's growing in the country is
classic cars.
Classic and historic car racing,
No.
Worldwide, for that matter, as well.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, if you look at the UK, they've got to split their fields. They have like 140 entries in one race. So it's lovely stuff. And well, just a couple of things there. You might see 1 or 2 Mark 1 escorts here, likes of Brian Evans, etc. Overseas now in the UK, a Mark 1 escort will set you back anything between, listen carefully folks, 300,000 to 400,000 pounds for racing.
Easy. I can quite
they got the Millingtons,
understand
they got the 2.4 Millington motors in it, and they actually make the bodies brand new now. So yeah, the aluminium, they are pressed, they are perfectly made. It's really makes for interesting stuff. We should actually bring David in here, but now he's on his social media to tell us about all the Mark 1 escorts in the UK. Dave, how many of those escorts did you manage to see while you were over there?
Not very many, and this is something that we've spoken about a couple of times before. So a big thing that happened over in the UK is in the early 2000s they ran a scrappage scheme where you could take any car from the past 25 years and scrap it towards the value of a new car. And what that inadvertently did is it just ransacked the whole second-hand car thing that we had. So lots of perfectly functional, classic cars that we would have now no longer exist because of that. So it's kind of strange and jarring to come over here to see such a thriving classic community. The Mark 1s that I did see, there was a very strong showing in the rally community, but in terms of circuit racing, not all that much.
Well, there you have it, David giving us the Great Britain perspective. The cars now sorting themselves out. This looks like traffic in Adley Street at about 7:30 in the morning, Frank.
I'll tell you what, that could possibly be Wayne Lotto moving into position as well. Dave Aladev, the ex-Alpha man. There's Lane Hutchings in the Sirocco as the field tries to sort itself out.
Ian Richards in the red Sirocco. And I got Kerry Blows in the Datsun as well, the 260Z there on your left-hand side. You see the Datsun written on the nose cone there. So it's unbelievable. Now, Kerry, we know, is a purveyor of Datsun and Nissan. Now, he owns, I think, about 4 or 5 cars. So Kerry now, eager to watch Formula Libre class grow. So much potential in these drivers currently setting up the phenomenal lap times. Uncle Babby, yeah, I'm sure you do, and I would urge you, Uncle Babby, to watch next Saturday at the Extreme Festival when the Formula MSA 4s are out there. I think you'll enjoy that a lot. We're just replying to a YouTube quote there, as we see now the powers that be. 31 cars on the grid, Frankie.
What a sight. I think Clubmans had 29 and BMWs had 29, and GTI Challenge is round about the 22, 23 mark. So pretty healthy is the racing here at Killarney.
Besides the 2 Mustangs, there's one car that's coming back and they want to make it a Class C car, is the Morris.
Yes, but the motor wasn't sorted out for this one, so hopefully it'll be back at our next Power Series, which will be in March. No, I lie, April.
April, yeah.
We are in March.
Well, Kerry fanning the door there, so too Dancing Day. They get hot in those cars. Because it's a race car, you get a lot of the engine heat coming in past the firewall there. Although the firewall is closed, it's not got all that protection on it, so the heat does dissipate. And speaking of the big man himself, Mr. Ferdy Maton is here today with us. Nice to have young Ferdy here. He's apparently one of the hitmen that works for VW. If you don't pay your bill, he goes to fetch you. So, no, you can even see the smile on his face. He's looking down at the size of the field. I mean, bang, if they were there, there would have been 33 cars. That would have been even bigger as they roll down there.
We missed that big red Ford Mustang out on track.
I'm going to have to watch the scuttle between Franco Donadio in the Chevy Can-Am and Boetie van Zyl in that big Ford Fairmont. And I think Boetie has got the bit between his teeth today.
Yeah, he could have had a maiden victory at the last event, and then working the way through Castro ran a touch wide, and Jared Evans with that Capri came through, where both cars are going through now, just ahead of what you're seeing on the screen at home. And that's where he lost that lead and finished that second race in second position. But it was almost the overall win, not class win, but it was almost the overall win for Boetie. Let's see if he can do that today. But he does have that Forenza just ahead of him, of Franco Donadio. So that will in itself be a difficult task to clear that car. And obviously Jared will also be in that fight as well. And then Roy Obery is also going to make things complicated.
Yeah, I love guys like Boetie van Zyl. He doesn't have a history of racing, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like some of these guys, like Franco Donadio, Jared Evans, who started on karts and worked his way all the way up. But he's zest for racing. And the amount of time and effort and money that he's throwing into this car.
Lots.
And his passion, you cannot beat his passion. It's brilliant.
No, and he just wants to be here all the time. And I mean, Vredendal isn't around the corner from Killarney. So he's going to be up and down between Vredendal and Cape Town. But yeah, you know what, he loves what he does and he's got no problem in doing it.
En vir die mense daar by die huis, vir Boetie se mense, wil net vir hulle sê baie welkom. Ons weet julle kyk die stroom en ons hoop julle geniet die wedrenne en ons hou duim vas daar vir Boetie. Right, just a bit of Afrikaans there for the guys up on the west coast. As the pace car pulls off, cars are rolling around. The guys in the back better hurry it up because the guys in the front will get to the line and they'll skittle off and make things rather difficult for the back markers. There's Malcolm Pfeiffer, the yellow and white Alpha Junior. Dave Riley on his outside, and they make their way up towards the line. Here come the leaders up towards the line. Franco Donadio and Boetie van Zyl. Roy Aubrey and Jared Evans now as the lights go off and they make their way down towards Blockcoin Corner. Oh, and Franco Donadio gets the hammer down early. Boetie's on the outside of Jared Evans. Can he hang there? Because he'll have the inside line. Jared's going to try and dive across his bow. It's a big car to bring through. And it looks like Trevor Momberg has also stuck his nose up and Boetie sits in P4. But Boetie will say, wait till we get the back straight.
Well, into Castro they go now, and it's Franco Donadio in P1. There you got, oh, Boetie van Zyl going pretty wide in Castro corner. And it's a two Capris that are in second and third of Jared Evans and Trevor Momberg as we watch the tail end of the field. But here they come. It's Franco Donadio, it's Jared Evans, it's Trevor Momberg. That is working their way through. Roy Aubery is in that fight as well. Here comes Brian Evans. Boetie van Zyl coming through. Behind him is Robin Forbes and the Capella of Pierre Vialot as the field works its way up the Tygerberg Straight into Sarel Sweep. And now they are barreling down the back Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner.
Jared Evans' bonnet is open. We might see now as he comes into picture. Yep, look how askew the bonnet is. It's flapping around. He might get the Japanese flag. Who knows?
Have a look and see. He could be in early trouble. Jared will not be able to see where he's going. Look at, here comes, here's Robin Forbes. Then there is Pierre Vialot is in that fight. So is Wayne Lotter. Dancing Dave Aladef. What a lot of them that's busy working their way down towards Blockcoin.
Boetie van Zyl using the muscle of the Fairmont now comes on the inside of Roy Aubrey. He's got to get a bit of heat into those tyres. He's got brand new tyres on that car. Slicks, got to get it working. There's the rest of the field coming through there. Lovely to watch. There's everyone seeming to make it through. There's Dave Riley with the Beetle as well. Here we come. Boetie van Zyl now. There's Roy Aubrey up behind him. There's Brian Evans and Robin Forbes. There with Vance Kearney. There's Wayne Lotter. There's Lane Hutchings. The whole of them cruising through. Brilliant stuff. Bruce Van Taplin's there. Dave Aladef carries blows. Robert Rose in there. Wayne Lotter Jr. is in there as well. So, yeah, a massive field.
It's a huge field of cars, and working through turn number 4 now. Saddle sweep. Here comes the Capella. Here comes the Stingray that you just saw go through the Robin Forbes. It is just cars wherever you look that's going around Killarney, but the leaders are busy making their way out of Cape Town corner, heading down towards the main straight.
It's a pity we don't have it. Oh, someone's popped a motor. Ball got on the brakes late. I don't know what happened there. So, yep, there we go. Someone's motor's gone. Somebody's gone, and that is
Bruce Van Taplin.
Bruce Van Taplin, which is very uncharacteristic for him in that Toyota. But there should be change of service flags out there pretty shortly. That was a big pop, that one. I don't know what happened there. There's Trevor Momberg, there's Boetie van Sale, there's Brian Evans, Roy Aubrey's up behind him, Vance Kearney, Robin Forbes, and PV Lowe. Not getting the Mazda to work like he wants it to work, but hey, who knows, it might come into frame pretty shortly. Then we got Wayne Lotter, and no, that is Lane Hutchings, having it out with Wayne Lotter, the Sirocco and the Escort.
Yeah,
and up behind him dancing Dave Aladef.
Dave Aladef in there, so it's the BMW that's just behind the Sirocco, that's just behind the Escort, as Ian Richards is the next man in that field. As you see the leader go through, that was Donadio, here's Momberg, here's Boetie van Sale, then it's Brian Evans, Roy Aubrey in there just behind him, then it is Diedrichs that's coming through, and then Pierre Lowe sitting right on the case there of Robin Forbes.
Well, the leader's going to put him in a fast run at the moment, and I tell you what, the things are getting a bit tight down there as the rest of the field works their way down the Killarney back straight, down towards putting him in a fast run.
Got double yellow flags waving going down into Cape Town corner, as that's because of the Van Taplin car that's in a dangerous position, and the red flag has come out. The red flag has come out. It may be because the Toyota is in a very bad position. It's literally as you go into Cape Town corner, just off the verge of the circuit. So if anybody gets it wrong there, you could go piling into that Toyota Sprinter. So I believe, and I speak under correction, it could, Francois, be because of the Van Taplin Toyota. That's
not only that, he's probably dumped a bit of fluid on the circuit, and that too is going to be a perpetual problem, as they say. Because
it was a blow-up, quite right, yes.
Yeah. But as we were talking, down the back straight, and Boetie van Sale just muscled past Trevor Momberg, but now unfortunately they go lap back and they might have to restart, who knows.
And that orange Capri has been campaigned by Andre Diedrichs. And he was out there fighting just ahead of Robin Forbes and Pierre Lowe just before the red flag came out to stop the race. So that means all the drivers will come down to grid proper, and they'll cut their motors and they'll sit there and wait for further instructions from race direction, the COCs and the stewards. Well, there you can see, look at that oil line there, Francois.
Yeah.
It's a massive oil slick heading into...
Yeah, you can see there as he went off as well. You see the line run off there. Now that motor... Oh, no, you got the extinguishers out. Possibly something trying to light up in the car.
Well, there's a replay. Yeah. Bang! That motor just popped. Big time. That is a massive blow up with that Toyota Sprinter of Bruce Van Taplin.
As I say, it's very uncharacteristic for Bruce. We know he's a ex-Toyota works technician, and I doubt very much that he missed something, and not what happened there, but it was a big blow, massive blow to the car.
Yeah, flames coming out the side of that Toyota as well. Yeah, that is a big one. That's a huge inspection hole in that block.
I have to admit, he handled it very well.
He did. But the bottom line is lucky that the guys behind him didn't spin on that oil slick that was put down. However, we are under red flag. We're going to go off air for a short while. and give the marshals chance to sort out that oil slick and to remove that Toyota Sprinter of Bruce Evan Taplin as we see another replay.
Rather massive there. Right, a massive blow up there, and I'm sure that it's going to be a very dejected Bruce Evan Taplin that's going to have a look at that car and think to himself, what on earth happened here? Like Gary would say, there's a big inspection hole there now. You can have a look at the inside of the motor from a distance.
The only good news in something like this is you don't have to do anything more than open the bonnet to see where the problem is. And then you get people that joke about it and say it's an electrical problem. The number 4 piston knocked the alternator off, so there was no electricity. But hey, no matter which way you look at it, you're going to have a look underneath the bonnet and you're going to have a look at your bank balance.
We could have
expensive.
We could have played the song by Adele from the other side, you know. So. Well, folks, like we said, we're just going to go off air for a while, and we'll be back shortly, and enjoy the replays, etc.
It is a racing live stream, and what we do most of the time is we talk to racers, but more often than not, racers have got support, and those support is the regular public that's out there that come through to a race day to support their friends and their family. These are just such ladies. Please tell us your names. What is your name?
My name is Mia.
What is your name?
Hannah.
And your name?
Paige.
So who are you guys supporting today?
We're here for Josh.
Do you guys always come through to the track?
Not often, no. My dad actually used to sponsor him a couple years back, so I'm just here again. Yeah.
And I'm assuming you guys are also here for Josh?
This is Josh's little sister. And yeah.
How's your brother doing?
Good.
Is he winning?
Yes.
I spoke to Josh a little bit earlier, and he is actually winning. So guys, high five for supporting. Well done. Thank you so much. Looking forward to see you guys out on track again. We're back to not the drivers, we're back to the supporters and everybody around the pit. We've got two ladies. One is an MSA photographer and
just a supporter. F1 supporter. We're actually talking about F1 at the moment and what happened in quali.
Well, listen here, what happened in quali is tomorrow's problem. We are here for race cars today. Please introduce yourself and who are you supporting today?
So I'm Deirdre Hay-Salmon and I'm here supporting my husband, Hermanus Hay-Salmon, in the BMW, racing in the BMW class as well as Clubmans. So
did he tell you what happened with the car in the trailer yesterday?
He did indeed. These are the kinds of things that wives don't want to hear because that takes groceries off the table for the week.
How about you? Please introduce yourself and what are you doing here today?
So I'm Lali's F1 in Motorsport, you know, and I'm taking videos, pictures of everybody, and also everybody's stopping me because of the quality and the upset, and they can't believe that Mercedes came first. So
we don't talk about that on this live stream. Anyway, ladies, you have a wonderful day. Back to you guys.
Right, it's time to go racing again as the cars work their way off the line and make their way around the racetrack. A little bit knotted up here with all our wiring and things here, but we'll get back to the action once again. A couple of cars that left the line a little bit late, but they will rejoin in their appropriate positions.
Frankie, what do you say about our new pace car, Maserati?
Nogal fancy, eh?
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're stepping up to the plate at Killarney, eh?
Yep, and Ian Richards, I see, busy making his way around to catch up to the tail end of the field, and Herman de Kock as well, also going with him to catch up to the rest of this group of cars that's working their way through turn number 4, through saddle sweep, behind that very fancy pace car that's driven by Killarney's own Die Stok.
Yeah, the Stok, yeah. Not the stick, the Stok.
Die Stok, yeah.
Just to translate our international views, a stok is a stick in English. It's Afrikaans for stick, stok. Right, so they make their way now down to Pertamina Fastron. When the pace car rolls around, he will leave the track on the inside skirt, and then we'll be ready to rumble. I see we've got a 7-lap race on hand at the moment.
7 laps to go because of the red flag. Well done to our WPMC marshals. They've got the TRD, well, not the TRD, it's a Sprinter actually, out the way. The TRD was the old liftback. That is the Sprinter that they moved out the way, and the Dryset was used, and the circuit is now clear.
There's the Sprinter in picture now, standing in the park for me.
I see there was a YouTube guy that said not the TRD. It isn't the TRD, it's actually the Sprinter, but it is Toyota.
Yeah.
Francois, take him away.
Right, Franco Donadio is on the front there, and he's going to get away there with Trevor Momberg. Boetie van Zyl looking up on the inside of Momberg. He's going to try and shut him out on the corner, but Momberg's got the run around. Boetie's tyres will be cold again. He'll have to try and scrub them in as soon as he can, because he's got all the muscle under hood there. Lying in third now with Brian Evans up behind him, and then Andre Diedrichs, and then PV Lowe's in there, Roy Aubrey, and Robin Forbes, all the big V8 muscles there with a couple of V6 3 litres in there, and Trevor Momberg is in the hunt for Franco Donadio.
Yeah, as we watch them work their way through the kink, and now heading towards a turn 3 out of damps. It is Donadio from, well, I see it's Evans that's there in that second position. Now it's Momberg that's in second. Then it is Boetie van Zyl that's coming through there as they work their way around. The whole field busy making its way down the back Killarney straight towards Cape Town corner. There is Robin Forbes, Dancing Dave Aladev. Somebody's going very slow. That's Roy Aubrey.
Yeah, Roy Aubrey.
That is slowed right down on the Killarney back straight.
Well, as the field all works their way down into Pertamina Fastron, everything's happening on the front end, sharp end of the field as they roll there through Pertamina Fastron. Wayne Lotte, that's Jared Evans working his way through the field. Also see the bonnet is down now, the clip's been replaced. There's Dion Conradi. Right, there we go. We got Franco Donadio, and Boetie van Zyl gets it out of shape, and he, oh man, a little bit too loud in there, and he's going to be absolutely the heck in with himself about that. And I hope he hasn't beached it, because he's going to be stuck.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of that lot. We can see him out the window. You can just there, behind the strap, you can see the Boetie van Zyl Ford Fairmont that is stuck there in the dirt. Here comes Robin Forbes. Then we've got Wayne Lotte. Lane Hutchings in there as well. Wayne Lotte going through as well. Dancing Dave Aladev, that's the name I was looking for. All the cars busy working their way through, but the leaders are heading into turn number 4, into saddle sweep. Franco Donadio sits out there in P1. Then it is Trevor Momberg. Then it is Brian Evans that's there in that third position. Here comes Brian Evans, and behind Brian Evans it's Andre Diedrichs. And then the rest of them, Francois, just working their way down the back straight towards Cape Town.
PV Lowe's got Dancing Dave Aladev hounding him as they come down there. There's PV Lowe in the Mazda Capella. And, well. Brian Evans there up on the inside of Diedrichs. That beautifully turned out Mark 1 Escort, and Andre Diedrichs is going to want to come back. He's going to use the muscle now of that Capri to get past Evans, and he does indeed. Andre Diedrichs there. There's PV Low in the Capella, Dancing Dave Aladef, Robin Forbes, Wayne Lotter, Jared Evans, Lane Hutchings, and Robert Rowe, followed there by Ian Richards. Oh, they're all coming through. Lotter Jr. So, but Boetie van Zyl, bad news, he's beached. That big, heavy 2-ton V8 has parked itself in the sand.
Not exactly where he wanted to be, coming all the way from Vredendal to watch it from the sandpit. But here comes Franco Donadio. He was 6.3 seconds ahead of Momberg when they started this lap. Up the hill he goes. The Tygerberg straight towards a Sarl sweep. Trevor Momberg in a relatively lonely second position. But behind him it's all on. It's Andre Diedrichs just ahead of Brian Evans. Then it's Pierre Verlot coming towards us. Dave Aladef, Robin Forbes. Right on Forbes' case is Jared Evans. Wayne Lotter, Lane Hutchings coming through as well. Then it is Rob Rowe. That's also working his way through. And Ian Richards right on his heels.
Lovely stuff at the moment. Now as the Wise work their way down the back straight towards Perdamina Fastron. Battles absolutely aplenty at the moment as they all skittle down to turn number 5.
Leader busy making his way out of Block 1 corner as you watch this whole mid-pack just race down towards Cape Town corner. There is Dion Conradi. He's got Klaassen there with him. Vance Kearney is also in there as well. Kerry Blows in that Datsun 240Z. And then it is Mattia that is in that fight there with him as well.
Nice to also see all the Siroccos out there as much as we see the Escorts. Have a look, there comes the pack with Kerry Blows up behind them. This is going to be a tight one as they roll around. Dion Conradi, Klaassen's in there, then Kerry Blows and Vance Kearney.
Yeah, and then Mattia is also in there with that Porsche, busy working his way around. He's just behind that group. He's the last car in your shot there, and that is Pete Mattia. That is right in there behind Kerry Blows.
Well, Kerry's been taken there by Vance Kearney. So Kearney moves up one, all in their respective classes. There's going a little bit slow on the outside there is Franco Donadio, but I think he's looking after the tyres. I don't think he's looking to hang the rear end out as he comes up towards the line. The Donadio plant tyre, Chevy Can-Am. Up behind him, the Suburban Spares, Emini Auto and Wilson Engineering outfit there of Trevor Momberg. Then goes through is Andre Diedrichs, Brian Evans, Dancing Dave Aladef, PV Lowe, Jared Evans, Robin Forbes, Ian Richards, Wayne Lotter. They all go through.
Yeah, here comes Robert Rowe as well, but we go back to Diedrichs. Yes, Andre Diedrichs. Right behind him is Brian Evans. Jared Evans fighting his way through the field. Dave Aladef, Pierre Verlot, Robin Forbes, Ian Richards, Wayne Lotter and Lane Hutchings in there just behind him. That's those last two cars going through your shot there now. Then we should see Rob Rowe in that boxy BM. Yeah, there goes Rob Rowe through your shot now. And then Lotter Jr. will come through with that Mark II Ford Escort. And then behind him, just out of shot, is this Nissan Skyline of Theo Klaassen.
Coming into picture now, going Sorrel Sweep. That's Trevor Momberg, as I spoke earlier on. And then up behind him, we're going to have Andre Diedrichs. But Diedrichs is going to be behind it. Jared Evans moving up through the pack in that also in a 3-litre V6 Capri. And now it's type for type. But Evans has got a little bit of pace now as he works his way through the gearbox. Sitting up behind Andre Diedrichs, and Andre is going to try and keep the door shut.
There's a 5-way fight that's making its way out of Dams. We'll try and pick that one up a bit later for you. And that is the one of Klaassen, Conradi, Kearney, Blows and Mattia, but we'll get there shortly. First want to have a look at this one. Here is Dave Aladef, Robin Forbes, Pierre Verlot, Ian Richards. It's a whole different group and make of car manufacturers that's running through 5A, the kink, and onto the Porsche Club straight as Forbes has a look up on the inside of Aladef.
Robin Forbes trying to get the upper hand on Dave Aladef. Dave's got the outside there, but you got on screen Dion Conradi. Theo Klaassen up ahead of them there. There's Vance Kearney up behind the little hatchback. And there Kerry Blows is in there as well.
And Pete Mattia right on his heels.
Yeah, in the Porsche.
Yeah, and Piet Matthias sits down there in that 18th position overall. That's that fight that I was talking about earlier on, going through turn number 3, Damstip. And there they go. That's the skyline that I was saying earlier on of Theo Klaassen. He is just behind the Lotte Junior Escort as Kearney comes through. And then Dion Conradi, Carrie Blows, and the Porsche of Piet Matthias.
Vance Kearney up another position as we go down to Pertamina far strong corner. We'll have a look, see who's going in there. Now is the car going slow down there as looks like Jared Evans moves in there. So all the big hitters now going down into Pertamina far strong corner.
I think that may be the 2002 BMW of Matthew Rowe that is slowing right down. But he is coming down the main straight, and he's going to be overtaken here by Diedrichs and by Evans as we watch this fight just going through there. That was the Lotte and the Hutchings fight. Yeah, he's going pretty slow in that BMW, and he's going to be caught there by Dave Aladef. Yeah, Dave Aladef will get past him. Pierre Verlot will get past him as well. And also that red Sirocco of Ian Richards. And this is the final lap.
Yeah, P.V. Lowe's on a move. He's looking for dancing Dave Aladef here now as they come into Castro corner. There's P.V. Lowe in the Mazda. Capella sitting right up behind him. It's picking up there. There's Robin Forbes. Here come the cars down towards Pertamina Fastron. Your leader is going to be in there pretty shortly. There it is, the Can-Am of Franco Donadio. I think this is the final lap. We're coming up towards a checkered flag. Checkered flag time. There it is. Franco Donadio brings it an Audio Plant Hire car over the line. He'll take line honors. No surprises there. We'll wait for the rest of the field to come through. Trevor Momberg will be the next man. There's a couple of slow markers coming through here. Here comes Trevor Momberg, the M&E Auto and Wilson Engineering outfit. And right up behind him, Jared Evans. Jared Evans coming over the line there in P3.
Right, here comes Andre Diedrichs. And right behind him is a Mark 1 Ford Escort of Brian Evans. Then it is Pierre Verlot, but he's not going to be beaten by Dave Aladef across the line. Ian Richards, Wayne Lotte, Lane Hutchings across the line, and we're waiting for Rob Rowe, the chairman of the section. Here he comes, and he's got Robin Forbes in that Stingray on his left-hand side. Yeah, and that is one of the slower ones out there. It is the 2002 BMW. It is Rowe. Here comes Klaassen, Kearney, Conradi, Blows, and Mattia across the line up until P18.
Well, it's a pity that Boetie van Zyl beached his car with a bit of overzealous braking down into Blockcoin corner, turn number 1. And I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself about that. But there is heat number 2 to try and bring some honor back to his racing stable.
Right, so that was the Lauda Classic Cars race number 1. And 1:23.804 by Jared Evans. He was the quickest driver out there. So we'll have a look and see if we've got some replays. Yeah, I see on the back straight, Franco Donadio stopped the car, but we're watching some replays here now. That is Diedrichs, Forbes, Lowe, Lotte, and Hutchings, and also Aladef. And there you see the blow-up of the Toyota Sprinter of Bruce Evan Taplin, which brought out the red flag as Ian Richards also rolls past as well. And Rob Rowe with Kerry Blows in there as well. Lotte Jr., Theo Klaassen, Vance Kearney, all those cars busy working their way around Dion Conradi as you see the stricken Sprinter of Bruce Evan Taplin at the side of the road. And that, of course, brought out the red flag. Then the marshals removed the car, cleaned up the track, and we went racing once again. So that concludes the Lauda Classic Cars, race number 1, over 8 laps. as you watch the replays. This is probably going to be the replay, yes it is, of Boetie van Zyl when he lost the tail end of that Ford Fairmont GT, and right in front of Trevor Momberg. And Trevor, lucky not to make contact there with him as Brian Evans and Andre Diedrichs go through.
You saw the passenger rear wheel dig into the sand, and that was his undoing.
That was that. That's where you got stuck. And I think this is another replay of the Bruce Avon Taplin blow-up, or it's not. It's Vance Kearney. It's Diedrichs going around the outside of Evans, and then Evans saying, you're not going around the outside of me. I'm going to just take that position back. But he was right on the rumble strip there, was Andre Diedrichs.
Brian Evans showing the classic maneuver of the shutout as he comes around. He sees the car on his outside and he runs the outside lane so the car can't get any acceleration. Dion Conradi, Theo Klaassen, Kerry Blows there, Vance Kearney and Piet Mateer. That whole scenario played out throughout the race.
Yeah, that was that fight just behind Midback. As just ahead of them, you see the Lotte Junior escort work its way through. So, yeah, some great stuff out there by the Lauda Classic cars, as we now move on to the following race.
Today, we say farewell to two stalwarts of South African motor racing who have passed away recently. The first being Yuri Bakker. French General Pierre Cambronne said at the Battle of Waterloo, "The old guard falls but never surrenders." Now another member of the old guard has fallen with the passing of WPMC stalwart Yuri Jacobus Bakker on the 16th of February at the age of 63 after a long battle with brain cancer. Yuri and his brother Karel raced 125cc shifter carts at Killarney throughout the 1980s before Yuri moved to Pretoria for work reasons. His daughter Kirsten wrote, "Now Papa can sing in heaven without headphones and ride his Triton without any speed limits." Let that stand as the epitaph of a man who never gave up, as we extend our sincere condolences to his wife Ronman and their children. Today's second tribute is to somebody that we were in awe of during the time that he raced. Motorcycling and the motorcycle industry have lost a titan with the passing on Saturday, 28 February, of Keith Woolley at the age of 75 after a long illness bravely borne. Originally from Pietermaritzburg, Keith started racing in 1965 at the age of 15 after forging his mother's signature in the parent-guardian section of his entry form. He went on to compete in almost every facet of motorcycle sport, including production bike racing on a succession of Hondas, as well as motocross, speedway, enduro racing, twice finishing second and once third in the iconic Roof of Africa Enduro. He was also the first person to complete the roof on a three-wheeler. He and his twin brother Dave owned the Supercycles Honda dealership in Durban for many, many years, before Keith moved to the motorcycle division of Michelin, where he later served as personal tire technician to 500cc Grand Prix world champion Kevin Schwantz. He returned to South Africa as Michelin's national sales director for motorcycle tires, where he was known for always making sure that his race riders had the latest and best rubber available. It was this dedication to excellent service in everything he did that made him a legend among motorcycle competitors and in the industry he worked so passionately to build. It is said that Keith would always go out of his way to help a fellow rider, and that nothing was ever too much trouble for this true gentleman. Keith Woolley left a huge imprint on the motorcycle industry and the racing world, and he will be sorely missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Nadine and his daughters Samantha, Jacqueline, and Christy. Now, let us bow our heads for a moment of silence for these two gentlemen.
Right, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. May their souls rest in peace.
So we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pirelli Superbikes, the Challenge, the Masters and the 600s. Joining myself, Dave Christie on the mic, is going to be JT, Jordan Hoban, a man that knows better than most about the challenges based out on there. But round one, Jordan, was an absolute masterclass, wasn't it, for Tristan Pienaar?
That it was indeed, and hello.
Hello.
We start the premier class of motorcycles together, which is fantastic. I mean, you and I both loved last round with all the bikes. Now we get to do it again. And yes, last round was not a game changer, I would say, but for Tristan Pienaar it quite was. He start to finish of the day, both races, finished first place. So I'm for certain that he wants to do that again. However, he does have some national competition as well as international, so to speak, with the likes of AJ Alan John Venter, who is a man that does the Isle of Man. So also a rider of extreme caliber. We've got some national champions here as well, which is always nice to see. Damien Purificati, who should be coming up to the line, and he does in that third spot, just behind the Red Baron Ronald Slammert for RSRA. The Ronald Slammert Riding Academy, as we wait for Tristan Pienaar to come to the grid for Missile Motorcycles. Damien Purificati had a moment this morning in qualifying as his teammate, so to speak, the young Ryan van Nieuwkerk that races with him. Down into turn one during qualifying, Ryan was on the outside, and they both dived in, and Damien just went straight into the sand rather. I thought the bike was a write-off, but they brought that bike back, and as far as I know, it is still in one piece for the BMW. So that is all happy and dandy for him. And as we look through, Trevor Westman, the killer, the number 60, parked over there for Project 60 SA and Team Wayward. He is back for the first time in a long time at his home circuit, and he is here to also ruffle up the apple cart.
Here we go then, lights about to go on as the bikes are ready. Keep an eye on row 2, the number 39 of Alan Jon Venter, second place in race 1 last time out. He's down in 6th position, but the bikes are ready. Tristan Pienaar ready to lead them off, and we are go here for the Superbikes at Killarney, and it is going to be Tristan Pienaar who gets the whole shot down into turn 1, leads the gaggle of bikes down through into turn 1, through that left-hander there, going to be chased down by Ronald Slammert as well as Damien Purificati. That is a sensational view on the back end of turn 1. Yeah, here we go, JT. This is going to be awesome.
When I say that the first opening lap for Superbikes and bikes in general are a nail biter, I will literally sit here with my fingers in my mouth biting down, because it's so stressful, and it's even more stressful for the guys out on the circuit. As we see line astern they come. This is incredible. It's like endless. It's like a replay back and forth of all these bikes. It's from corner to corner, full of bikes. Through Sorrel Sweep we go, on the back wheel for Tristan Pienaar, straight out the gate on this first racing lap. Down towards Cape Town corner they go, from the braking zone all the way to turn 4. Mass amount of bikes as Tristan Pienaar leads out on this opening lap.
Who I'm looking at is in the second gaggle of bikes here. The number, I think it's the number 82, sorry, the number 84 of Coney Boats is on there as well. But also the 52 of Troy Tonking up to P3 already. So it's Tristan Pienaar from Alan Jon Venter. Alan Jon Venter from row 2 is already up into P2.
And that's exactly what he needs. He just wants to move up the grid. He's got some of his good friends and teammates, I believe, if I look further down, not that I can quite see just yet, but we'll look back in a little bit as we go down into Castro corner now. Chopping and changing for position is everyone, in fact, on the grid. As they come in, I see the likes of Jean van Dijk, Daniel Frost, Lubabalo Nsana, and Wayne Arons are all at the back end of the field as well, as they all come on through. Tristan Pienaar just in a league of his own at the moment, as the rest of the field behind him fights out. And look at this battle for second. It's Purificati and Purificati, Venter, Tonking and Ronald Slammert all right there fighting for second.
Tonking is looking very, very menacing right now, but have a look at Slammy. Slammy, it was late on the exit from turn 5 there from Tonking, and Slammy right now on it as well, but you've got another 6 bikes there ready to pounce on this as well. Just an amazing, amazing race. Meanwhile, Tristan Pienaar has made his reservations for a dinner sometime tonight, because he's gone. He's already left. He's now, what, 3 3 seconds down the road onto Alan Jon Venter. It is 3 seconds, and you were absolutely spot on. Purificati up to P3.
Yep, that's exactly what he needed after qualifying this morning. As this is actually, it's not even a mouthful, it's a mindful. Just so much going on as a bike goes straight off. I can't quite see who that is, but it will carry it on as we watch through. We'll see the name drop down at the pack, but we look to mid-pack, the likes of Ter Westman, Zander Taljaard, Haynes, Redlingace, De Toy, Boertes, Vandenberg. That's up to top 15. Johnny Towers is in there as well. Third place in 600s at this point in time. As you said, the reservation is still open for Tristan Pinot, and it's basically Monday already.
Yeah, he's now, what, 4.5 seconds, if not 5 seconds down the road from everyone else. But look at Alan Jan Venter. He is under real pressure right now. He's got 4 other bikes breathing down his neck. I'm still having a look at the time screen to see who that was. It didn't go through the first sector. We've not got that information just yet, but coming down the back stretch then, it is Purificati side by side in the Cape Town corner. The 4 of them almost neck and neck coming through here. It's anybody's game right now, and we've still got 6 laps to go of this. I don't know if my heart can take that, JT.
6 laps left to go. I've got a heart that's running on 1 lap every second. It's like a qualifying, one-shot qualifying here. As down into turn 1, block going corner they go. We also mustn't leave out the fastest accountant on 2 wheels here in the Western Cape in South Africa, Malcolm Rapson, a multi-time champion here at Killarney as well, and a Western Province Superbike champion. He sits in 6th on a GSX 1000, just there in that 5th spot behind the rest of the group. As chopping and changing still in turn number 2, as coming in, we see the likes. There's Haynes, Redlingace, De Toy. And Michael De Toy had an incident last time around where he dropped the bike in turn number 2. This time he's keeping it up, but I shouldn't say too much too early.
Yeah, here we go then. So just confirmation, that gap was 4 seconds. It looked a lot bigger from your race leader in that last lap there. But either way, there is the battle for second place. And that's a big moment into 3. We'll check that in just a second. A bike off to the right-hand side, just outside of the shot there. You can see it just in the distance. We'll find out exactly who that was, but we'll get yellow flags out there in just a second. But either way, the race still goes on just now, and just try to get an idea on who that was. I'm hearing it might have been Mark Vandenberg, the 96 it was, and
Mark Vandenberg, yes.
Yep, Kawasaki ZX10.
There's no flags or anything out at this. Yep, we're hearing for red flag from the COC, so it is quite a serious matter. Everyone needs to slow down as soon as they can without hindering one another. This is the worst part, in my personal opinion, is when a red flag comes out and you get a tunnel vision to the guys ahead of you, and you don't see them slow down. Then there's trouble.
So what I always notice from this, though, is in car racing it's completely different here as we see the rider down. So we'll cut away from that just now while we get the service vehicles out to make the scene safe. But Jordan, you'll notice that the riders, as soon as they see the red flag, they almost stand up and put their arm out to make sure the riders... Yes. They've seen it, but also to the riders behind them, that they'll see it and everybody else slows down. And at the end of the day, you know, they come out here for fun, they come out here to enjoy themselves, and they do the very best to make sure that they all do that as well.
So there we see that's outside turn 3.
Yeah, so we can see that the rider's up on his feet, so that's always good to say. The medical vehicle will still be dispatched anyway. He'll be taken to the medical centre, given a cup of hot chocolate and a big hug after that one. I've got to be honest, having only ever driven a car, and I was petrified at that. I cannot imagine what it would be like to, and I've seen, you know, it's always the strange thing with bikes as well, is that the slower and less dramatic the crash looks, those are the ones you have to watch out for, and the ones where the bikes go spinning through the air and bits everywhere, and the rider just walks up like, yeah, okay, that's fine, go back to the garage here.
That's the only time. What did Jeremy Clarkson say? It's not speed that kills you, it's the sudden stop.
Yeah, certainly does. So we're going back to pit lane here until we get things up, because that's obviously in the regulations. Yes. That's how they handle things.
Previously, we had it where riders would stop on the grid to get themselves ready for the second half of the race stoppage. But now, obviously, after our unfortunate accident last year, where we lost a rider, the rule was changed that everyone must come into the pits whenever it is possible. That keeps everyone out of danger, and obviously then they can line up, hear what's going on, and they can reset themselves before they go out again back on to the racing circuit. But we are hearing that Mark van den Berg is up. He is walking around under his own power. He was helped up off the ground. I'm not sure what that number 96 is going to be looking like at the moment. I also know that he was trying to get himself ready for ZX10 Cup. I believe he did want to race in ZX10 Cup next weekend. But I've got a feeling he's going to be a little bit ANA, and the bike is going to be a little bit ANA itself too.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about going into pit lane there, is that the riders will also be asking questions. They'll also want to know that he's absolutely fine and that he's okay. So they'll get that word of confidence in just a couple of minutes there. So
and I think more than that, you'll have riders that are downstairs going, I didn't pass that guy into the yellow.
You'll have riders down there going, what was my lap time? What's my pace like right now?
It's always so interesting to me. I don't know if it's something that you feel as well. As you've said, I mean, you've done a handful of races yourself in different category, in a category.
Four wheels. We need to immediately classify that
racing
one.
And being competitive, so it is racing.
Settle. Come on now.
But I have this weird sensation, maybe it's just an unrealistic sensation, that you can almost always put yourself in the mind of a racer, even though you physically don't know what it's like. Like, I know for a fact that they are on the top of their game. They're aware of everything around them. Maybe they're not as fearless like the likes of Tristan Pienaar, for example, who, as far as I know, has no fear.
Yeah.
But you can almost put yourself in their position that, you know, Mark van den Berg's just had a moment that's cost him probably his bike for the day and hopefully not any serious injuries. But you can almost think, like, as a rider that's coming up to that situation, like, I need to put my hand up. I need to make everyone else aware, because otherwise you've got
so you're saying about trying to put your mind in someone who's, like, you know, through constant chaos and everything's going on. So pretty much a Friday afternoon driving home on the N2 then?
You know what, for everyone in Cape Town that knows exactly what you're saying, then that is completely accurate.
Yes. But it is. You don't have to be a racing driver to understand the stress and the strain that goes on.
Sure.
Especially in bikes as well. It's a little bit different because the one thing that I've always noticed about the bike paddock is it's a very tight-knit family sort of atmosphere in there. Everybody knows everyone. Everybody respects everyone, and they'll do whatever they can to help each other out. So it's it's nice to see that, and moments like that, they're very quickly resolved. And
I think
we've got a replay actually here of what happened. So this is ultra zoomed in. So you know, apologies for the quality. So it looks like he was down before he even actually got to the apex of the corner. The bike's already down, and he's had to roll
here
quite
we go.
a fair
This
bit.
is a little bit better. So he should be a little bit further back. There he is. He's coming in with a lot of speed.
Oh, he's too hot.
He's
too
way
hot.
too hot. And in my personal opinion, is that he's a little bit too far offline. There, the bike is off the circuit already. As soon as that front wheel touches the grass, it's going one direction.
Yeah.
And the tail end of the bike is going to shoot whatever way it wants to go. And unfortunately, then he's quite literally just a passenger.
And the thing is, we're saying, oh, he's coming into that corner too hot. We don't know if there's any brake issues on that bike.
Absolutely.
That could be that would be my #1 suspect for that, because that looked even far too hot for just missing your braking point there. And of course, at that point, you're literally just trying to hold on like a bucking bronco onto the bike there. So yeah, that's a scary moment, but thankfully, as we saw earlier, the rider getting up on his feet, and we'll have the rescue staff there over there as well. Now we're getting a little glimpse of the bike there. I would hazard a guess, if that bike was already onto the grass before it spun, I'm hoping it didn't dig in.
It doesn't look like it. So he was still upright, still trying to make the corner, but because of course you don't want to just sit straight up because there's a wall.
It's here where he's on the grass. The back end just flips through the front. He's thrown onto the side.
It does flip
and then
over.
thrown clear, because that's always the thing. It's like racing cars of the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. You know, drivers would prefer to have been thrown free from it because they don't want to be anywhere near
Absolutely.
it. And that's obviously what's happened there. So
this is something very similar to, if I'm getting my facts correct, the end of 2024 with Trevor Westman, who was in this race, in fact. And he had a very similar incident going in during a national race that actually had him sitting out for about a year, that he went into turn number 3 a little bit offline and the bike slid out from underneath him and he went straight, completely straight off. So maybe possibly target fixation. When you're offline, you're looking ahead of you because you don't want to look far to the right because you're not going that way. And hope, I mean, he maybe was hoping that the bike would go on the grass and roll away, but at that speed, I don't think there's much you can do. And he's back at the medical centre now.
Unfortunately, as you know, being up here in the commentary box, that's all we can do is we can throw out suggestions and try and figure out exactly what happened there. But what we know that's happening is the bikes are back out on circuit then to resume the Pirelli Superbikes SBK Challenge and the 600s out there for race number 1. Now they're going to have a whole 4 laps out. That might go up when race control decide to restart this race, but you can see there the bike's making their way out through 3 and then on the run up towards the Sarel sweep. Again, what we've got to talk about Tristan Pienaar. That start was absolutely sensational. I mean, he might as well have an Exocet missile strapped to that bike that he's on, because
if he doesn't already.
Yeah, that's a great point, because I mean the pace that he's got in that thing is absolutely sensational on that Honda CBR 1000.
Yep, that's that Missile Motorcycles CBR, prepped by Kieran Sneeman, and of course just an unbelievably quick bike and an unbelievably quick rider that is Tristan Pienaar. However, in this situation, this isn't exactly what Tristan wants, because now if you can't get the whole shot, then he's not in trouble, but then he's got a little bit of traffic to contend with.
Yeah, the bike's then making their way back to the grid. Also, on a personal note, I'm having a look for Xander Talliard, because believe it or not, when I was wanting to learn to ride a bike, that was the bike that I had my dream set on, was a little Gixxer, a little GSXR 600, but that never happened, unfortunately. Maybe it'll happen while I'm over here, and you definitely never see me on the grid. That's just, I'm saying that right now. I do not have the mental fortitude to put myself onto the grid here. You can see as well some of the riders gesticulating to some of the marshals and the track staff about grid positions and things like that as well.
Especially when you are unsettled in the sense that you already know where you started previously at the very beginning due to qualifying. You don't know where you start now, so things are ruffled up, feathers are undone, so to speak. But we wait for the restart to race number 1 for the Pirelli Superbike Challenge 600s and Masters. The revs are climbing, the board's out of the way, the 5 lights are on and off immediately, and away we go down towards turn number 1, block point corner. Tristan Pienaar once again with the whole shot, exactly what he needs to get away as soon as he can, but he's got competition right on his case. We'll have to see when they round block point corner turn number 1 who exactly that is. Line astern, they all are once again cleanly through turn number 1, and it looks to be AJ Fenter that was right on his case with now. That is Damien Purificati up the inside for second place. Ronald Slammen is trying to make it up the inside of both of them as well going through. This is a tight racing right out from the start.
What's insane is the straight line speed of that Honda CBR 1000. It just lights up as soon as it gets any sort of position on the track as well, straight out there. But we've got a 5-bike battle for second place just now, as well as this is what we saw on lap 1 here, Jordan. This is what impressed you so very much, is that line astern thing here, where all of the riders just getting themselves into position, getting heat back into the tyres as well, because they've been cool. They've been sitting there for about 10 minutes now. They need to get back in. This is also the danger point for these bikes as well, because they're not fully up to temperature just yet.
Absolutely necessary to get the temperature in as soon as they can without obstructing themselves or others and getting into precarious situations. But now they are getting back up to speed. That's why they do have that one warm-up lap before they get to the grid. But Tristan Pienaar leading away. Purificati from Slammet, Alan John Fenter, Trevor Westman up into 5th spot ahead of Troy Tonking, the young man from Joburg, ahead of his other young Joburgian counterpart, Ryan van Nieuwkerk, then Malcolm Rapson, Xander Talliard, Eden Haynes. That's your top 10 as we go. I'm so excited. I can't contain it. We go into Castro Corner turn number 2.
Excellent stuff. And the thing is, I'm looking at Tonking, that number 52 rider. He was up in that lead battle for the longest of times there, and has now dropped just behind Westman in the number 60, the Trevor Westman outfit just now. But again, further down, you've got Ian Haynes, you've got Coney Boats, Michael Detroit as well in that battle for 10th, 11th and 12th there just now. But again, it's all fairly line astern for just now, but that 3-bike battle for second place, this is going to be intense, because we see Purificati going defensive, coming down into Cape Town corner here. This is going to be last of the late breakers down into that corner. JT, this is scary, scary stuff.
I almost want to watch in between my fingers at this rate in time, as 3 laps coming up on 2 to go. Because of the red flag, we got a short amount of laps, so now it's even more of a sprint than the 9 or 10 laps that we do generally, as they come down towards block point corner, turn number 1. No change in position just yet, but it's closer than it ever has been. Tonking and Westman are now fighting amongst themselves on the ZX10 and that KTM of Troy Tonking. Rapson up in that spot as well. Van Nieuwkerk and Haynes and Boert are sitting in that top 10. They are still fighting to stay inside the top 10 as the rest of the field comes through.
Fantastic catch there, because it looked like Westman went deep into turn 1. That allowed Tonking just to sneak up on the inside and take that 5th position away from the number 60 rider. As you said, a brilliant battle as well, going on for 7th and 8th position as well, as that is coming out of 3 then. I think that is actually Rapson and Van Nieuwkerk with Ian Haynes as well in that 82. So sensational stuff just now, with 2 laps left to go here in this Superbike first race of the day here. But we go to the back straight there, and again Pinar is just in a league of his own. But look at this fight for second position right now. Purificati, I think, will enjoy Slammy and Venter fighting it out between themselves, but that looks like we've got a new friends coming into play as well. Is that a Westman that's already managed to work themselves up?
It may just be, as the leader comes fast, as well as second, third and fourth. Now coming to the line, we have the likes of Trevor Westman, Troy Tonking, Malcolm Rapson, Ryan van Nieuwkerk, and Tonking drops down 2 positions now from Westman and Rapson as they go into turn number 1. Still looking around as a couple more bikes come across the line, but we jump back to Castro Corner to catch the leaders and this pack of 4 coming into turn number 2.
Yeah, so that was the second group then. So that is Rapson, Tonkin, Van Nieuwkerk, Ian Haynes trying to catch up in that number 82 as well, but Tonkin losing a ton of speed there. We've got a bike going slow on the exit of the Sorel sweep there. Well, I say slow, and then immediately ratchets up to about 140 miles per hour going down that back straight there. So again, this is the problem we have as commentators here, that we open our mouth, and as soon as we open our mouth, it suddenly changes before we've even had a chance to say it.
Well, I've had a look, and now it looked like the 3 bikes that were behind Tristan Pinar have come down to 2. We're missing one of those 3 in the battle for second position, and I don't quite know who it is yet. As we come to the line, as we watch the rest come through turn number 5, it's Pinar, then Purificati.
That's it.
And Slammit. Where is AJ Fenter?
Flag. That's it. We're done.
Oh, and just like that, we're done. Absolutely. That's how quick it was. We'll run on through. AJ Fender did come across the line in 4th, ahead of Rapson, Westman, Tonking.
Yeah, two bikes going wide on that.
No, the race is over. They pull off there. That's where you pull off after the race is finished. And it's Van Nieuwkerk, Haynes and Boertus that finish out the top 10. Reddinghuis, De Toy, Purificati. That's Nicole Purificati. Lubabalo and Sana, Daniel Frost finish out the top 15. Then Dinner, Mackerel, Arendse, Van Dijk, and Zander Taljard finishes out the top 20. With, unfortunately, missing out was Mark van den Berg after that first race, or first half of the race incident, and Johnny Towers not making it out onto the grid.
Listen, if we can barely think fast enough to speak here, can you imagine how talented you have to be out there on those bikes?
Well, I'm just getting some information from Frank Eunice now that Johnny Towers was out. He went wide in turn number 1 on the start and came back out onto the circuit and then pulled off, and he hasn't made it out. Before the red flag came out, yes, you're right.
So, again, this is what we're incredibly fortunate to have up here in the commentary tower, but some well-deserved waves to the marshals and everybody that is trackside today from the riders here as well. I think they earned that little celebration after that one, because that was a mega race here.
Oh, my heart is still racing beyond comprehension. But, I mean, you probably heard Francois and I talk about it earlier, saying 650s and 300s had a brilliant race, number one. Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run had a brilliant race, number one. We just wait for Superbikes. And how was that?
Yeah, exactly. Showing that it doesn't matter what class you're in, you're going to be in the thick of the action anyway. So we've got some replays then from our first race of the day for the Pirelli Superbikes Challenge Masters and 600s. And again, just showing the level of commitment going into the Cape Town corner there. And the gap very, very slow indeed. Very, very little between the four of them there. But again, it's the exit speed. It's just when they pin that throttle and just lay down the rubber, these things just go.
Absolutely. There is that wide line. And here's the start. This is the start of that second part of the race. And Justin Pinot does get the whole shot. And look how tight I get even frustrated watching them. Well, not frustrated, but I get nervous watching the replay because you just feel like something's going to happen. But these riders know exactly what they're doing. They're here for that reason because they do know how to ride a bike. And they can all ride a bike super well and cleanly through that first open lap.
And this is the thing, it is difficult as a commentator as well, isn't it, not to have your heart in your mouth for the entirety of the race and to be able to speak about what we're seeing out there on track. But as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the YouTube comments coming in. Also, we've got our driver of the day.
I'll give you the number in just a moment.
Give us the WhatsApp and message us and let us know who your driver of the day is. Well, Carol Ray 864 says, glad to be watching from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Riyadh, that's awesome. Carol and Diane Ray are watching Andre Rowe. Go Andre.
Yes, Andre Rowe should be out in this class. There he is.
There are, number 70.
GTI Challenge that's coming up next. And Uncle Babby says, right, that's my shift for the day done. Time to get trackside. Thank you for the live stream and keeping us who can't be there from the morning session informed and updated. Of course, that's what we're here for. And that's what this live stream is for keeping everyone that can't be here today, even though you should be here, this is the place to be, all informed over the air.
What I would say as well to anybody that is trackside as well and feeling missing out, you can pop on YouTube on your mobile. Pop the mobile app on, leave a little comment on the live stream. But there is confirmation of the racer of the day. WhatsApp their name to 060 352 2890. That's 060 352 2890, and you will very, very likely make someone's day, because I know for a fact at the prize giving at the end of the day, when Racer of the Day is announced, there's a big cheer that does go up. And
something we must note is that since the Racer of the Day has been a thing here at Killarney International Raceway, it has been won I may need confirmation on this, it's been won every single time by a biker. So the cars, the race car drivers need to step up their game.
I mean, I get that. Anyway, the timing comes up then to show you what we've got coming up. So we've got one race left in this morning session, the API Property GTI Challenge. We will both be stepping away for that for just a second. And we're going to have some new commentators stepping up onto it. And that is going to be Mr. Frankie Eunice and Gary Fleming.
Right, here we go. API Property Group GTI Challenge. Let's give you a bit of background on API Property Group, the official sponsor of GTI Challenge for 2026. They specialize in industrial and commercial property in South Africa, focused on leasing, selling and or purchasing of property in the operation of industrial and also in Johannesburg since 1984. API have development, management and investment divisions to provide in-depth and turnkey property solutions to small, medium and large businesses and corporates as well. API Property Group, the official sponsor of GTI Challenge 2026. Mike side for race number 1, Frankie Hinnis. Hello, Frankie.
How's it, Gaza? All you folks at home, hope you're having a good day with us so far.
That was the pre-show, and now we're starting with the show.
Now, yeah, and just to let the people at home also know, Gary, that we'll be back in the commentary box next weekend, but not doing the live stream. We will be back here for round 1 of the National Extreme Festival here at Killarney. Round 1 being hosted at the WPMC, Killarney International Raceway. So we encourage everybody in Cape Town to come down to Killarney next weekend and rack and stack and pack this place for the National Extreme Festival. There will be streaming, but obviously not from our side and from IMUSAT. But please come down to the circuit if you are in Cape Town or you can make it and watch the first round of the SA National Championship known as the Extreme Festival.
I see there was a comment made about it's not the first round, it's the second round. There's Extreme Festival at Swartkorps.
That's the regional one.
The Extreme Festival at Swartkorps is the regional Extreme Festivals. What Frank is talking about is the real deal. The Extreme Festival right here at Killarney, exactly 1 week from now.
Yeah, that's the Northern Regional Extreme Festival that is at Swartkorps, not the Nationals.
Well, that's also probably been televised today, and I suppose people will watch that after they finished watching Killarney.
Oh yes, first watch Killarney, that's for sure.
Well, to the in excess of 16,000 viewers from round number 1, welcome. I hope a lot of you are back here for today, round number 2. This being race number 1, API Property Group GTI Challenge, a 3-light start. The class being divided up to Class A, Class B and Class C. Certain mechanical specifications and maximum outputs and modification levels that's allowed in the different classes. A gap that will be left between, there you see the Class A, then you'll see the Class B cars, and then the Class C. I was expecting that it looks like they're going to put the A and B together. No, there is a gap. The position 5 and 6 is left open. We see the Angry Racing 94 of Tate Bishop alongside Ian Cup, and both of them behind Skulk Geldenace and the quietly spoken, neatly dressed, looking for a girlfriend, Shane Williams. He said it this morning on the front end.
You didn't need to repeat it, but it makes sense. Maybe you can help him.
Zach Layden leading out the Class B challenge. That car prepared by Chase Herald, CHR, Chase Herald Racing. And he'll be leading out that Class B challenge, and that from Nurabus, Brett Roach, the quietly spoken Brett Roach, Adriano Ferrari, last season's Class C winner.
Yeah, as we have a look all the way down, as the Class A cars get off the line, so it is indeed the 3-light system. There's a serious pause before the Class B drivers work their way off the line. And there'll be another semi-serious pause before now the Class C cars move off to start their race.
Serious argy-bargy that went down there in the front end of Class A as the Class B goes through. That front row was very, very tough. And the biggest class of all in Class C.
Oh, the Class A cars are going 3 abreast coming out of Cashel Corner as we watch the Class B contingency work its way towards Cashel. But here we go. This is Class C. Tristan Hubert had a good start off the line, and Tristan Hubert is still leading them, this class, as they work their way out of Cashel Corner. We go back to the 4 Class A cars that are working their way out of Saddle Sweep.
Well, rubbing is racing, but there was more rubbing than racing going down as they went through turn number 1, and well, 3 of the 4 running together as they work their way down towards Cape Town Corner. I don't believe anybody in this group is going to back out whatsoever. The Angry Racing car there in that second position, having started 4th out of the 3 and already moving up to 2nd.
Well, here we go. As the 4 Class A cars work their way across the start-finish line. Heading down, it is Bishop, Williams, Geldenace and Cup. Now, Cup had gearbox problems. They've got that lot sorted out. Here comes Zach Layden. He leads Nurabus across the line in that number 4 car. And here come the Class C cars. Big lock up there going into turn number 1. The Class C cars right there in the background. That's Adriano Ferrari. That's making his way through. He's just ahead there of Sean Liebenberg. Here come the C cars, and it is Tristan Hubert that leads them through. I tell you what, when last, well, he did lead them through. He's lost the lead now going into turn number 1, and he would have lost that one to Van Heerden. He lost that one out to Van Heerden as the Class A cars work their way up the hill. We see the yellow flag in turn 1. There is a Mark 1 Golf off there as the Class A cars race down the back Killarney straight.
Well, I tell you what, there's nothing in this Class A apart from the fact that the Angry Racing entry has now slightly broken away at the front end of the pack. But look at the battle in Class A for second, third and fourth. Williams, Gelderhuys and Cup, nothing much in it, but here comes a battle royal behind that as well. Zach Leyden leading the charge.
Yeah, Zach Leyden from Nurbus. Brett Roach is in there, Donnie Sundenberg Jr., Mohammed Kolfi, and then Adriano Ferrari, and right behind them is Sean Liebenberg, and Ijaz Majid sits out there in that 12th position overall. This is the Class B boys racing down towards turn number 1. As you watch the Class C cars, and the Class C cars has been led there by Van Heerden as they work their way down into turn number 1. But unfortunately, we've lost Shane Williams in turn number 2. He will rejoin again, but never mind that. It's all about these Class C cars that is working its way out of turn number 1. The 2 API property cars, that will be Muna and Dreyer, is right in there with the likes of Van Heerden and Hubert.
Well, as they work their way there, it's down the back main that we pick up the Angry Racing entry that's up-dusted and disappeared at the front. In fact, the Class A has now opened up as they work their way down to turn 5. I think we've lost one at this point.
Yeah, that was Williams that went off in Castro corner.
And here comes Class B.
Yeah, Class B is where it's all about. The Class A cars coming down towards us, but that's the Class B cars that you see. The Zach Leyden sits out there in P1 near a bus. Right behind him is a Jetta 2 of Brett Roach. That's first, second and third. Then behind Roachy, we've got Donnie Sundenberg. Mohammed Kolfi is coming through as well. Adriano Ferrari. Right behind Ferrari is Liebenberg, Majid, and then we've got Faisal Jacobs coming through with Donnie Sundenberg right there on his case as these Class A cars work their way into Castrol Corner.
Yep, with the absence of Williams, there is now only 3 of them running together. Oh, look at Class C, the Brat Pack as they come across the line. Van Heerden, Muna, Dreyer, Joubert, Smith, Schroeder, Walton, they all in a small little, oh, that one's never going to work. 2 cars in such a small area, not enough space.
There was Devon Dreyer. That lot. Tristan Hubert was also involved in that one. He will recover. He might have taken evasive action. I don't know. They would just picked him up at the last moment. So from leading the field in this class, he's dropped all the way down to just out of the top 5 as the Class B cars work their way down the back straight. Zach Leyden that sits out there in P1. A bus, Roach, Sundenberg as they make their way down that back straight. Mohammed Kolfi, Sean Liebenberg, they're all in that fight. Majid, Jacob, and then Sundenberg Senior as they head out. Look at that. That is Ferrari that is there, right on the case of Mohammed Kolfi, who's on the case of Donnie Sundenberg Jr. But this is your leader, Zach Leyden, working his way through in that class. A bus, Roach coming through. Then it is Kolfi, Ferrari, and Liebenberg is just ahead of Majid, followed there by Sundenberg Senior, and then Faisal Jacobs.
And here arrives the Class C cars, Frankie. Look at this one. Well, I tell you what, the API property boys are having a whole bunch of fun out there. Van Heerden, Muna, Dreyer, Joubert, and Smith, the front 5 in Class C.
Yeah, Tristan fought his way back again. It's Ryan Van Heerden, it's Muna, it is Hubert, then it's Ross Schroeder. There's Patrick Walton in that red car, and then right behind him is the other Hubert. That will be Connor Hubert that is making his way through, and he sits 3, 4, 5. He sits in P6 in Class C. So both your Bear brothers out there, the 9-0 and the 5-3.
Having started the class in 4th position, Angry Racing, Tate Bishop works his way through from the 10 of Geldernays. He has broken away a little bit now from Geldernays. There's a yellow that's been waved in the middle of the straight as they go down towards one, and that looks like a Class C car that is standing in the middle of the corner. There it is. I think it's one of the API property cars that could be Dreyer or Muna.
That is Dreyer that went off earlier on. Remember when I said I saw Tristan take evasive action? So that is indeed that API property car.
Well, that Class B battle carries on, and Zach Leyden is quick enough to hold out the likes of Nurabas. And Nurabas is looking in the mirror and saying, thank heavens, because that hard-driving fellow behind me goes by the name of Mr. Roach.
Well, right behind Brett Roach, that's at 3 car away coming through. That's Mohammed Kalfi, Donnie Sandenberg Jr., and Adriano Ferrari. There into view now is Sean Liebenberg, followed there by Ijaz Majid. That is your Class C cars. We've gone back to Class A. Now that's still the Class B cars that's making their way out of Damstip.
Well, the Class B with Zach Leyden, that was the fastest qualifier, has led out Class B all day long so far. Mohammed Kalfi, Frankie, battling it out there with Sandenberg, and Kalfi will be disappointed because he's accustomed to being at the front end of the pack.
Yeah, he sits 4th overall in Class B. But the Class C cars, we've got to pick these guys up because it's a huge, huge fight that's going on in C. There was a big, big gap before the C cars. There they go. Down the back straight, it's Ryan van Heerden. That sits out there in P1. He's got Daniel Muna right on his case. Tristan Hubert is there in that 3rd position. Ross Schroeder. There's that red Golf of PJ Walton. That's Patrick Walton. And then behind him is Connor Hubert as they work their way through, but this is P1 and P2. That's Van Heerden and Muna. Then it's Tristan Hubert. You see just behind them on your screen there. That's 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Then the next API property car coming through. There is Jabir coming through. These guys are absolutely side by side. Van Heerden and Muna, and it's Van Heerden that outbreaks Daniel Muna going into Blockcoin.
Keep in mind that you would normally at this point see the likes of Mark Fontini leading or in the lead group of Class C. He in fact did not make it out for today's race. He will be out, I believe, at the next race and in a Class B car.
Yeah, he's got a Class B Polo, so he will be joining us. That's Connor Hubert going through there, and then John Smith is the next one that's busy making his way through. But this is the final lap. This is the last lap. You're going to have to pick up the overall leaders because we've been focusing lots on Class B and C. There's a car slowing down going into Park Vermeer that looks like it's Adriano Ferrari's car that slowed right down.
Yeah, ex-Class C champion from last year and campaigning in Class B this year, as our Class A cars are about to come into sight as we go down in towards turn 3. Some new sponsorship hoarding and boarding that will be up on turn 3 for the next event, probably, which is, as we said, Extreme National Festival that is going to be here next week.
Well, we're going to have to pick up those Class A cars. Here come the Class C. So it is Bishop, Bishop that sits out there in a P1 in Class A, working down towards Cape Town corner. Out of Cape Town corner, Bishop right behind him is Skull Keldernace. That is a P1 and P2. Then it's Ian Cup. He had a gearbox change between qualifying and now. And then it will be Shane Williams that's going to cross the line behind Ian Cup. And that is first, second, third, and fourth in Class A.
Zach Leyden works his way down towards the last corner. And, well, it's through turn 5, Cape Town corner. Zach Leyden, fastest qualifier and he's the fastest man out there on circuit. Nurabus was very close for the first half of the race, but eventually lost out a bit of ground. Zach Layden from Nurabus, Brett Roach, Golden Oldie still out there, Sunderberg Jr., oh, Colfie on the line, but Colfie just doesn't make it. And, or Colfie does, in fact, make it. Then Liebenberg, Majid, Jacobs, and then Sunderberg. And then comes Class C.
Yeah, and then it's Ijas Majid, Faisal Jacobs, and Donnie Sunderberg. But here comes this Class C cars, and it's Ryan van Heerden. It will come home in P1. It's going to be side by side between Muna and Hubert. The two of them across the line side by side. Will it be Muna? Will it be Hubert? Yes, it will be Muna by 1/100th of a second ahead of Tristan Hubert. Followed there by Ross Schroeder, Patrick Walton, Connor Hubert, John Smith crossing the line now. And then we're still waiting for the 7-0 car of Andre Rowe.
I don't think he made it to the end, unfortunately. But if you think how Ryan van Heerden was smiling this morning when we went and did our grid walk up and down the pit lane, he was standing second from the end, right here below us. He was smiling sweetly like he was looking forward to it, and it all turned out magic on the day.
Yep, Andre Rowe did not get to the checkered flag, neither did Ferrari. We saw him pull into Park Fermé. Adriano Ferrari in that polo in Class B. So that was API Property Group GTI Challenge Race number 1 in the bag, as we now go off air for a while and hand over to the IMUSAT crew for their lunchtime show. We'll have a chat to you from the commentary box directly after lunch. BNC. There was Tristan Hubert. That was the early leader in the Class C category. And a replay of the guys coming through Cape Town corner. Oh, driver cars getting it sideways out of turn 5, out of Cape Town. And that is basically when Ryan van Heerden came through. The two API property cars in there behind him, and of course Tristan Hubert as well, as they slide their way through. And that was the double contact. That was the one API property car that went off, and Tristan Hubert was also involved in that. And then he had to take evasive action and get back on the track again, but didn't lose too much ground out there. So as you watch the replays, we're going to now officially go off air, and we'll have a chat to you after lunch. We'll hand over to the IMUSAT crew for their lunchtime show.
came to the other side of the pits where the hidden gems are. Honestly, the beasts are hidden away here. And I managed to track down Mr. Sean Moore, who had a fantastic battle against Fabio Tofani this morning. So these are the V8 Masters, as we know them, the wise guys, hey, that race over here. So Sean, tell us, how did it go this morning?
Definitely not the wise guys. Age has got the better of us, but it was a tough morning out there. Fabio and I were head-to-head. I thought I'd got him around lap 6. He was blocked by a supercar. I got the benefit of that transaction. And then, unfortunately, in the last lap, I missed my brake marker and gave it all quite back, so hence not the wise guys.
The qualifying was also like microseconds there that you were behind him. So race 2, what are you going to change, strategy-wise?
Strategy...
Instead of not Fabio's tyres.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think I'm going to start off by disconnecting some of his spark plugs. That would be a great start, and I think I'll have a super advantage on him then. But otherwise, I think just race as hard and take advantage of the mistakes. I think that's really all you can do in a class of absolutely equal performance and power. Your only advantage is really the guy behind the wheel and taking advantage of somebody else's mistakes.
Hi guys, walking through the pits and I found some amazing bike riders. So something just intrigued me to stop and figured out that this is dad and son, and there's a little bit of a backstory here, so I am very keen to introduce them. So I'm going to start with age before beauty, I guess we're going to say. So Dad, introduce yourself please.
Hi, I'm Clint Munton. I started racing in the early 80s, raced nationally for a few years, 10, 12 years, and then gave up and came back to racing a couple of years ago, and my son now wants me to race with him. So today is our first time to race together, same class, same motorbikes.
Absolutely incredible. And over to you, son.
Yeah, so no, it's been a goal of mine for a while to obviously race in the same race. We did do an endurance race together on the 150, so we were like father-son team, which was quite cool. But this is the first time that we're going to be competitors together in the same race, so no, it's good. Yesterday we ended up doing qualifying, spun a couple of laps with them. It was cool to be, out on track on the same bikes as each other. So no, I'm excited for today. I think it's going to be a good day.
And tell me a little bit about your bikes that you have here.
So both of these are ER650 Kawasaki's. So that one over there is a Versus, and this was a normal ER. So yeah, so 650cc Kawasaki's. They're honestly the most popular brand of bike in our class. There are a couple Suzuki SV 650s, but this majority of the time people ride these in our class. So yeah.
Awesome. And for you, how does it feel coming back to race after all these years and now to do it with your son?
It's nice, but I think he just wants to do it so he can say he's beaten me.
Family lunch is going to be exciting tomorrow. Can I be invited?
Power Series round number 2, and it's kicking off with a bang. Next to me is Marco Retta with a car that we haven't seen in almost a year.
Yeah, it's been a year. The last year's Nationals was the last time the car was out here.
Is that when you were giving McLarens and Lamborghinis a hiding?
It was that time, yeah.
So this car is absolutely amazing. It's been asleep for a little while, but you are back out today. How's it been going?
It's been going very well. We wiped the cobwebs off last Tuesday for practice. Actually, I brought it to Neon on Monday. And yeah, so far so good today. We went out there actually to try and do a PB, but we changed some springs last night, so hopefully a PB would be a 13.9 or 13.8. We did 14.2s, but with the suspension change, I think I've gotten used to it. I'm no pro driver, just doing what I do and having fun. And yeah, we'll see in the next heat. The sun's coming out, so it's going to be a bit warmer out there. So I got maybe 2 or 3 laps to do that, and then it's over. But
well, listen, you do have another race out there, so you could possibly get to the PB.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, there isn't much competition. The other turbo cars aren't here, but yeah, I'm having lots of fun out there. It's really cool to drive this monster again.
It's absolutely awesome seeing you and your car out on track. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jace, you've been... Hey, Jace.
Hey, Jace.
You've been wrenching on this car feverishly. What is going on?
Bolt broke off, and DJ obviously is next to us. I'm Josh's dad. And yeah, we just try and help each other. So I'm trying to get him on the grid.
But he's not in the same class or the same race as Josh, is he?
No, he's not, but it doesn't matter.
Even if you were, you'd be helping anyway. It's all about the team spirit and getting guys together. But we just chatted to your daughter and Josh's friends today, and he just went out on track. How's he doing?
Joshie got pole yesterday. So we just been filling a bit with the tire pressures, but we should be a quicker lap time today. It's a bit cooler. Yeah, so we're hoping holding thumbs. Bring it around.
Good luck.
Thank you, Jazz.
Andre Steenkamp in the Nardini. I feel like I want to tell the story, but I kind of feel like it'll be better if you said it. What happened in race 1?
It was a bit of a stuff up, if we're honest. No, I was lining up for car felt great yesterday, quali everything. I was lining up for the first race. Yeah, did the 2 warm-up laps, and just as we wanted to set off for the start, suddenly it felt like the car was pulling a bit, wasn't pulling that well, and then the next moment just cut out, and I took it off the track, like right before the first corner, and it turns out that there was oil everywhere, so that's why, sorry everybody that things were delayed. So it turns out we had an investigation, and it's the FTF fitting on the front of the motor that just, the nut just cracked or something, and so yeah, I think that's the end of my day.
Race cars would be fun, they said.
Yeah, it's cheap, it's fun, all those things.
Well, look, so that's the end of your day. You won't be doing race number 2?
No, unfortunately not today. Yeah, but I'll enjoy watching the racing for the other guys.
Well, hope to see you out next time. Hope you get it sorted.
We'll make a plan.
I'm standing here with Hermanus Haystamen, fresh out of Clubmans. You guys just came out of a race. How did you do?
Yeah, it was a good race. I had a nice little dice with the Golfie, and we were pushing each other. Unfortunately, you know, we're a little bit heavier. He's quicker through the corner, so what can you do? We lost that one, but it was great.
Are you referring to the car or the person driving?
No, the person's slow, the car's fast.
Listen, so you had a good race. You've got another one coming up later on. Yeah, how do you feel about that one?
Yeah, we've got another Clubmans coming up. I also do BMW, so yeah, we're doing double duty today, 4 races and the qualifying, so it gets busy, but I love it.
And you're using the same car?
Yes, same car for both series, so yeah, it doesn't get a lot of time cooling down in between the races, but we keep on going. Mike, the mechanic, does a great job, and yeah, we're thankful.
Is this why the car tried to run away yesterday off the trailer?
Oh, Jason, you had to bring that up, yeah. So on our way to the track yesterday, we saw that we lost a car off a trailer. Luckily,
let me just break it down. So they're driving to the track. The car's on the trailer. They're looking to the rearview mirror, and the car's hanging off the trailer like this, just ready to leave.
Yeah, we were lucky that our racing car didn't pass our towing car, but yeah, so luckily we caught it, and Divan Wenzel was behind me and helped me, and Errol, my guy as well. We got it jacked up, got it up, and no damage. So we're very thankful to be here. Then we had some gearbox issues, which we still fixed last night as well. So we're just grateful to be here, happy to be on track, and just the camaraderie with all the other drivers and the help everyone gives you. And that's the amazing thing about Killarney.
It is absolutely amazing. Best of luck with the second race and have fun.
Thanks, Jason. You guys have a good one.
Good afternoon, Killarney, and everybody out there watching from wherever you are. It is the Lunchtime Show at the Power Series, round 2. Jason.
Round number 2, and it is so good to be back. You had the breakfast show this morning with Ernest, and I was a little bit jealous.
I left you alone in the last Power Series for the Lunchtime Show, but you did a great job.
I appreciate it.
Everybody was praising you. I was watching from home, and I was watching the comments.
Well, I was out here sweating in the Killarney sun. You had your feet up, glass of wine.
I was on the couch. I had some painkillers in me by that time, and I was still committed to the Power Series.
Of course.
That's what's important. I went home and I tuned in, guys.
Absolute commitment, guys. Absolute commitment. But round 2, and it is absolutely insane what we've got going on here today. The racing is top class as usual. I'm trying to build up our stories from round 1. So I'm watching where all the guys were during round 1 of Power Series and seeing where the guys are today, and the series is really starting to pick up steam really early in all of these races and all of these classes. I don't know who you've been keeping an eye out on. I know that you kind of partial to the bikers, the riders.
Yeah, I have some friends there, some of the young riders and their parents. We vibe, we get along. We've had some Facebook friend requests, and we're keeping up to date with what's going on, and they always give me the inside scoop as to what's going on in the world of the bikes. You guys would have seen I interviewed AJ Fenter earlier this morning. He is going to go race at the Isle of Man, and I got that inside scoop from my family friends there of the bikers.
Look at you, inside scoop. Let's go. I want to do a fist bump, but not that arm.
Yeah, not this one. Well, now that I've got some metal plates in here, I might be scared of fist bumping people too hard. hard.
How is that healing though? So I'm sorry, apologies to all the fans.
Yeah, this is why I had to leave him last time. Yeah, the pain was too much. The hand is better each day. Is a little bit better than the next. And I'm now symbionic.
You symbionic.
I'm turning into a cyborg.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. So you were talking about bikes and riders, and I got myself a bike just recently, by the way.
Listen, I've been following. Please give the viewers an update.
So a quick one. So what I do is
it's somewhat related to why we're here and how we do things here.
It's very related to what you're doing here. So when you're not seeing us on the lunchtime show like we're doing now or on the breakfast show, Simone and I are somewhere at track doing pit interviews, doing track interviews or whatever. Yeah. I find myself I do a lot of the filming, so I need to get from turn 1 to turn 5 into Park Ferme, back and forth, all within an 8-lap race. Yeah. So I put a notice out into the world. I said, look guys, I need a bike. And somebody said to me, yeah, I've got a bike. And they gave me a 2-stroke. And it was janky.
Manual.
Manual.
Kickstart.
But it's so much fun and it gets me around the track. So I'm getting into this now, and I've realized as much motorsport as I do, there's certain things that I don't know with the biker lingo. Like you don't get drivers, they're riders.
They're riders.
They're riders.
Yes.
So I have to get. So I'm a rider now. I don't have a license, but I'm at Killarney though. Don't tell anybody.
I don't think you need one at Killarney.
We don't need one here.
Once you're in these gates, I think it's free reign. You can drive whatever you want without a license here, I think.
But that being said, a lot of the guys on track, there are licensed drivers outside, have been racing today, and we've got a guest coming on.
We do.
He's standing right over there, so we're going to talk a little bit about today, and then we are going to bring on Troy Dolenchek.
Yes, and I think the first question I'm going to ask him is like, where does his surname come from? Because I know we can say it took me a while, but don't ask me to spell it.
Look, if I don't look at the paper, I don't know how to spell it. I have no idea, right? So just to give you guys a quick idea, so it is lunchtime, so most of these races have been out at least once.
Yes.
You know, so you would have seen some highlights, you'd have seen some pit interviews, we would have chatted to guys, with guys that have just come in from the race. So race number 2 will come up after the lunchtime show. So it's a good catch up. So if you're on the live stream now, you can rewind a little bit. You can just see who's been doing what's happening in the class.
You can rewind.
Yeah, watch us first. You can go back later, and if they're watching this tomorrow or the next day or whatever, if they just happen to jump onto the lunchtime show, there's a lot that's been going on. But we're going to talk about that shortly. Just towards the end, we'll actually give you some results about where everyone is with regards to race number 1, who's up front, who the leaders are. But before we get that, let's say we bring in Troy.
Let's get Troy in here. Troy, you want to come join us?
You can have the hot seat, champ. That is yours.
We scoot Jason over a little bit there. We'll plump you in the middle. We're making a Troy Dolenchek sandwich.
Okay, there we go.
I had a funny joke about a Troy Dolenchek sandwich, but I don't think I can say it on air.
Yeah, probably not.
No. So, Troy, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, the reason you are here, your name is...
Yeah, no, can we talk about the name first? So we want to know where the name comes from. It's very particular. Dolenchek, don't hear it often. I think you're the only time I've ever heard that surname. Yeah. Where does it come from?
So it's of German origin, if I'm not mistaken. Also a bit of Czech Republic in there. So it's quite mixed. But yeah, I'm fully South African, obviously, the whole family. So yeah, just very, very far back. But yeah, it's an interesting one. People often get it wrong and spell it wrong. So
no, I would never be able to spell it. So that's what we were just talking about
I was saying a joke to him earlier on because I handle some of the socials. So when he drove yesterday, right, and he came first, I had to write his name. I had to read it somewhere first. I know how to say it, but I can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
But Troy, so you have, and I don't know how to word this epically enough, you have the Killarney lap record.
Yeah.
Have I got that right?
That's right, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that. When did you set the record? What is the record, and what did you set the record in?
And also, are you the youngest person to ever hold the record?
Yeah, okay,
is that a record in itself?
Look, there's a lot of questions here between the two of them, which I probably don't have all the answers to.
We told you it was a sandwich. We did give you a warning.
Look, it's a lot of questions I don't all have answers to, but yeah, it was something that came as a bit of a surprise. We obviously knew we had the tool for it at the beginning of last year, which Gary luckily gave me the opportunity to use.
What was the tool?
So it's a Ginetta G57, which he's currently using, and we've been working on the car a lot to see if we can develop it any further. But at the end of 2023, I got the opportunity
to actually be introduced to the car. And towards the end of 2024, when he actually bought the car, he spoke to me and said, listen, Troy, would you be wanting to actually race the car with me alongside me? So at that point, obviously, I was very excited, but we didn't really know exactly what that meant at the time. But slowly but surely, we sort of started getting to testing with the car and did a couple more laps of the thing. And eventually, by the beginning of 2025, I'd done a couple of laps of the thing. And it was pretty much a case of a first race where I had the car all to myself, because usually we had split the driving half-half, where I do half the practice sessions, he does the other half.
Like yesterday.
Exactly. So it's difficult though, because that car is really quick, so to just get into the swing of things really off 1 or 2 practice sessions is quite difficult. But luckily that was the only weekend so far where I had the car all to myself at the beginning of 2025, and through that we could feel that the car was just getting better and better. Now we're making small changes to the car, and it just came to quali where we hadn't put the new tyres on yet, and I could already feel that the potential was there. So in quali was the first time where I really felt like it was within reach, because we did a low 7 at the time, which was the quickest the car had been, and it was still an old tyre. So we banged the new tyres on for the race, and on the first real push lap we broke the lap record, which was obviously a massive achievement. But soon after that, it was the fact that the gearbox broke, which was a bit of took a bit away from the achievement. So yeah, it was a bit of a thing that dampened the day a little bit, but still, it was a massive achievement.
I don't think. Look, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I don't think. I don't know what you think, but I don't think anything can dampen. I don't care if the car exploded. You've got the lap record. That is going to live until someone breaks it.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, of course. When it's not coming out of my bank account, then obviously it's great. But yeah, unfortunately that did happen. But yeah, it was one of those things. We got the gearbox sorted. Gary put a new box in there, and got the car up and running. And ever since then, it's just been a case of trying to develop the car and just get it forward and get it as close to what it was on the day. But yeah, it's not easy. It's obviously an expensive car to run. So the opportunity that Gary's given me with APT Racing has been massive. Well, you know, without him, it wouldn't even be a case of me having the lap record or driving the car. So the opportunity that he's given me alongside of the guys that work for him, it's just, you know, it's something that I can never thank him enough for. So that has given me the opportunity to race many other things, you know, with Wayne Hoffman in the 6 hour, the Porsche.
Yes.
That's opened all the doors to that sort of thing. You know, without racing with Gary, that probably wouldn't have happened. So, you know, massive shout out goes to him. But yeah, we are trying to...
We hope Wayne heals up soon. We just chatted to him.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
An unfortunate incident in the last power series in the Porsche, but he's healing up well, and he says he'll be back for the next round.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Hope he gets better soon.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, things like that always happen, but yeah, it's a live and you learn thing, and you always move forward, which I can see he's doing quite well.
So Simone was asking me earlier, she was saying that you do some stuff other than Killarney.
Yes.
You're saying he does some stuff outside of Killarney.
Yeah, so I wanted to touch on that now when you're saying with other opportunities. You don't just race here. So give the viewers rather an understanding of what else you do outside of just the Killarney hub.
Yeah, look, for the past couple of years, ever since I really started, I was doing single-seater racing, so nationally, and in 2023 I won the SA Championship, which was my big goal. Ever since then, it's always difficult to get your foot back in there because it's an expensive sport, obviously. Sure. But yeah, the main goal is always to win the national championship, and after that, to get out of the country is really difficult. But still my ultimate goal is to try and race at least something overseas, regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
So any seat time is always good seat time. That's always what I say. So that's obviously the goal, to try and race something overseas. Since then, I've started my own thing where I'm now coaching drivers, which will be this year, starting in MSA4. Okay. I've got Nzalo Koza, who will be racing the whole national season, starting next weekend at the Extreme Fest. So that's my main focus now, is to try and help younger guys, and through it maybe gain a bit of my own experience to try and see if maybe that, you know, takes me overseas. But yeah, that's the main goal, and yeah, for now, trying to get whatever I can, if it's a Porsche or whatever it is here, or it's a GTI Challenge card, really. Exactly, so just, you know, prepared. So yeah, anything that comes my way, I try and take opportunity.
The APT racing team over here making one hell of a noise with their hooters. Great team though. I've interviewed these guys a couple of times. It's such a almost I feel like they're a family. There could be some of them 100%. That are family, but such a vibe, and they always want to charge me 20 Rand every time I want to take a photo of the car.
Well, so,
I'm having a laugh.
Just to give you guys a little bit of an update, so what we are doing here this weekend, so you are sharing the Ginetta again this weekend. Yeah. Yesterday you were out for practice and qualifying, and you were sharing the car with Gary.
Yeah.
I think you went out for the first practice yesterday?
So I was out in the second session of when we actually ran the car. But look,
and then you broke it.
Yeah, that's what everybody always says. Every time something breaks, I'm in the seat and I'm the one who broke it. That's always how it goes. But like I said to you, it's difficult to share the car when you're halving each session, because getting straight into a car like that that's so fast, you know, you don't really get into the swing of things. So Gary and I have discussed, and going forward, we're going to try and have 1 week into the car for each driver. So he will keep the car for all weekend. He will drive it, and I work with him to try and see how we can develop it. And then the same goes for me. I will try and have the weekend with the car, because to get into the swing of things over all weekend is much better, and it's, you know, much more progressive. Of course. So especially with a car that does that sort of lap time, anything sub 10, I think people, the more things and more vehicles that are doing it now, like GT3 cars, people sort of become accustomed to it, but they don't actually understand how fast it really is.
Yeah, 100%. So you're watching on TV, and somebody did a sub 10. We'd be clapping, punching fists in the air. Everyone on TV is like, well, everyone does that now.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Special,
no, that's exactly what's happened now.
Just keep on pushing that envelope.
Exactly. There's so many cars now that are getting quicker and quicker that it's becoming a bit of a norm, but I think people don't really, you know, understand the extent of how quick that really is.
Well, just because I'm media, right, I'm going to say to you, just to stir the fire a little bit, we don't expect anything more than a 106.
Yeah, well, that's the same with me. We're also trying to get there again, but yeah, I mean, I think that it's definitely possible. We need to start, you know, trying to push the envelope of getting it close to a 7 and a 6 pretty much every time we go out, because the closer you can be to that sort of point, then the easier it's going to be with consistency, because doing it once or twice, it's not really worth it. It's about being consistently on that sort of level.
So let's, so sorry to interrupt you, just to stir a little bit. One of Simon's favorite cars is WB.
Yeah.
In the Nova, who's unfortunately not here today. He couldn't be here.
Yeah.
So basically, and no disrespect in saying this, but Sports and GT right now is pretty much a one-horse race.
Yeah.
You know, for the front spots.
Yeah, look, I think it's a difficult thing to actually pitch right now, because obviously Sports and GT is a very open series. You can sort of bring whatever you want, as long as it's you know, goes with their ruling and their rules. But yeah, it's a little bit of the case is the newer and more you spend on a car, the likelihood you're going to win is greater, obviously. But that's like anything, you know. These guys are here, they want to drive fast cars, so they're going to bring what they have, you know. They're going to, and that's more of a spectacle for the guys watching. So yes, it's a bit of a one-horse race today, because the Nova isn't here, but that just is what it is. And by the next race, I think they'll have that car up and running. They're putting a new engine, and I think they're obviously chasing us.
Oh, you know that, do you?
Of course, you know, everyone's trying to...
I was afraid to say it. I mean, I was watching the guys putting an engine in this car, and I'm sitting here thinking, do people know this? Are we allowed to say this out loud? Because
we never know what we're allowed to actually talk about and what we're not, like to everybody, obviously.
So we put it out into the world, and everybody goes like, oh, that was supposed to be a secret, and we're the ones that, and then we're the bad guys.
Yeah, of course.
So, Troy, appreciate you so much, my guy. What is your, where to from here? After Power City today, what is Troy's life? You wake up tomorrow morning, you have coffee, where are you going? What are you doing with?
Well, yeah, look, like I said, the main focus now is the Extreme Festival for the year. I will be running the MSA4 car, so helping, coaching, anything to do with the MSA4 car with Zalo. That's the guy who I'll be running the whole year. So that's the main focus for this year. And going forward, I'd like to, you know, race in nationals again. Extreme Festival, I'd like to race Polo Cup. To be honest with you, that's the next thing I'd like to do. I've done the single-seater path, won that, so I'm grateful to have had that opportunity. But the next thing is to do something in tin tops, you know.
Okay.
It's pretty much the only career path that's sort of feasible at the moment. Anything going forward, racing with the guys in Endurance Series, that's obviously a massive goal. And if the opportunity arises, then I will definitely take it.
Okay. And where do people find out more about you? Are you on socials? Where are you?
Yeah, on social media, on Instagram, Facebook, all the platforms. We try to do anything.
Try and spell his name. That's on you guys. You guys can figure it out.
Exactly.
So is it just your name, Troy Donenchuk?
Troy_417. Yeah.
Oh, then he's made it easy.
I took a surname out. I knew the problem. Yeah.
Troy, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And second race today is going to be Gary in the car.
Gary's in the car again. Yeah. 100%.
Okay, and then we'll see you next weekend.
100%.
Thanks so much,
guys. Thank you.
Troy.
Thank you.
Okay, and we
had additional guests. We should have thrown a mic backwards, man.
Who was
we had the lovely crew of the Wasteman that helps keep everything clean and tidy, because obviously we have all the spectators eating the lekker food, drinking all the lekker cool drinks, and obviously disposing in the right places, and those were being taken away. But I was having a bit of a giggle. So for those of you that saw me giggling while Jason was talking to Troy,
I saw you giggling. I thought there's something in my nose. What's happening?
Production was kind of looking and going, do we need them to move? We're not sure. And I just thought it was hilarious. So I try to keep it together, guys, but I can't be professional all the time. But we should have just thrown a mic backwards, and ask them a couple of questions.
And we did have a free mic. Troy was using the mic. We could have just used that one. So, okay, before we close off, let's just go through some of what's happening
so
today.
I want to ask you, can we touch on the BMW series? Okay, because Nian's working on Marco's car. Marco's in a different class, but he is beating Nian, and Nian's always usually first, no matter what the class, no matter what the race. So I'm very interested to know what scoop you have for me, because you, as I mentioned this morning, are doing some behind the scenes.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of the inside scoop with that team.
Please.
I'm just trying to get the page out. Sorry guys, it's Killarney. It's always windy. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. So this BMW is here at the bottom. So before we jump into who's who and what's what, let's just give you a quick idea of where we are. I'm going to do mainly the top three.
Yes.
So we've done a race 1 so far. At qualifying yesterday, done race 1 today. So up on top, race 1 winner was Marco Retta in that turbocharged BMW E46. That's that red bolt of lightning that you guys see fly around the track. Did a 1:14.2. 14.2. That is super fast. Not his fastest. He's gone faster in that car.
That's incredible, because I know we were talking to Troy now about the 106, the 105, they want to. But Gary did a 1:14, I think it was, in his race 1.
Yep.
And that is fast.
That is
and to have a
fast.
BMW class that's doing the same speed.
Okay, and so we're just getting a message from production. We've got the V8s lining up at the moment. So I think we're just going to run through who's who over here. So BMW class, we've got Marco Retta up front. We've got Nian de Toy just behind him in another car that he's built. A super light BMW E36.
Which is Marco's old car, correct?
Marco's old car that Nian built many years ago. And that Nian brought back again and completely modified. It's crazy. And then we've got Kai van Zyl. And his car's starting to come together, and he did a 1:22. He's in third.
So proud of him. So proud of him.
We've also got then in the Thermal Fire Clubmans. I wanted to talk about Thermal Fire Clubmans. We are being asked to wrap up, so we're not going to say too much about it, but just to give you the top 3 in Thermal Fires, we've got Jaco Lambert up front, Mario Roux and Dexter Bruce. And then over here we've got just Thermal Fire Clubmans, Jaco, Dexter, Stephen Ghost. That's in the race. Previously was qualifying. But guys, we are being chased off camera.
I just want to, before we wrap up, the V8s are lining up right now. They are going out. They go on the track with the supercars. But let me just tell you, watch those V8s. I chatted to Sean Moore earlier today. Him and Fabio are fighting, and they are going to fight hard. And you know I have a passion for those cars and those engines. So this is going to be fun, guys. So on that note, are we going to hand over so they can go and watch the action?
We are going to hand over to the commentators, guys. It's going to be a great show. Stay tuned.
Bye.
So if anybody would like, please, to get involved with the V8s, you can go to their website, v8master.co.za. Anybody keen to get involved, go to that website, reach out to Sean Moore, who's the chairman of the V8 Masters, so that any involvement, one way or another, can assist the V8 Masters to grow in numbers and also in sponsorships as well. So I repeat, it's v8masters.co.za. Go to the website, reach out to Sean Moore if you'd like to get involved in V8 Masters as a competitor or as a sponsor or in any other format. All right, this is the second race for the V8 Masters and the Pro Oil Formula Supercars. And there's the Supercars working their way around. Remember that Bradley Fenner and Pierre Pienaar had a lovely dice out there in race number 1. That was behind the top. That was about for P4 and 5 as the V8s roll through. I was chatting earlier about the chairman of the V8 Masters, that's Sean Moore. He drives the number 1 car. He is the reigning champion. Fabio Tafani is an ex-champion. Earlier on I made a mistake. I said Tafani in car 1. No, Tafani is in car 3. He is a multiple V8 Master champion, but he isn't the reigning defending champion. That is the man in car number 1. That is Sean Moore. At home, it's a second car that's going through your shot for the folks watching the production at home or anywhere else in the world. It's good afternoon from Cape Town. It could be good evening if you are on the eastern side of the planet. It's good morning if you're on the western side of the planet. So thanks for joining us in Africa, in South Africa, or anywhere else in the world.
And happy Mercedes-Benz if you are a Formula One man, with George Russell on the front row of the grid, with Kimi Antonelli alongside him. Isaac Ajar, in the absence of Max Verstappen, that was dropped in the first group of 6. He ended up putting the car into the barrier before he had a lap time up, so that takes him out and puts him to the back end of the pack. So Isaac Ajar coming up ahead of Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, the likes of Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri. So well done to Isaac Ajar. So happy Mercedes-Benz Day as we go. Happy V8s and Supercars race number 2.
All right. We watch them come down to the line. The lights are on. And the lights go off now. And away go those V8 Masters, and the hammers get dropped, and the Pro Oils Formula Supercars get underway as we watch the V8s work their way out of turn number 1. Here come the Supercars as they work their way through. I see Pierre Pina sits on the outside. That will be Bradley Fenner. That will be in pole position for the Supercars. But the V8s are busy working their way through the kink as we watch this. That's a big lock-up there, and that is the 7 car. That's Pina. That's there on the inside, and he wants the lead there in that supercar category, and he's got the lead for now. But here come the V8s. It's led by Fabio Tafani, climbing up the hill with Sean Moore in that second position. Gary Thompson sits there in that third place ahead of Dennis.
We got a spinner at the back.
Yeah, we do have a spinner. He's going to rejoin, but he'll drop to the tail end of the V8 Masters.
I think that's probably Tian Myberg that we picked up there on the spin.
Tian Berger.
Sorry, Tian Berger, should I say. And here comes the Supercars.
Yeah, the Formula Supercars are racing down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner. It's a lovely, lovely fight going on there in the Supercars, and Pierre Pina has lost that lead. He's gone from P1 to P3. He might even lose out to Glenn Phillips. Phillips is going to come through as well. I think it's Carl Halleck that sits there in that lead. We'll have a look-see when they cross the line. It is indeed Halleck that sits out there in P1 in the Supercars. Ryan Catt, Glenn Phillips, Pierre Pina, Brad Fenner, and just behind Fenner, it is Nazreen Schloss as we watch these Supercars head out of Block Coin.
Oh, that's getting pretty tight out that side of the world, but look at this one. Fabio Tafani from the reigning champion. So ex-champion and reigning champion up front. Gary Thompson, once again, Frankie, his name has been mentioned in the front 3, race number 1, and the same scenario here as well.
When you said earlier on that it was Tian Berger, you were quite right, Gaza, with that, because he's dropped all the way down to P15 on the leaderboard, that V8. Oh, have a look at this one. Have a look at this fight. That's a fight for 3rd and 4th. That is Thompson. Oh, and Dennis Hajduk. It was between Thompson and Dennis Hajduk. Hajduk in the 9 car, and the 9 car gets sent packing there to the infield exit, Cape Town Corner.
Well, I don't think he's going to have enough time to get going again before the Supercars arrive, because here arrives the leaders in the Supercar category are a little change up at the front end.
Yeah, that's Ryan Catt. That's going very slow. As Dennis Hajduk wants to rejoin, it is Ryan Catt that's going pretty slow, and Ryan Catt is going to probably end up pulling into pit lane. So that's going to be the end of the show there for Ryan Catt, sadly.
Oh, that's going to make for pretty interesting stuff. But the front end of the Supercars, it's still pretty close. There's not that much variation in the pace of the front end of the Supercar category.
Yeah, as you see them go up towards Castile Corner, it is indeed Phillips, Halleck, and Pina that is first, second and third in that category. And the V8s are working their way out of Cape Town corner. It's led there by Fabio Tofani. We'll get the V8s on the main straight for you as they head towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. It's Tofani that sits there in P1. It's Sean Moore that's in that second position. It's Gary Thompson that is there in that third place as they head into Blockcoin corner. There is Tofani, there is Moore, and there is Thompson. The top three in class and the top three overall, racing along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol.
Yep, 3 laps in. We've got 5 to go here, and again, it's a tale of 2 races. Basically, you've got the V8 out in front by about 8 seconds, and then it's going to be Brandon Dean leading the rest of the V8s. The Supercars later on, and then Glenn Phillips as well. What a performance again he's had, looking to make it 4 out of 4 this weekend for the championship. It's a sensational start to the year.
It is indeed. As we look at this mid-pack of Supercars heading towards turn number 1, the leaders of the Supercars are already working their way towards Castrol corner. That is Bradley Fenner that's coming through there. Schloss is inside with their... Well, that's Schloss and Fenner, that's side by side. Then it's Lovett, Leon Chetty in there as well. Remember, Ryan Catt has dropped out the leaderboard. He's not in this race anymore. Neither is Craig Hume, and Tian Berger has also picked up a problem there with that V8 Master of his.
Yeah, you can see them side by side coming through the Sorel sweep. And again, that fascinating little battle that's going on with Nasreen Sloss with Brad Fenner. But here is your mid-pack battle then, as they're coming down the back straight. So that is going to be the likes of Dennis Gaduk, Kyle Halleck, you've got Pierre Pinar also in there, as well as Nasreen Sloss, but they're making their way down to Cape Town corner.
Yeah, that is your Supercars that's busy working their way out of Cape Town corner, and that would be Kyle Halleck that is sitting out there with Pierre Pinar just ahead of him. Glenn Phillips leads this trio heading down. So it's Phillips, Halleck and Pinar that's on your shot there, that's heading into turn number 1, and they are sitting first, second and third in your supercar category. And personal best there for all 3 of them. Then Bradley Fenner coming through as well. Nash is in there behind Fenner. Then it is Richard Lovett that is coming through there just behind Nasreen Schloss. And then, well, that is your top Supercars that's working its way around. Here comes your leaders, David, of your V8 Masters and overall leaders as well.
Yep, so that is Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore and Gary Thompson, your podium for the V8 Masters. But here then is, you've also got Brandon Dean, the number 7 car, then it's Stuart Spooner in the number 55 car, when you've also got Dennis Gaiduk, who'll be coming across the line very shortly indeed. But we go to the exit of turn 1, and then we cut to the Sorel sweep. So this is where the supercars are at the moment, and you get the feeling here, Frankie, it's a little bit of a lull before the storm. Things just quieten down slightly, but maybe not so much for Brad Fenner, Nasreen Sloss and perhaps the Richard Lovett.
Yeah, let's have a look and see at that fight, but we're going to go back to Fabio Tofani. That is, no, that's not Fabio, that's the number 9 car that's on your screen there. That's Dennis Gaiduk, and he is way down, because remember, he lost it there in turn 5. Here comes Glenn Phillips towards us, Carl Halleck coming through, and Pierre Pinar. That is your top 3 in your supercars. Then you've got Bradley Fenner. Now here behind Fenner is a good one, as we wait for those cars to work their way out of Blockcoin corner. Here comes Fenner. Now behind Fenner, it's Schloss, it's Lovett, it's Chetty coming through there as well. And there is a V8 Master. Well, these are the 2 leaders, as a matter of fact, of the V8 category that is Tafani and Moore that's carving their way through that group of supercars.
Now that's funny because I was just a way to point out that Sean Moore was just about 0.2 of a second faster than your race leader on that last lap. That would explain it. If there's traffic that they're in the middle, that's certainly come down from 1.6 seconds now to about a second here. So there we go. First to second place there. Sean Moore just exiting stage left here. And I get the feeling with 2 laps to go, this is boiling over. It's still too wide to be a battle just now, as again we get some lap traffic moving out of the way. You're definitely not going to be wanting to be in the way of those V8s.
No, well, not in the way of Fabio Tafani. It wasn't so great for Fabio in general in race number 1. He's sitting out there in P1 overall. You're just going to put a lap there on Fenner. Here comes Moore. That's going to just run around the outside of Bradley Fenner. And then behind that lot, we have got that's Nadine Schloss that's coming through there as they head into turn 1.
Yep, so 1 lap left to go then. Fabian Tafani leading the class rounds as we see some more of the supercars fighting their way through there. And that is indeed Nasreen Sloss in the 24 ahead of Leonchetti. Richard Lovett dropping down to 13th position there. And the supercars, the pace has been absolutely stellar right now. Glenn Phillips 127. We've got a car off on the inside of turn 2. I can just see it out the corner of my eye. You see the dust getting kicked up. That's a retirement. Looks like a mechanical. Some smoke pouring from the engine of that car there. You can see the driver just getting out, and that is Nasreen Sloss.
That's Nash.
I'm not taking that as a commentator's curse. That was not me.
Oh, that's so sad for Nash. And she never had a good outing in general at the last event, and now Nash retires that car. And she's such a confident young racing driver. She loves her sport, and she loves racing these supercars, and not the way she wanted it to end.
Yep, here we go then. Checkered flag is going to come out for your race leaders then. Fabio Tafani comes across the line to win ahead of Sean Moore by just 1/10 of a second. Gary Thompson in the V8 is going to take 3rd position, rounded out the podium, but taking the win for the silver class in V8, it's going to be Brandon Dean coming across the line very shortly in that number 7 car. What a performance for him in that Sispont Transport machine. He comes across the line in just a couple of seconds. There we go. Stuart Spinner takes 2nd place for the V8 Silvers. Dennis Gauduk will take the final spot on the podium for the V8s, but taking the win very shortly, because he's the only man still on the lead lap here, is going to be the supercar of Glenn Phillips here, Frankie.
Yep, and we're still waiting for Dennis Gauduk to finish his race. And Glenn Phillips, as you said, on the lead lap in race number 1, he was the only other supercar driver that was on the lead lap. Here does come the number 9 car. Yep, that's a Dennis Gauduk that finishes his race. He'll finish 6th overall in the V8 Master category. And then there's one more man on track working his way out of Cape Town Corner. He wasn't lapped in race number 1. He's not going to be lapped in race number 2. And that is Glenn Phillips. That has made it a double for the day in the Pro Oil Formula Supercars.
So for the least educated opinion on Nasreen Sloss, it didn't look like it was actually smoke that was coming out that car. It looked like it was steam. I wonder if she's maybe popped the coolant line or there's something happened to the radiator. Hopefully it's just a case of the car overheating and coolant spilling out and being able to get that car back up for a quick fix for next time out. But either way, the way that she was immediately jumping out the car and needing assistance from the marshals, we'll wait and see what happened there. But a fantastic race nonetheless for the V8 Masters. Again, it's what we've learned to expect, and I'm delighted that we got the V8 Masters back with us after missing them out in round 1. And yeah, great to see the Owen Ashley Challenge V8 Masters and Pro Oil Supercars making another trip here to Killarney. So we'll get some replays up in a second, but up next we have got, I believe we've got some more bike action, don't we? We've got, no we don't, we've got the Cada's BMW CCCT Race Series, and then it's the Pirellis, the Super Twins and the 300s.
Well, just once again, I did make the announcement before the race If anybody would like to get involved in the V8s in any possible way, you can visit their website for contact details and reach out to Sean Moore. And their website is v8masters.co.za.
So here's the replays of that second race of the day for the Owen Ashley Challenge V8 Masters and Pro Oil Supercars. A decent start for pretty much everyone there, but it wasn't without its moments, especially coming through turn 3 there.
Yeah, that was the 9 car of Dennis Paddock that lost the track there. He did rejoin and he finished the race, but only in P6. Or should I say, that is actually the number 9 car. Yes, that is the 9 car of Dennis Paddock that went off on the inside exit turn 5, Cape Town corner. There was a V8 that did get lost there on the inside.
Oh, there was contact. There was some slight contact on the front left to the front right of the car that was alongside him, but it was on. I would say it was on the onus of the car that pushed out wide there.
Yes, as I said, there was a V8 that got lost on the inside of turn 4, but it did rejoin, and that is Nash that had something mechanically go wrong with on the outside to the entrance of Castrol corner. And that is the flag when Tafani came home ahead of Thompson for first and second overall and in class as well.
And again, that final talking point there, because obviously we'd seen the battle coming closer. We didn't fully appreciate just how close they were at the end of the race there. Just 1/10 of a second between first and second in the V8s.
You just saw the V8s go through. That's the replay of the start. And now the Supercars go through. That's also a replay of the start of the race. Well, that was the second and final race for Pro Oil Supercars and for V8 Masters, as we now move on to the Cadiz BMW Car Club Cape Town Race Series number 2. All right, here we go with the BMW Car Club Cape Town race number 2. And if race 1 was anything to go by, this is going to be some great serious action out there by the drivers in the BMW series. The man to catch was Marco Retta. He just pulled the pin and disappeared down the road, with Neon de Toy finishing in that second position. But there was a massive, massive fight going on there behind him with the likes of Dylan Joubert that was in that fight. Dexter Bruce that was in that fight. Mark Gray, just to name a few of the drivers that fought it out there. Ernest Page and others that fought it out there in that race for that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position. Kai van Zyl was also in that top group as well. Just picking the names off randomly, but those were of the drivers that were fighting for top honors in the opening race of the day, which was the second race of the day in this class. Now they're the second race after lunch.
Hello, Frank Eunice.
How's it, JT Eben?
Are we ready for another BMW packed race?
Of course, with 29 out there in race number 1. So the race of the day, they were just on the screen and just picked it up as IMUSAT took it off. So
let me just go and get that.
Hopefully they can put it back on again for us.
But yes, guys, of course.
There we go, Bradley Musto. He's in the lead so far with Zander Taljat and Cody Reerling-Ace.
Yep, so if you guys haven't been voting and sending in the names and numbers to or for your racer of the day to the number 060-352-2890. Once again, that's 060-352-2890. That's the Killarney WhatsApp number that you can send through the name of the competitor or the racer of the day that you think that you want to support. And so far, that's the top 3.
Can I have my personal opinion
You
now?
may, of course.
They should have 2, a driver of the day and a rider of the day.
Because this is a little bit...
Because in general, this gets dominated every race event by the bikers, which is great. At least the guys are voting, so nothing wrong with that.
Clearly the car racers don't have enough fans.
Yeah, we need to have 2. IMUSAT, if you can hear me, let's have 2. A driver of the day and a rider of the day.
We got another comment here by We Are Camber. Let's go for race 2 of the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town race series. So thank you, whoever that may be.
I think we know who it is, but we're not going to mention his name.
Yeah, let's not speculate.
He's not too far from us. Just rather put it that way and leave it at that.
So here we go. Katie's on the front, or the top of the front windscreen. The title sponsor, and of course, once again, congrats to the diamond sponsor, that being Master Drive. That is also on the front bumpers, or on the front number plate section of all the cars.
Big thanks to Eugene Norse there of Master Drive.
And all the other sponsors that contribute, like Dunlop and ATS, in this class. As we have on our list, it says 27 cars, so we'll see how many are on. And it looks like 27. In fact, if I look to the end of the grid, there is, in fact, Seth Griffin-Wintle. And away they go. All, you know, now that I think about it, every single one of these cars is at least a 6-cylinder. If not, every single car on the grid is a straight 6 BMW.
Well, this is, as we said, a series that just started July, August, somewhere around there of 2024. And within just over a year and a half, there or thereabout, it's grown to this. And absolutely fantastic. And every race meeting we say it, but I mean, I don't recall a class growing as quickly as this in a year and a half in my involvement. Clubmans has always been big. The most Clubmans cars that I've actually seen on the track, personally, was 58. But there was apparently more. Now, if the BMs are going to grow like that, then they're going to end up 30 or more as the year goes on.
Yeah, and consistently, we saw 29 this morning. This is right on the brink of the 30 mark, and you know how many people we're missing out. That names that we know of.
You can have close to 40 if everybody pitches up. That's what I'm saying. They are growing in leaps and bounds.
And luckily we've got a nice long season ahead, so only round 2 of 9. So by the end of the year, we hopefully, let's aim for 35. If we do 35 first, then we can go for 40.
I think 35 is definitely doable.
Absolutely. Completely agreed, as the Apex Bets Maserati pace car leads this field of Bavarian motor cars through the final corner before their race 2 gets underway.
Through Cape Town corner they go, the calm before the storm. Just imagine being one of those 29 drivers now. This is the last time you can tug on the seat belts, move your shoulders, check the gauges, look if you in your right grid slot. Is the right person next to me? Am I next to the right person? Because that's the last time you're going to do it for 8 laps. As the lights go off, Jordan, take them off the line.
And there they go. Look at the stream of KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series races and their motor vehicles down into the turn number 1. They go into Blockcoin. There's a couple of turbo cars coming from the back end of the field. That one of them being Seth Griffin-Wintle that you see right at the tail end. He'll make his way through like a rocket ship. Apologies for that. To the front end of the field. As through we go into Castrol corner.
Into Castrol they go. They go now, working their way along the Joubert Straight into Castrol corner. So now they're all going to just feather their way through Castrol corner. Yeah, they come. And it's all about that man up front. It is Marco Retta with Neanderthal in that second position as we just see them all filter out of Damstip.
If we look to that third, or who was third place in race number 1, that Origin Oil BMW 1 Series of Kai van Zyl, and doing a mighty fine job so far in race number 2 as well on this first lap. But look at these two already peeled out at the front end. It's Marco Retta and Neanderthal first and second, with what looks to be Dexter Bruce waiting to get the next shot. Dexter Bruce, and then it is Kai van Zyl in that third and fourth spot respectively.
There's Kobus de Kok going through, and he's got a whole lot of them racked and stacked in there behind him. As Kobus de Kok, as we watch them all, it's a long snake of cars that's busy working down under the bridge towards turn number 1.
And into 1 they go here. You see Kai van Zyl around the outside of Dexter Bruce to take that position away in third overall. Kwesi Swanepoel, the senior, between himself and his young son Sebastian, that is on the outside of that corner. There you see almost 3 wide in the E46 on the left-hand side of the screen. His son Sebastian's on the right-hand side. They're both fighting behind Sean Tubus. As there, it looks like Kwesi's got an issue, and he does. He's dropping way back into the field there behind Lloyd Brady and Yusuf Hendricks. So there's something wrong with that Kwesi Swanepoel car.
Yeah, that's sadly there for Kwesi, as he's dropping off the field, but Dexter Bruce is busy going through there. Kai van Zyl, that's Gray, Kilbride, Joubert making his way through. De Kok, the whole group of them are working their way out of Damstip.
Yep, I also saw Sharif Reynolds up the inside of Yusuf Hendricks through Damstip, turn number 3. Now into Sorrel Sweep they go, all finding their order, finding themselves into place.
Oh, the leader slowing down, heading into the pit area. That is the end of that. He makes his way into pit lane, and that is the end of that for Marco Retta.
That is very, very strange. I'm sure there is some explainable, if not unexplainable, reason that he's done just that, and he'll pull into his bay. And that'll be it for race number 2, as Neanderthal jumps to the lead now in the 20 car. Ahead of Kai van Zyl, Dexter Bruce, Mark Gray, Dylan Joubert. Behind Joubert is Connor Kilbride, that was bumped up into this class yesterday. Then coming across the line and towards us, De Kok, Tubus, Page, Swanepoel, Brady, Reynolds, Kukamur, Hendricks, and a bench. That's your top 15.
Yeah, and then that red car going into the left-hander now, that is Arno Michaels, that's sitting out there in that 16th position, as that same group of cars that we just mentioned worked their way out of Blockcoin corner along the Joubert Straight into the right-hander, that is Castrol corner.
Up there, we also see Shane Boscombe at the back end of the field, mixing it very hectically with a lot of cars. I mean, we have 27 out on the circuit. There's Seth Griffin-Wintle and Barry Williams just behind him. Nice to see Barry Williams out at main circuit once again. He does a lot of the short circuit tarmac shootouts at Rallycross in his 350Z, but now in a fully fledged BMW race car here at the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series.
Right, the leaders are heading down into Cape Town corner. The leader's really making his way out of Cape Town corner. That is a Neon de Toy that is racing down under the bridge into turn number 1. At the Toy, here comes Kai van Zyl. Then behind Kai van Zyl, as they come through, is Dexter Bruce. Behind Dexter Bruce, we've got Mark Gray coming through. There's Dex coming through. That's Dylan Jabert that's coming through. There's Gray behind him. Then it's Connor Kilbride. There's a 77 of Kobus de Kock turning in there. Then it's Ernest Page, Sean Chubis, and Sebastian Swanepoel making his way through. Then it's Lloyd Brady, Reynolds, Werner Kukemoer, Hendricks, Bench, and the last car that went through a shot there was the 911 of Arno Michaels.
Yep, the rest of the field will lead through into Castro Corner turn number 2 as we watch there Seth Griffin-Wintle as well as Hermanus Haysom in that 330. That's a 3-litre E46 down towards turn number 2. There go Castro Corner. Yolinda Fourie in the 1 Series also making her way through as we see Barry Williams in that fray as well. Quinton Carstens is there, Ennis van Zyl, and Marco Rett is back out on the circuit from the pit lane. Maybe he wanted to maybe waited at the end. Maybe waited at the end of pit lane for the rest of the field, but he's still going very slow out of turn number 2, so there's something very wrong with that E46 turbo.
Right, you just see your leader that go into turn number 1. That is a Neon de Toy. Here comes Kai van Zyl. Right behind van Zyl, it's Dexter Bruce. Behind Dexter Bruce, it's Joubert. Then behind Joubert, it's Gray coming through. Connor Kilbride, Kobus de Kock has got Ernest Page there right with him as they make their way through. Then behind him it's Sean Chubis. Then it is Sebastian Swanepoel, and this is lovely fight coming through. Brady, Reynolds, Kukemoer, and a lot of them working their way into Blockcoin Corner.
There we see through Sharif Reynolds up the inside of Lloyd Brady. And that's brilliantly prepared M2 of his. Watching them go through. There's Jan Kukemoer, or Werner Kukemoer rather, fighting there as they go almost 3. They're just behind 3 abreast. Almost 3 abreast. There's 2 side by side between Brady and Kukemoer as they go through Castro Corner. Then we see Hendricks, behind Hendricks, Bench and Michaels that are all fighting out in that group of 3 themselves, and Seth Griffin-Wintle slowly closing his way up towards the front with that turbo BM.
But the leaders are going back down into, as a matter of fact, your leaders heading down towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. That's Neon de Toy. There is van Zyl. There is Joubert that's now got his nose ahead of Dexter Bruce. Then behind the 3 of them coming towards us now, that will be Mark Gray. Here comes Mark Gray towards us. Connor Kilbride right there with him. And then the next man through will be de Kock and Page. They should be the next 2 cars coming through.
Yeah, but I've also just realized that Mark Gray also busted out in race number 1. Now he sits in Class C with Connor Kilbride. Here we see some of the Class E cars making their way towards us, as well as Class D, the likes of Sharif Reynolds, Brady and Swanepoel, as Hendricks comes through, Bench comes through, as well as Michaels down into turn number 1, Blockcoin Corner they go. And it is 6 cars all in a line as they head towards the apex.
As we watch them come through, there's Mia Bench that's coming through there. You can pick that car up. And she's got Hendricks and Arno Michaels just in there behind. As a matter of fact, Arno Michaels is very close to 0.8 of a second between Bench and Michaels as they head into turn 2, and they were fighting it out there for P15.
Yep, there goes Carstens and van Zyl as they round turn number 1, Blockcoin Corner, and head on towards Castrol. 3 laps left to go as we wait for the leader to come and start another lap. And as he does, he just makes his way past us. Does Neon de Toy. There he is in the frame. Comes on through in the 20 car for NDT Racing in Class B. The only Class B car out on the circuit at the moment. As we see the rest of the field. And look at this fight, Frankie. It is Kai van Zyl and Dylan Joubert. Dylan up the inside as he goes in to Blockcoin Corner, leaving each other a good amount of room, and they'll go side by side on the exit.
Yeah, and Dexter Bruce is right in there behind them. Daddy and van Zyl is on the rumble strip. So is Dexter Bruce. Here comes Mark Gray, that white BMW behind these three. That is Mark Gray. That is Kai van Zyl going through. Dex is right in there behind van Zyl. Mark Gray, there he goes to your shot now. Does Mark Gray with Connor Kilbride right in there behind him.
Yep, those are looking very dicey amongst this group. As it's Joubert and Van Zyl nose to tail for that second spot overall and first in class. So this is looking for class honours victory. As there's Mark Gray now just ahead of Connor Kilbride. 2 seconds is the gap on our system as Neandertoy comes around the final corner. One more lap to go after he crosses the line. As there Dexter Bruce also just waning behind these two, Joubert and Van Zyl, and he's waiting for them to scuffle ever so slightly so he can be brought into the picture.
Yeah, you'd like them to get caught up in a knot and then go after the two of them and try and make up a position or two. As Joubert, Van Zyl and Bruce come through, Mark Gray and Connor Kilbride is getting closer. Connor Kilbride is getting a lot closer there to Mark Gray. It's 9/10 of a second between Gray and Kilbride, followed here by Ernest Page.
Yep, Ernest Page currently on his lonesome in a Class D, which is probably where he wants to be. He doesn't want to break out anytime soon, so he just needs to keep steady pace on this final lap. As there, that is Shane Boscone that moves over to the side of the circuit coming out of the turn number 4 Sorrel sweep. And he moves right off the line, so there's some problem with that number 90, or sorry, the number 18 car. As we watch the rest of the field come through, there's Page. Sorry, it's Hennis van Zyl rather. And we look to the leader as he should be making his way around to the final corner.
Yeah, he will be coming down towards the checkered flag, and that will be Neandertoy that crosses the line. He will cross the line shortly, will Neandertoy. Still waiting for him to come through. A couple of slower cars that has made his way across the line.
Yep, Neandertoy has crossed the line. Now here comes Dylan Joubert, opening up that gap to Kai van Zyl, crossing the line now in 3rd spot, ahead of Dexter Bruce in the 1 Series. We wait for Mark Gray, that's just behind Dylan Jonkant, rather, apologies again. And now towards our picture, there's Mark Gray ahead of Connor Kilbride.
Yeah, Kilbride crosses the line. Here comes Ernest Page, and then this will be de Kock and Tubes that crosses the line. Quinton de Kock and Tubes. Here comes Sebastian Swanepoel. Then it's the rest of the field just coming past us now. That will be Kukamur, Lloyd Brady, Mia Bench, and the 911 in P15 of Arnu Michaels.
Here comes Seth Griffin-Wintle, across the line in the Turbo BMW to bring it from dead last in the field up to 16th out of 27 cars. So a good mover he was, up 11 positions, just behind Faree and Williams. Crossed the line almost nose to tail with a gap of what was 1.9 seconds. And then Quinton Carstens also brings that car across the line to finish off his race number 2. It's a good racing amongst the classes. Nice to see a good amount in each class. Fortunately, no more than one Class B. And of course, we saw Marco Retta exit the race very early on in Class A. So very curious to hear why he came in the first time, went out and then rolled around the circuit at a snail's pace to bring that car back in. So hopefully it's not too terrible. I see a bunch of people standing around the car in that NDT stable. Hopefully it's not something too terminal.
Right, so that concludes the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, race number 2 for the day.
Right, folks, welcome to the return of the commentary. The Pirelli Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300 heat number 2. First one taken by Slade van Niekerk, followed by Max Bunton and KJ Montagnani. But it's heat number 2. And joining me, Mike's side here, David Christie. David, I think, do you think we'll have much of the same in the first race, or do you think maybe it'll be a bit topsy-turvy?
I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit topsy-turvy. I think what we always find is that race 1 gives them ideas for race 2. They know they've got to absolutely send it into turn 1 if they're going to have to have any shot. The problem is the pace, the absolute raw pace of Slade van Niekerk. It's just insane. It's on a completely different level to everyone else. 119.5 compared to everyone else doing 121s. It's a different ballpark. So hopefully, I know for a fact that Mononenye is going to want to just send it up the inside of Max Munton, but Munton, a very, very wise head on his shoulders. I think he's going to know exactly how to deal with that. Don't dismiss as well Franco Flach, Lance Jones down there as well, Abigail Bosson, even down to Adrian Solomon. The great thing about the 650s is that it's a relatively wide open field, and then down to the 300s as well. They've got their own little battle that they're going on, but it does look like we only get the 2 out of James Loy and Bradley Musto.
Well, Brad Musto, I believe, doing a 126 early on, a second quicker than his previous best. So he's obviously upping the ante a little bit. Looking there, Abigail Bosson had a great outing in the first heat. She should be in with a shout. Like you say, Mononyani, sorry, my mistake. And Max Bunton are going to be embroiled in a right roll scuffle. And just going back to the difference between a great and a good rider, I think Slade's the great rider, the rest are all good.
and that's saying something, because good is still good enough for a lot of them. Yeah. Just one of the comments we had on YouTube this morning was asking about the track condition, and we were saying that it wasn't damp in any way, given the heavy rain that we had last night. I think you were talking about lap times earlier on. I think it's going to be an even faster race too. A lot of rubber put down there now.
Possibly. The track is a little bit warmer as well, which means you get better traction, and which should be good. I don't know if anyone's on new tyres or not, so they might have a little bit of an advantage, or some of them still running on their previous race tyres. But yeah, I think the common factor here is the stiff southeaster breeze that's blowing across the track, and that you can see on screen. All the flags are waving quite feverishly, so that is where the difference lies, and that's also can be an upsetting factor for the riders when leaning over. The wind blows, and sometimes the wind will just let up when you're in a corner, and that's rather a bit of a hair-raising moment. Right, so we're under starters' orders. We're about to go racing. We're up in the commentary box, and hear the bikes revving and getting ready down below us on the grid proper. 12 bikes. Revs up, waiting, lights go off, and away they go. Make their way down towards block 1 corner, and looks like Slade has got the proverbial whole shot there with, is that Mononyani? Mononyani looks like he's slotted up into second place.
Yeah, that was a beautiful move from Mononyani on the inside of Munton from that first row of the grid. As we predicted, Slade van Niekerk is just absolutely gone. However, Mononyani is deciding to try and hold with it just at the moment. It's a gaggle further down from, say, 4th position all the way down to 10th as well. It was a terrible start. I'm fairly sure that was the 87 of Cody Redlinghuis, who just seemed to go nowhere on the grid whatsoever. But we're on the entrance 2-3 just now, and there you can see actually Slade van Niekerk for this first lap here not getting it all his own way, maybe just giving it a lap or two to bed the tyres in and get that engine up to temperature.
Okay, Jay hanging there with him. Max Bunton a little bit further back. Franco Flach, Lance Jonas, Abigail Bosson all ensue as they make their way down the Killarney straightaway down towards Pertamina Fostron corner, and Mononyani is actually drafting the back of Slade, trying to stick with him. Max Bunton's in there as well, but up behind them is a gaggle of 5 bikes having an absolute tussle as they enter. Look at that. It's anybody's game. Hanging around the outside up on the rise there. That is not where you want to be. Lance Jonas, you can see him sitting up on the inside as he works his way through, and they are having an absolute tussle. Nice to see the front bikes now a little bit closer together.
Yeah, and it certainly was Morognani. We were absolutely right with that. Sent it up the inside of Max Munton, so Max Munton now down into 3rd position. But it's a case of who's who in that battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th as well, because you've got Abigail Bosson up there in 6th position. Adrian Solomon has jumped all the way up to 5th position. I'm sure they were, 9th on the grid, so a fantastic start for them just now as we go into lap 2 with 7 laps left to go here of the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and Super Sports 300s. Is Slade Van Niekerk from Caboto, Morognani in 2nd position on that number 45, Max Munton in 3rd position, Franco Flach in 4th, and Adrian Solomon rounding out your top 5.
Well, they clatter their way up the Tigerberg Hill up towards Sorrel for them. Have a sweep. That's that double right-hander. Have a look at this gaggle of bikers, and no one is giving anyone a little bit of space here. They are absolutely on top of each other, and it's going to be a real slugfest down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron. As we have a look at them go in that bunch, there's Lance Jonas. He's having an absolute whale of a time, the chairman of the Western Province Motor Club. And he has been a motorcyclist for longer than I care to remember.
3 wide into the final corner, why not? Let's do it. So, yeah, Lance Jonas there in the mix of things. I believe that's him in that 7th position. So he where he started the beginning of that lap, but back to the lead 3. And to be fair, Max Munton's speaking with them as well. But there you go. Now, Slade Van Niekerk, 120.1. Pozzo Morognani 120.8, so the pace is still absolutely there for those two.
But if you have look visually, you can see that Slade is pulling away. It was like, oh, Morognani's gone down by the look of it.
No, he's going slow.
Oh, he's gone slow. Oh, no. He made a mistake by the look of it, or he's just hanging out of it, but the bike is not going anywhere. He's going slow. That bike has given up the ghost, and that has to be an absolute heartbreak for KJ.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely devastated, and these things happen, though. He'll know there's nothing he can do about it. He's staying on the bike. He was sticking to the outside, so I don't know if he's lost a gear or what's happened. No, there goes. Yeah. Engine has decided to leave the chat, and unfortunately that is going to be his race over. Now, what I hope is that is not losing any sort of fluid. Thankfully, it is on the outside of the track here, but we have got a very tasty battle then kicking off for that 5th position while we were watching that as they come down to Cape Town Corner here, Francois.
Yeah, they're all diving down in to put him in a Fastron, and that'll be the likes there of Solomon, Basson, Jonas, Flach and Munton. So they're having a real clatter of a race, those 5 bikes, as they work their way now up towards the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Yeah, here we go. I'll tell you what, Lance Jonas fancies having a piece of this from Abigail Bosson as they come down into turn 1. He's on the inside line, but earlier on the brakes decides not to make that happen here. Goes round the outside. So again here, fantastic racing here from these 5 bikes all involved.
We're only midway into this race, and Abigail Bosson has climbed right up onto the back of Adrian Solomon. She's having a look. She's having a peek going into Castrol. Abby is on an absolute flush. What she had for breakfast this morning, well, it remains a secret.
Yes, that's a trade secret for sure. Goodness me! But watching back to your leaders, then Slade Van Niekerk has absolutely pulled the pin here.
Max Munton lies there in 2nd place. He enters the Van der Merwe double sweep. But here we go. Here's Solomon and Bosson. Oh, and Lance Jonas is in there together with Flach and Clint Munton. And Clint Munton, well, rolling back the years, as I say, just having a bit of fun out there. That's the main thing.
And sometimes that's the best way to do it there, Francois, is being able to not having a championship at stake, just going out there for the giggles. But yeah, this is a brilliant race here for 3rd, 4th position. I didn't even realise actually Adrian Solomon was the head of this pack. I thought this was from 4th downwards. But here we go then, coming across the line with 4 laps to go. It could be Bosson's time to shine on Adrian Solomon. Has the slipstream right now, Francois.
Oh, she's looking up on the inside. I don't know. Adrian's very late on the brakes. But Abby is sitting right there with him, not affording him any space whatsoever now. And not too far back there's Lance Jonas, and Franco Flach is in there as well. He's sticking in there. And once again, Abby looks up on the inside, and Adrian, as we call Bones, he is in there. And sure, I tell you what, it is nail-biting stuff in this 5-pack.
What I want to see from Abigail is taking the opposite line, is going to the outside instead of sneaking to the inside, where you automatically have to take more speed off. You can't take the same amount of speed, and that's why Adrian Solomon is able to hold on to the position.
What she should try and do is go up on the inside and scrub a bit of speed off there and maybe force him to the outside. We'll have to see what happens there. Race leader Slade van Niekerk is in there on the 650 on the Super Twin Cup. And Abigail Bosson is going to be chasing hard. There's Max Munton. Munton's in second. Oh, there's that. That's Slade. No, that's Slade. Slade van Niekerk coming into picture now. Here comes Max Munton. Here comes Max Munton. Max up against the wall. Best place to ride a bike. You get hugged in there, but have a look at this clatter. Oh, I tell you what. Coming up towards us. And...
oof, too close to call.
Still Solomon, Bosson, Flach, Jonas, Munton.
Now, obviously, while we're watching this, Francois, that's way late into the first corner there.
Lance? Lance went a bit wide there, so he's lost his position.
While we're watching this, we have got a sensational battle going on for the 300s right now with James Lloyd and Bradley Mustoe. They have swapped positions about 15,000 times in the past 3 laps.
Great stuff there. And Bradley Mustoe chasing hard on James Lade. Mustoe's upped his times, and I think it's brought a bit of confidence into his game. So he's now thinking, well, maybe I can just pin it in here, pin it in there. You can see his body language, and he's late on the brakes. Look how late he was on the brakes there. And there again, right around the outside of James Lade. He's giving him an absolute dinner serving here, and he's going to be pushing hard now. They threw the king down towards the Brandstip, and that is where it's all happening at.
Yep, so it's KTM versus Kawasaki there, and what it is because Lloyd has got a better straight line speed, and Mustoe is better in the corners here, so that's why we're seeing just swapping toe for toe. But we cut back to the battle for third position, as we've got to say, Slade van Niekerk, fastest lap of the race, 119.712. That light, he's just absolutely lit the candle on that thing, as we're still side by side with the 300s on the back straight coming down towards Cape Town, so I'll keep you updated on that.
There they go. This is going to watch them go now into Puerto Mina Foster. Oh, I tell you what, Mustoe and Late are literally carving each other up. All the excitement done in the 300 class on many of them, but man, oh man, are they lighting up the circuit at the moment as they come under the Castrol City of Cape Town bridge up towards us. It's Bradley Mustoe and James Late. They're at it, hammer and tongs, hanging over each other like a cheap suit as they come down into Blockcoin corner, looking up on the inside. Oh, man, and don't worry, I'll just swap you back, and Mustoe goes ahead of Late. Oh, I tell you, well, the folks at home must be enjoying it. It's only a 2-bike derby at the moment, but I tell you what, these two youngsters are giving each other nothing.
2 bikes in this class, and they are providing box office entertainment right now. This is just a joy to watch with 2 laps left to go as we cut back to the backstretch. Then this is the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th that you were just seeing there, but that is 2nd place Max Munton, who is now dropping back quite obviously from 3rd place of Adrian Solomon. And there we go, so it's Solomon, Franco Flack now up into 4th position, Lance Jonas in 4th, and then it's Clint Munton in 6th position here.
Yeah, that's what happened, but we picked up those 2 boys, and they're working their way down now towards Puerto Mina Foster now as we look at some of the other riders here in turn number 2. That's your leader, Slade van Niekerk, and he is on his final lap. It's the last lap. There's Max Munton, and there comes Adrian Solomon now with Franco Flach in tow. I know Franco thinks he's got a shot there with Adrian, and Abigail Bosson losing out on them. She's dropped quite the way back, so it's a bit unfortunate about that.
As your 300s go across the line for the final time as well, but we are going to have to keep an eye on your race leader here.
And he makes it look easier.
He does. And that's the side, that is... We're talking about great racer, good racer. Anyone that can make it look effortless, like it's just a breeze, that's a great driver.
That's a great
or a great rider.
Yeah, no, so Slade van Niekerk about to make it 2 out of 2. Multiple Western Province champion, Superbike, Supersport. Here he comes up towards the line, checkered flag time, and he'll make it 2 out of 2. So not too difficult for Slade. We pick up Max Munton coming out of Puerto Mina Fastron. He works his way up towards the City of Cape Town, Castrol Bridge. A great ride from him. He'll also be 2nd for the day, so not too shabby. Adrian Solomon leading out here over Franco Flach. It might be a race to the wire, but I think not. I think that Adrian's got the upper hand, but good outing from Franco Flach. Lance Jonas, Clint Munton and Abigail Bosson. Abigail making a mistake and costing her dearly.
Here we go then. This is the fight for the 300s, and it has not let up whatsoever. James Lloyd and Bradley Musto almost hit a tail right the outside of the final corner. That is scandalous. You cannot do that. That's outrageous from Bradley Musto. Trying to send it round the outside. I've got to be honest, that is one of the best races I think I've seen so far from the bikes here at Killarney. That was sensational stuff from those two.
Absolutely. I tell you what, if your voting's in, it's got to be there, folks. So far, right as the day, James Lloyd, Bradley Musto, I tell you what, the votes must be absolutely trawling in now at the moment. Lovely racing coming out of those two young guns there. And you know what? If you paid a bit of money to come watch some bikes, that would have made it absolutely worth it.
100%, but this is the problem, right? You see the entry list and you see 3 bikes in a class and you think, oh, that's going to be boring. And then proof right there, you only need one other person to play with to make a absolutely cracking race here. That was just amazing stuff.
That was top stuff. Tell you what, they can get a pat in the back, and you don't get that every day. You don't get that every day.
I've got to say, if you see those boys in the clubhouse at the awards tonight, go buy them a drink, because that was just stellar stuff. I'm not buying them a drink.
And they're not even of drinking age. Have a cool drink.
You buy them a Sprite or any other available soft drink that we're not sponsored drink.
But there's no I Am Brew.
I know. Well, that's probably a good thing, to be fair. It's fine. Right, there we go then. Results in for the second race of the day for the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s. It's Slade van Niekerk, unsurprisingly, taking another dominant win by 11 seconds over Max Munton in second place. But we have to say, absolute heartbreak for Capozzo Mononyani, who retired with an engine problem on lap number 2 there after being in second place and almost holding Slade van Niekerk to account. But it is Max Munton that takes P2 for the 650s and Adrian Solomon in 3rd position. Franco Flack in 4th for the 650s. Lance Jonas in 5th position. Clint Munton in 6th position. Abigail Bosson rounding out your Super Twin 650s in 7th position. In fact, no, it's not, because there's more later on. But the 2 300s, James Lloyd and Bradley Musto, putting on an absolute masterclass there. It's a win for James Lloyd in the number 74 bike, of course, sponsored by RSA and Ravenel. And then the rest of the 650s is Elmi Moster in 10th position on that number 94 bike, and Cody Redlinghouse in the number 87 bike, finishing in 11. Well, listen, we have waxed on vicariously, as we say, standing on the bike coming down the backstretch there. Some very, very happy bikers out there, and who would blame them? Here's a replay then of some of the key highlights from that race, and listen, it had everything you could possibly want to have seen. And again, the 300's proven it, that they can mix it up with the 650s there, Francois.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're hanging around at least for the first 2 laps before it's getting broken away. I mean, it's power, double the power. But like we said, the 2 300 riders, James Lloyd and Bradley Musto, put up an absolute sensational piece of entertainment for us, which was nice to watch. And yeah, as you said early on, heartbreak for Capozzo Mononyani. Definitely not what he wanted, traveling all the way from Johannesburg to get heartbreak. But anyhow, not the worst. Some lovely tight racing here. You saw this bunch of 5 here, led out by Adrian Solomon. So that overrun was Abigail Bosson that made the mistake. I thought it was Lance. It was Abigail Bosson that made the mistake, and they threw her out of that little picture.
Here we go, though, with the 2 300s, and it was just every single corner they were fighting. Overlap, underlap, they just gave everything, and almost side by side as they came. Well, they were side by side almost as they came to the line here, but fantastic second and final race.
There's that hot run around the outside. Oh, man.
That was scandalous. Like, the absolute nerve to think that you can do that.
Yeah.
That's just disrespectful, but in the best possible way, I've got to add. But there we go. So that is the 650s and the 300s. We move on because it's almost time for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT. So that is going to be, Francois, you're staying on. It's going to be Mr. Jordan, who is going to be joining us very shortly.
Great stuff. Right, so Warwick Wealth Investment Company, proudly sponsoring Sports and GT. A very small class of only 10 cars in Sports and GT, and we know there's a lot of them around. So not sure where everyone is. Gary Kieswetter, Steve Humble, Divan Wenzel, Jannie Hatzi, Valen Volskenk. Martin Prince, Connor Kilbride, Marius Fourie, Simeon Penev, and Brett Swanefelder are your participants. Only 10 cars. Sports and GT, I have seen fields of 18 plus, but they're not all here. It's a pity, but hopefully things will... there's your race of the day, folks, at home. WhatsApp. I don't think that'll be too difficult. I think you can work it out for yourself, unless the Clubmans and the Superbikes are going to dish up other spectacles. We'll have to wait and see. Well, the lovely Janetta.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the lovely Jordan.
No. Listen, you're getting a lot of your vocab mixed up today, and it's really disconcerting to say the least, but we'll leave it at that.
I'm excited. What can I say?
No, we're not going to delve into that today. Whatever. But that Janetta, very nice. Funny enough, they use it at a sports and GT race because it's not actually a sports and GT car. It's more an endurance vehicle.
Absolutely.
Steve Humble out there as well. Divan Wenzel, probably in the Porsche. Yanni Hatzi in the Nissan. Valen Volskenk is out there as well. Martin Prince in the Porsche. Connor Kilbride be out there. Marius Fourie is in, I don't know if he's in the BM or he's in something else. And then a couple of the Nissan 350Zs as well.
Yep, it should be, in fact, Marius Fourie in the SLK. He's in that SLK Mercedes. We don't have Eric Salomon in the Alf, as he broke that car. I believe he said that he'd broken the drive shaft, if I can remember correctly, which obviously put him out of race number 2. Very unfortunate way to end the day in race number 1. Sorry, suspension. He had a broken suspension in race number 1, so he won't be out. But still, 10 cars on the grid. Steve Humble out for race number 2, as is Yanni Hatzi. So we'll see what they can do amongst the rest of the field.
Well, I believe Gary Kieswetter and Troy Dolenchek share out the Janetta that's in the front. So possibly Troy Dolenchek will be sitting in that car now. And young Troy did his karting in front of me all the years. And I can tell you something, a sublimely quick young lad. Let's see how he does. Still, lap records get broken here and there and everywhere. Troy holding on to the Killarney lap record at the moment, as is the likes of Charles Visser, who's got the endurance record. You know, he's got Kyalami, he's multitudes of places.
Yeah, he just broke Swartkops not that long ago for the 4 hour.
Yeah, and then Kyalami. So, yeah, the Cape Town boys are quick.
Around the last corner there will come as the Apex Bets Maserati pace car moves them out of the way, and it is in fact Gary that is driving this car, so he is doing the second race. He's got Steve Humble on his right hand side. The lights will go out and away they go for race number 2 of the Warrior Qual Sports and GT down into Block Coin. Turn number 1 they will enter now.
Right, there they go. So Gary Kieswetter, Steve Humble, and then that's Divan Wenzel. And Divan, a man that you guys also know from the short circuit racing, from the rallycross. And Divan is absolutely a Porsche aficionado. Great youngster, a lot of time for him, but he's a great little driver, and I'm sure he's going to muscle that Porsche around, try and hang on to 3rd place, or maybe even trying to catch up to the likes of Steve Humble.
Yep, he has the chance this time around. He wasn't quite happy with the car yesterday. He said you just can't break the 15s, it seems. In that Wenzel Motor Works, I'm tripping over my word today, as he sits there in that 3rd spot. But we'll see if Yanni Hatzi in that S14 can just catch up to the back end. But we look to these two. It is Valen Volskenk and Martin Prince, as well as Connor Kilbride, that sits in between those 3, as they will race out. Martin Prince closing up on that D-Class car. of Conor Kilbride as they come around the final corner. As we even said in the bikes earlier on, very different lines in the cars as well, trying to find grip where it's most appropriate, and down towards the start-finish line they will come.
Right, so we've got a lap under the belt. Coming in there, there's Hutzy in picture. Up behind him, Valen Volskink, Conor Kilbride, Martin Prince. Then it's Fourie in there with Simeon Penev and Bert Sonnevelde up behind them. Coming up towards the Castrol corner, Simeon Penev in that Nissan Silvia. And they'll be pushing pretty hard, trying to catch up with the rest of the field there to get towards the front. But I can tell you what, chasing Divan Wenzel's no easy feat. Yeah, Gary Kieswetter up towards Sorrel Sweep. And just showing that car is so beneficial to drive. It does everything for you just about. And Steve Humble, just seeing the Ginetta moving into the distance, it cannot be easy.
He's in warp speed moment at the moment, pulling away from the Steve Humble's number 11. That's that pull beam making its way out of turn number 5. There is a sister car for this as well, driven by Francois Carruthers, but we haven't seen him back in Sports and TT for quite some time. But there's Divan Wenzel in that 3rd place, also pulling a good gap between himself and Yanni Hutzy, as Hutzy now crossing the line to start another lap. There's this group very close together, fighting for 5th, 6th and 7th, that being Volskink, Prince and Kilbride, as they make their way down into the braking zone.
Martin Prince just up the ante and moved past Conor Kilbride. So, and Martin Prince is here every single meet with that orange Porsche for the Sports and GTs. He loves every minute of it. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is a 997 Cup car. So, GT3 as we know, and it's a beautiful piece of machinery.
Yep, but that machinery is being swarmed there by Conor Kilbride as they go down towards Damp Stip once again. Valen Volskink is loving every moment of this as if they keep fighting, he's got the chance to pull ahead at least some gap that will give him a vote of confidence so that they don't catch up to the tail end of him. But as they run through the Sorrel Sweep, the double right-hand, apexed right-hander, and on to the back straight once again, we'll see where Slipstream comes into play this time around as look to both the BMW and the Porsche of Martin Prince and Conor Kilbride slowly closing that gap to Volskink ahead.
Oh, they dive their way there now to put him in a fast run. And Prince closes up there on the back of Valen Volskink. Martin Prince is on a charge. I'll have you know this halfway stage of the race. And he wants to get in there. Valen Volskink has got company and he's got it in a big way. That orange car is hanging and hanging and hanging. And I'm going to tell you now at some stage, I think Martin Prince will want to make some kind of move.
Yep, 2 generations of Porsche Cups right in front of us now. And then that BMW E46 of Conor Kilbride just behind, just waiting in the wings for something to occur ahead of him. But as you said, Martin Prince definitely wants to make his way by, and he's wanting to make his way by as soon as he possibly can.
I think, like you said, waiting there, but I think Conor Kilbride's waiting in vain, to say the least, because those 2 Porsches are mightily quick. Not to say that Conor's car is not quick. But leader in picture, Gary Kieswetter, in that Ginetta. Absolutely beautiful. That's a beautiful sounding V8 motor. I'm not sure, I don't think it's a Judd. I think it's some other motor they got in there. But very in line with the Judd type motor. And working it out up the UBS rate. That has to be my favorite caption of the day. That picture is just sublimely beautiful.
Sorry, Francois, but we look and Divan Wenzel's now moved ahead of Steve Humble in the pole beam on this lap.
I told you.
Your facts were correct.
Yeah.
He's made his way up into that 2nd spot. Now, Steve Humble in the pole beam is going to be on the case of Divan Wenzel, and very quickly is as they pull away from Yanni Hutzy just ahead.
Divan's not going to let him get past by any measure of means, and Divan is going to make that Porsche work over time. That GT3 RS is absolutely beautiful, and I think it's singing quite nicely. Probably in its 3rd verse already of the song, and he's going to keep it right there where he wants it. Well, Martin Prince still behind Valen Volskink. I think Valen making that Porsche as wide as he can, not affording Martin Prince any getting past, but I think Martin will bide his time.
Yep, he needs to move those rear arches out as much as possible because he doesn't want to make even the slightest error to open up the door to Martin Prince whatsoever. as they come down into Sorrel Sweep once again. The gap opens up between those two Porsches once again. And look at Connor Kilbride slowly closing in on Martin Prince. So Connor, as we had said, is there, but possibly waiting in vain for something to happen ahead of him. But Valen Forsking on the charge at the moment, just to stay ahead of these two on his tail.
I think when a car, when they leave each other like that on the lap, is a lack in a skill set, because that's where you don't have that skill to stay with the guy ahead of you and he pulls away. Now we see that Steve Humble's got ahead now once again.
Maybe he also wanted to do some playing with, like Gary did in race number 1.
I don't know. I wouldn't play the fool with Divan Wenzel, that's for sure. And Yanni Atsi. There in the Nissan Silvia. You see the back wheel's almost lifting as he's going around there. So he's pushing hard, Yanni. He's making that Silvia work hard.
Absolutely, and you need to have both rear wheels on the ground
to get
put the
traction.
power down.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he's even spinning one of those wheels around. As now we look to this, a small battle coming into turn number 1, block coin corner. There's a big lock up on the brakes for Marius Fourie. He saves that. I saw the tail end getting a little bit squirrely, but he's fighting with Simeon Panev as the leader overall. Gary Kisvetter in the number 43 Janetta comes into picture.
He's on his penultimate lap at the moment.
2 laps left to go. There's Brett Swanefelter in the second of the 350Zs. A little bit on the dirt for those two as the Janetta comes into play all on his own, just getting the laps in. I mean, it's a pricey car to run, so the last thing you want to do is have any mistakes made.
No, you don't want to be making any mistakes here. Having a look at picture, try and pick up who's coming up towards us here now at the Sorrel Sweep. Is that Fourie? Yeah, that's Fourie. And Simeon Panev.
There goes Panev.
There's the lead up behind him. Now watch the difference in pace. Watch him go down that back straight. Boom, you'll catch him before the corner. That Janetta coming flying, and they're getting their blue flags waved at them. The blue lights are flashing. They'll hang out on the outside, and oh, look at the Janetta just gliding there to pull it back. Gary Kisvetter seeing just the sheer momentum, just drifting him in here to force the car to come back at him now. He's going to start his final lap.
Yeah, but 1:11.866 for Gary Kisvetter at this point in time. Around the outside, Marius Fourie will try and hold out. Another little lock-up of the brakes going into turn number 1, and Simeon Panev slides into that position. They're currently fighting for 8th and 9th overall, but in 2 different classes, that being Panev in Class C and Fourie in Class D, but they're still mighty close between the two.
Yeah, no, great racing here. Panev now has got the better of Fourie. So Simeon Panev moves up. Right, there we go. There's your leader now, Gary Kisvetter. By a country mile now, going through the Sorrel Sweep. We're going to work his way down the Killarney straightaway, down towards Birdemina Fastron. It looks effortless, but like I said, that car is a big beneficial thing to drive because it has everything at your disposal. But you still got to know what you're doing, and Gary Kisvetter definitely knows what he's doing at the moment. So Gary now on his way to the checkered flag. Pretty happy with it that the Janetta is taking line honours. You put a lot of money into something like this, and obviously you'd like to come out on top. Right, checkered flag there, the flag waves, and Gary Kisvetter takes heat number 2. Some of the slow markers coming through. Got to wait now for the likes of Steve Humble and Divan Wenzel. That looks like Swanefelder, who's been lapped.
Brett Swanefelder will come across the line now. We also saw Simeon Panev beat out Marius Fourie to the line, but here come these two, Francois.
Definitely. So Steve Humble getting the upper hand, taking 2nd place. Divan Wenzel, Yanni Atsi. Great drive from Yanni Atsi there in the Nissan. Good things coming from his side. So now we pick up the likes of Valen Forsking, Martin Prince, and Connor Kilbride.
There's Valen Forsking on his own. As a matter of fact, as these two are not on their own, they are fighting still to the line as Valen Forsking will bring that Porsche across the line in 5th overall. And Martin Prince will just pop out Connor Kilbride at the checkered for 6th and 7th positions. Though a quieter second race for Warwick Wells Sports and GT, still good to see a handful of groups around, or pairings even, that are racing throughout the entirety of that second race. Now we wait on to the next, and that will be Breakfast Run Motorcycles.
So here we go then, welcome back ladies and gentlemen to the final race of the afternoon for the Pirelli Clubman Classics and Breakfast Run. Of course we had a stellar race one this morning. We've got the 1000s and 600s. Now I did get a chance to speak to Byron Arends in the number 25 Apex Bets Project 60, and if I remember, because I've got a memory like a goldfish, because he broke the 124 breakout rule, he's immediately put up to the Clubman 1000. So an immediate promotion. I think he'll be happy with that, because now on paper at least he gets to play with the big boys.
You got to bring your A game, that's the main thing, you know what I'm saying? So not going to be that easy. Richie Slamet sits on pole. He had an absolute whistle of a first heat. Just blew away the field, everyone into the weeds. Jordan Simon had a great race. William Morris lies on third. Lubabala Tasana on fourth. Malcolm Govender sits there on P5 with Augustine and Twari. Then we got Gerard Hubert, Willem Lowe. Martin Perry's in there as well. Then Wayne Gresser, Gavin Lowe, Wesley Hendricks. Then your Byron Arns's in there. Sword Adam. Then Henny Schalhauser and Quentin Retief in there as well. First race, first heat I should say, was pretty exciting stuff. Let's hope that the second heat dishes up much of the same serving, to say the least.
Well listen, the rest of the races so far have proved that, you know, whatever has happened, maybe the track's getting more and more rubbered in, whatever it is, the riders, the drivers, whoever, getting much more confidence. Also maybe that being a factor, it's the last race of the day, just send it, just get it done, get the job done.
Yeah. No, definitely. But a nice field of 16 motorcycles out there. And You know, it's Clubmans is for a guy usually that just wants to be there to race. He's not super competitive, but man, oh man, this dishes up some beautiful racing.
Well, they say that on paper, Francois, but I mean, you know, anybody that's competitive or vaguely competitive, you either are competitive or you're not. They'll still take this fairly seriously. But again, it's nice that we've got those different classes. Of course, the breakfast run, the rookies in there and to cut their teeth for the first couple of races until they inevitably get under that 124 mark and then get put up into whatever class that they belong in.
No, for sure. So Richie Slamet there on a 119 today. So this is going to be a cracker. He's going to love this. He's going to relish being on the front, waiting for the lights. There we go, 5-second board. Lights off and away they go. I think Richard Slamet's going to get the whole shot. He makes it look effortless. Just sort of glides in, looks slow motion almost. But let me tell you something. They are twisting their throttle back and all hell is breaking loose now as they make their way up towards Cashel Corner.
The man that impressed me on that start was Malcolm Govinder from 5th position. Absolutely sent it right down the middle. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in P2 or P3 by the end of this lap. But the problem for us as commentators is trying to pick a single number out from any of those bikes as they all come whistling past. You've got about, what, 16 bikes now going past in about 3.5 seconds here. No surprises though to see Richard Slamet up the front there, potentially with it looks like Jordan Simon, but I'll guarantee that's Malcolm Govinder right in the thick of it right now.
Malcolm Govinder waking up there now in the second heat, but there goes Richie Slamet down the back straight. Have a look at that gaggle there behind Govinder. We're all going to jostle positions. We're going to light up our Litre and our 600 bikes and blow down there towards Pertamina Fastron. It's going to be a cracker entry. Have a look at them side by side. Woo! Pick a number. Look at them banging in there. Ooh, it's almost like it is slot into a spot there. Anyone that wants to be diabolical and roll around the outside, good luck to you.
Well, we saw from that race it proved that it can be done, but picking back up your race leaders then as they go across the line. So it's actually William Morris now that is in the lead of that second pack there ahead of Malcolm Govinder. And then Wayne Grace in 5th position, Augustin Ntwari in 6th position. But it's Lubabalo in Tiziana that's lost out in 7th position on that number 53 600. Although, perhaps not surprisingly, against the 1000. So he's in the lead. He's second place in the 600s. How Jordan Simon's keeping up with him, I don't know.
That is, Jordan Simon is really a revelation for today. He is really blasting around that little 600. But there is a saying at Killarney, it's a 600 track. Litre bikes, and we've had in the past, we've had nationals where 600s have been in the top 3 of thousands. So Richie Slamet still leading out, Jordan Simon, William Morris, then it's going to be Malcolm Govinder, then Wayne Grace, Augustine Ntwari is in there, Lubabalo and Tisana, and then Perry, Hendricks, Adam, Schellhauser, Arons, Hubert, Lowe, Retief, and Willem Lowe. So, yeah, having a look-see as they all bomb their way down into Pertamina Fastron.
You said that this was a 600 track. You're absolutely spot on with that because Simon is all over the back of Slamet like a rash right now. 119.1 against Richard's 119.3. So this is sensational pace right now on that 600 versus 1000 battle going on here. Morris still in 3rd position, Govinder in 4th position, Twari in 5th, so makes the move up, and that's Wayne Grace that's went all the way down to P8 there.
Yeah, no, I called it. I told you. If you get a 600 and you got it lined up properly, it's going to do the work for you. And it's nimble. You can, especially in the corners, that's where it's fast. You can really play with the 600 in the corners. You can put it in there, pin it down and crank it early. Whereas the 1000 is a little bit heavier and demands a lot more physical power to go through. So you see the rest of the field coming through there, through turn 3, running around the outside. Oh, I don't know if you want to do that. I think this is... the likes of Morris, Govinder, Twari, Nisana, Hendricks, Gresse, all working their way through now. So we're not with the leaders at the moment, but Simon, I tell you what, was really showing. I don't know if Richard's pulled away. Has Richie pulled away? Yeah, I think he has, but Jordan Simon's still in there.
He has. I think that obviously Richard's just decided to light the touch paper 118.1, so he is gone. We cut back to that battle for third position. This is William Morris ahead of the number 6 bike of Malcolm Govinder. Augustin Clary in there as well in P5. 6th position is actually, that is Pablo Intani all the way back up to P5. So William Morris has dropped down to P6 as well. So it's all change every single lap here.
Well, this is what we're saying. It maybe dish up a new menu for us, and here it is at the moment. So that's all happening out there. Nice, well, Govinder up to 3rd, and he'll be pretty happy with that. You know, his first race wasn't quite what he expected. Maybe just getting the feel of the track and thinking, well, you know what, maybe I can just gas it a bit more and get there.
The other bit that's caught my attention is the 3 Breakfast Club riders up into 8th, 9th and 10th provisionally. The 55 of Wesley Hendricks, the 25 of Byron Arends and the 66 of Saud Adam. Now, he's still shown as a Breakfast Club, so I'm not sure if that'll be changed maybe for next round. But either way, still up there for 8th, 9th and 10th.
Great stuff there as the riders make their way down towards podium in a fast run. And that is Govinder in there with the rest of the field up behind him, the likes of Augustine Ntwari, Lubabala Desana, William Morris and Wesley Hendricks, followed there by Byron Arendse. That gaggle of bikes are having an absolute whale of a time out there. Sort of slipstream city as they call it. As they work their way down towards Block Coin Corner.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately Jordan Simon's excitement as we've got wide at turn 1. I just caught that at the corner of my eye. That looks like just too late on the brakes because they've looped back round and getting back onto the track. That is going to be the number 34 of William Morris. Again, his day going from bad to worse here, Francois.
You know, it's like when you playing cricket. If you lose your eye on the ball.
Playing what?
Cricket.
Oh, right, sorry.
You don't keep your eye on the ball, you know, you're going to lose out. So that's the thing, or you're going to drop a catch, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think I've played cricket in my grown adult life. Used to play it at school, but that was it. So
it's just an analogy.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, so we're picking up here now with 4 laps to go. The leader, Richard Slamet, out front, has broken the back there of Jordan Simon, is now almost 4 seconds behind him as they come up over the line. Richie Slamet having a lovely run of it there. There's Jordan Simon on a 600, so there's no real comparison here. What has Slamet posted there? He's in the purple sectors.
117.8 on his Kawasaki ZX-10.
No, that's not too shabby, but have a look at this group. Ooh, here we go. Man, oh man, that's what I like to see.
That is when you know it's a good race, when us commentators are just making random noises and lost for words, because this has been just brilliant stuff from these 6 riders right now, because any one of them could take that top spot. You've got Byron Arendse, you've got Malcolm Govinder, Augustin Ntwari, as that looks like, was that a bike pulling off to the side? I think that was just a defensive manoeuvre that was going on there.
Braking a little bit late and not wanting to get caught up in the spaghetti, as they would say, as they rock and roll down through Lunchtime King down into Damps. Photographers sitting up on the inside there as the rest of the field goes through.
That's a brave photographer sitting on the inside there.
Well, you know, there's something. What's the difference between brave and stupid?
I suppose that's the difference between great and good. Yeah,
lovely stuff.
3 laps to go though. This is just really ratcheting up with every single lap. We're watching Jordan Simon right now coming through the final corner, but back to this battle then for 3rd position. That looks like it's going to be a move up the inside for Govinder. Is he going, or for Arendse, is he going to be able to do anything? Byron Arendse at the proper sharp end of this group right now, because you've also got Augustin Ntwari, Siani, Hendricks and Saud Adam all just trading paint right now.
That's brilliant stuff. It shows the quality of the Breakfast Club, the track schools that they go to. And now have a look here. They're all sort of hovering around each other. At the moment, Malcolm Govinder holding out on this crew, and I think he's trying his utmost now he's on his penultimate lap. So he'll hope to hold off the likes there of Byron Arendse, Wesley Hendricks, Lubabala Desana, Augustine Ntwari and Saud Adam. Just keeping the right line to keep that door closed there is Malcolm Govinder, because Arendse is right there behind him.
Francois, 6 bikes within 2 seconds with 2 laps to go. I am absolutely all about this right now. This is just
definitely
brilliant stuff.
Lovely stuff. We'll just wait to see how they feature before we pick up with the leaders towards the close of play. But coming up here now, Sorrel Sweep, have a look at them, all up behind each other. Now, as they would say, it's time to let the kettle steam as they make their way down. Have a look at that. Now, having a look on the outside. Oh! Arendse nearly to the back of Govender, but coming down here now. Oh, late on the brakes. Who has got the biggest of the biggest, as they say? Up on the inside, is that Intisana?
Oh, beautiful from Arendse.
Yeah, Arendse is in there. Intisana's in there. But still, it's Malcolm Govender hanging on for dear life. Govender goes through.
I'll tell you what there, Francois, I've got no idea.
Governor's under attack. Oh, Governor's under attack, and then nearly run off.
That's 1 bike off, and there is more. 2 bikes into the grass, and
Malcolm
tries to hold it. Down he goes.
He was forced off, and he is absolutely furious.
Look at that body language. He is absolutely ready to throw hands right now. That is, I mean, you never want to see it end like that. But
give him a hand grenade, he'll toss it.
Yeah, that was Wesley Hendricks. So now we've got, 4 bikes left in that battle. And this is still brewing on. This is still going on because they're making their way through 3 just now. But that was... We knew it was going to happen because they were just all trading paint.
They better hold on to Malcolm Governor. He's going to run across the track and tackle old Arendse off the bike.
Goodness me. Right, 1 lap to go then as Richard Slammy actually comes across the line, take the win. We got so caught up in all of that action. We didn't catch the number 98. Well, we did see it on screen, but we didn't realise this. Here we go then. This is still the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Jordan Simon has crossed the line to take 2nd position, but this is now going to be, I believe, Byron Arendse and Lubablo and Siani, possibly with Saud Adams still in there as well. And Francois, listen, this has been a spectacular race here. Loved every second. Side by side across the line, but it is just going to be Saud Adam, who was like 15 million light years behind in 7th position starting that final lap, and he takes the final step of the podium.
Saud Adam, good ride there. Lubabalo and Tisana, followed by Augustine and Tuari, Byron Arendse, Henny Schalhauser, and I tell you something, Malcolm Govender, you know the guys from Joburg, eh?
Yes.
They're going to bring a posse later on. The day's not over. Yeah,
by the way, for clarification, that was a very nervous laugh right there. Because, yeah, that's, wow. But we joke about it, but we know that what will happen is there'll be some very strong words with each other, and then there'll be a handshake, and they'll all be in the bar afterwards buying each other pints at the end of the day. That's 9 times out of 10 what happens.
You must be the eternal optimist.
I am. I've seen it so many times where
I know.
You go in at the end of the day and you feel like you need to get some security in just in case, and they've already sorted that out by that point.
Yeah. Well, they say South Africa is the only place where you have a fight and knock each other out and have a beer afterwards.
Yeah, that and rugby.
Rugby, yeah.
Well, there we go. So that is the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run. Race 2 done for the day. And we'll get some replays up very, very shortly indeed. But that was just a brilliant race. Congratulations to Richard Slammy taking the win there ahead of Jordan Simon and Saud Adams. So 3 different classes, believe it or not, on the podium. You've got your Club 1000, your Club 600 and your Breakfast Run in 3rd position. Could not have scripted that any better indeed. So congratulations to everyone in that race. Commiserations obviously to our non-finishers as well. We did actually, I think, only lose that 1 bike. I think that was Malcolm Govender, because we did get Wesley Hendricks returning to the track after he went really, really deep on the brakes into turn 1. But I don't know about you, Francois, but I think those riders are going to need about an hour just to cool down after that race.
It was pretty hectic stuff out there for them. Everyone was doing pretty well, during the race, but then obviously it sort of unfolded here towards the closing stages, and a pity about that, because obviously some of the riders believed they could have had their feet up on the 3 steps, but unfortunately not going their way. That is the nature of the beast, that is racing, and when the lady decides to put her foot out and trip you up, it happens.
Yeah, for sure. But nonetheless, a fantastic performance, and great to see that YouTube chat celebrating the win of the number 98 as well there. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. That is us for the Pirelli Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run. But then up next, we have still more racing to come this afternoon. We have approximately 5 more races. Up next is going to be the Thermal Fires Clubman Saloons, the BO Trustees Formula Libre after that. Then it's the Loud Classic Cars, the Pirelli Superbikes SBK Challenge Master 600s, and then to round things off in the most spectacular fireworks way that we possibly can, the API property GTI Challenge is going to be rounding out the day as well. So we'll take a short break for just now, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments for the Thermal Fires Clubman Saloons.
All right, here we go with the Thermal Fires Clubman Saloon Cars race number 2. And let's look, see who's going to be in there. There's Bernard Lehman going into turn 1, into block coin. David Vermaak going through. That's Peter Kannemeyer. That's working his way through there. That is our friend Mr. Johnson, Andre Johnson. That is in the Audi. Josef Hendricks, just pick up on Josef Hendricks in that red BM. You're just ahead there of Bernard Lehman. That's this group that is heading down into turn 2, into Castrol Corner. Right at the back of the field, or should I say heading towards turn 2, is that Ford Falcon of Evert de Tooy. I don't see the Chrysler is not out there today. Andre from Van der Merwe, he's not out there today with the Chrysler. Shane Justice busy going through there as well. Just a few names we're picking up there on the outlap. Faisal Jacobs in that yellow traction control sponsored BMW. Hopefully we'll have all 28 cars on the grid Francois van Tonder will once again be starting from the pit lane exit. He's obviously got a vibration on that car that they trying to sort out. Maybe they have sorted it out by now. That's why he did the first race start from pit lane. But he has opted to start race 2 from pit lane again. There's Shane Justice, plumb center in the middle of the screen. Paul Munich just ahead of him. Willie Swart going through. As you folks around the track, nice to see so many people here. Remember that next weekend, it's the National Extreme Festival, round 1 of the SA National Championships right here at Killarney International Raceway. Action starts on Friday the 13th already with practicing and qualifying, and then race action on Saturday the 14th. And that is going to be one that you don't want to miss, the opening round of the SA Road Racing National Championships.
The class sponsor, the E-Gas and Thermofires VW Jetta, stands on pole position. Dexter Bruce in the 146 alongside him, the third of the Class A cars. Second on the inside, the 29 of Lambert Jr. Then the 222 of Swart. I saw a picture yesterday of that car being up for sale. Let's hope nobody buys it. Then we've got Paul Minnick, the Auto Pro 69 alongside that. That is none other than Shane Justice. Andre Ferry in the 16. And alongside him, young Dylan Jabé.
Yeah, then you've got the Thermofire, I should have said the Ittel Oven BMW of Cedric Berger. Faisal Jacobs is in that fight as well. Josef Hendricks, that red BMW just behind Jacobs. Bernard Lehman is there on his outside. As we have a look at all the cars going through. Mario Roux, a little bit further down. He's on the outside of Faisal Jacobs. Peter Kannemeyer is there. Andre Johnson, Sandra Becker, lady racer in that purple BMW number 96 of hers, sponsored there by N2 Towing. Mark Gray is in the house. The X145 Polo, that is Adrian Roberts, from the Golf 1 up to the Polo. Also part of Traction Racing Team. Century Karting is connected to those companies as we watch them work their way along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol Corner. The safety car has already made its way out of Castrol. It's making its way through the kink and towards Dams Dip. There is a sponsor lined up for Dams Dip. So the moment that is made available to us in the future, we will name that sponsor. Right now, it's still referred to as Damps. It is an old returning sponsor here to Killarney, so we will be welcoming that company back again. But right now, it's still Damps Dip until everything has been finalized. Gary, lovely sight of these Clubman's cars heading towards Saddle Sweep.
Stephen Gous finds himself on the front row of the grid, and he's done a bit of changes to the waterworks and the cooling system on that motor car. He said the heating has always been a problem for all now with a turbo on it, and he set the turbo on 1 bar. I said, why 1? So he said, I don't want to break the gearbox. That's what happened last time. He says, you turn the boost up too much and then the gearbox literally explodes underneath you. So rather going for a little bit less power than what he can produce out of that motor. And he's also already doing literally 1 minute 21. So it's just about as fast as he can go without clocking out of the class and running too quick. So he says, turn the boost down and drive it as hard as I can.
Right, the lights are on. Let's have a look-see. It's going to be Stephen Gous. That he's the man that sits there on pole position. He will lead them down into turn number 1. Stephen Goos, and on the inside, here comes, look around, everybody goes, Jaco Lambert. Jaco Lambert was on the inside of row 2, and he is the man that now leads on the exit of Blockpoint Corner, does Jaco Lambert, and he is running away. He's got Goos in there behind him as they work their way through. Then we have got Dexter Bruce. Behind Dexter Bruce is Paul Munich. Then it is Willie Swart that's going side by side with Shane Justice as they make their way through the kink and towards Damstep. But it's all about that man up front, Jaco Lambert. What a lovely start off the line there for Lambert, and already beginning to open up a gap between himself and the rest of the pack.
Well, he's got a stonker of a first lap going there, really, really fast. Everybody else is pretty much line astern. Stephen Goos holding out on Dexter Bruce Minnick, and then it is that brand new Auto Pro Golf that is with a new motor, with a rebuilt motor, doing a great job there for Shane Justice.
Yeah, that's the rest of the field busy making their way through. David for Mark just coming through as well, but the leaders are heading under the City of Cape Town Bridge. It's all about Jaco Lambert sitting out there in 1, and it's side by side between Dexter Bruce and Stephen Goos, as the two of them are next to each other, and it's Dex. No, it's not. It's Goos that keeps that position ahead of Dexter Bruce. Then Paul Munich coming through. Behind him, it is Shane Justice. Willie Swart is right in there as well. Mario Roux. And on the case of Mario Roux is the BMW of Dylan Hubert.
I don't think Mario Roux will be comfortable with this. I think he'll fancy himself moving up a couple of positions, but he's got some pretty quick cars. Driver combinations. Oh, see somebody going farming.
That's David Fourie.
Yeah, that's for
sorry, David Fourie, apologize.
That's David Fourie. That's David the 80 Golf. That's the Class F Golf, as he gets it back on track and keeps it all together.
Yeah, there's two Davids out there. One is Fourie in the Golf, and the other one is for Mark in the BMW. That, of course, was the Golf of Fourie.
And one upstairs here by us.
As they make their way up the Tygerberg Straight, running through Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander, as the sun begins to set there towards Blouberg. The leaders are exiting Cape Town Corner, and it's a lovely fight for second and third between Bruce and Goos, and just behind them we have got in that fight Munich, then it's Justice, then it's Roux, then it's Willie Swart. And they are fighting behind the combination of Lambert and Goos that are heading down into turn number 1. Should I say Goos and Bruce, because it was 0.3 of a second between them as they exit turn number 1. And here we go, up on the inside of Justice was Mario Roux as Faisal Jacobs goes through. There is Stephen Goos, there is Dexter Bruce, there is Paul Munich. Right behind Paul Munich we have got Mario Roux, Shane Justice, Willie Swart in the Jetta 2, Dylan Hubert coming through, and then behind him it's Andre Fourie. That's the ex-Chiara van Niekerk Golf that he has got there, with Josef Hendricks in there with him as well. So, Jaco Lambert sitting out there in the lead as he works his way. That's it. There we go. Watch this lot. Side by side, that's Bruce and Goos. That is side by side heading into Cape Town Corner. And once again, Dex keeps his nose ahead there of Stephen Goos.
Well, Frank, it's the battle of the turbo cars between these two. And down towards turn number 1, they'll go. These guys are running on the ragged edge out of turn at number 5, Cape Town Corner. The likes of Justice, Swart. There's Joubert, that ex-Chiara van Niekerk car of Andre Fourie rather, as they come out of turn number 5 and down towards us on the cameras and into block point turn number 1. A good stream of cars coming straight down towards the first turn.
Yeah, it's all well-known names that's coming through. Here comes Adrian Roberts towards us. Right behind him, we've got the Ford Falcon of Eva de Toy, as we pick up this group that's making its way now out of turn number 3, heading up the hill towards turn 4. That is Lambert, and he's way down the road here from Bruce, who's getting away from Goos. So there is a bit of a gap opening up between them. Then it's, look at this one. This is Mario Roux, Paul Munich, and Shane Justice right in there behind him, followed there by Willie Swart, and then the champion defender, Dylan Hubert.
Yep, they come soaring out of Sorrel Sweep, turn number 4. And down the Killarney back straight into that final corner. We're coming up on 4 laps to go when the leader, Jaco Lambert, crosses the line, which he does now, while we watch this battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, and further. We hear the turbo guys come. There is this battle between these two. That is Jacobs and Johnson.
Now that's Jacobs and Josef Hendricks in that red car. Then, of course, behind him is Johnson coming through with the Audi. And then behind him it's Cedric Berger, David Vermaak, the Corsa in there. That is Bernard Lehman. And then that purple BMW of Sandra Becker. And right there with Sandra Becker, we've got Kannemeyer and then Adrian Roberts.
These two are getting mighty close between Vermaak and Becker as they come out of turn number 1. The two BMWs are, I was going to say swarmed by 2 Golfs, but it is Bernard Lehman in that Opel Corsa that dives up the inside, or looks at diving up the inside rather. Don't do anything too dirty into that second corner, but Peter Kannemeyer also closing up that gap to the 3 cars ahead of him.
Right, that's your leader working his way out of turn number 1, and that is Jaco Lambert. That's a back marker that's behind Jaco Lambert, because he's nearly 5 seconds ahead of Bruce on this lap. They're starting another lap now. There's Dexter Bruce in the background coming through, and then behind Dex it is Stephen Gous that is there in that 3rd spot, and he is way ahead there of Mario Roux that leads this group towards the start-finish line.
Yep, and here they come, Mario Roux, a good gap ahead of the rest, that being Paul Munich, Shane Justice there with Willie Swart just behind. Then we see the likes of Joubert, Jacobs, Hendricks, Johnson, Berger, Fourie and Vermaak, as well as Sandra Becker in the top 15. But here this group spreads out ever so slightly. You see as Dylan Joubert pulls away from Jacobs, and Jacob pulls away from Josef Hendricks. But look at these 3 once again.
That's a fight behind Andre Johnson. That is Andre Fourie. Then right behind him we've got Sandra Becker. And right on the case, sorry, it's Berger, Cedric Berger in the Italo Oven car. Then it's Sandra Becker in the N2 towing BMW. And then we see Vermaak, and right behind Vermaak is the Opel Corsa of Bernard Lehman, and Peter Kannemeyer is right there on the case of the Corsa of Lehman.
They're all not giving each other an inch or a mile. So I even saw Peter Kannemeyer's right rear stepping up into the air. Is now down into Dam's Dip. They go once again. And there we see Sandra Becker with Berger and Vermaak now leading Lehman and Kannemeyer out of Dam's Dip. But there's your leader on his penultimate lap. You will have 2 more to go after this.
Yeah, he's done a 1:22.292. He's the quickest man out there, Jaco Lambert. Dexter Bruce coming into view. Then behind him, Mr. Thermofires. That is Stephen Gous. And then there's a massive gap before we get to Mario Roux. Here comes Mario Roux behind us, and you cannot miss that yellow-colored Golf of Justice, of Shane Justice, with the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart in there behind him. Then it's Dylan Hubert working his way through. There we see coming past, that looks like Josef Hendricks, but I think that is the red BMW of Josef Hendricks. Yep. That is in that 10th position.
Then we see Johnson, Becker, there is Berger as well as just behind them. Yes, so that is Andre Fourie and then Cedric Berger in the BMW. Then Bernard Lehman's managed to get past David Vermaak, with Peter Kannemeyer still right behind those two, with that back marker being Craig Agliotti.
That's Trappist van Tonder that's just there behind Kannemeyer.
Right. Yes, that's Trappist van Tonder that started from the pit lane and still had to make his way by all the service vehicles.
Yeah.
Then we saw that battle there, sitting with Roberts, Haysom and DeToy as we back to the leader.
The last lap dawns for race leader Jaco Lambert as he works his way out of a block 1 corner. He's got a back marker, couple of back markers in there behind him because Dexter Bruce, Quentin Carstens, he's slow, yes. Moving right out the way to allow Dexter Bruce through. And now quite some distance behind Dexter Bruce. In third position is the Jetta 3 of Stephen Gous.
We won't say anything until he's crossed the finish line, but he does have a little bit of a gap to go to catch up to Dexter Bruce on this final lap. As we watch the likes there of Paul Minnick. Just behind Minnick will be Justice and Swart. Oh, sorry, it's Roo, then Justice and Swart. But that's a good question. Where has Paul Minnick gone? He's dropped down the field ever so slightly. There he is ahead of Yusuf Hendricks now. There's something happening there for the Class B car of Paul Minnick.
But the checkered flag has been readied for the man that sits out there in P1. Jaco Lambert, nearly 8 seconds ahead of Dexter Bruce when they started this 8th and final lap. And it's a welcome return to Thermofires Clubmans for Jaco Lambert as the checkered flag is out. And Lambert will bring that polo home in P1. We're waiting for Dexter Bruce. Dex is way, way, way behind him. Here comes Dex towards the flag. Dexter will come home in that second position, and third across the line will be Stephen Gous.
Just like that. Then we wait for the rest of the field. A couple more back markers coming as they cross the line. There's Anton Jacobs. Quentin Carstens makes it to the finish line. That's the next man we're looking for. In fourth place overall, first in Class C, Mario Roo comes ahead of Shane Justice and Billy Swart. First and second in Class B for Justice and Swart as Dylan Joubert finishes the first BMW ahead of Faisal Jacobs with Paul Minnick next across the line.
Yeah, here comes Paul Minnick. Then it is Yusuf Hendricks with the bonnet pin that's open. Andre Johnson comes to the flag. And Sandra Becker will finish her race. Here comes Andre Fourie. Bernard Lehman right behind Lehman. We've got David Vermaak. And behind David Vermaak, there is Cedric Berger that crosses the line together with Peter Kannemeyer. And then that's Hermanus Haysamen. And then behind him is Adrian Roberts. And then Eva de Toy in the Ford Falcon.
Yep, and then we should have, this is Craig Agliotti also coming to the line to finish off at the tail end of the field. And young Nicholas Fourie, sorry, David Fourie, rather, coming across the line to finish his second race of the day.
Right, so that was Thermofires Clubmans Regional Saloon Cars race number 2.
I must say, Frankie, he was asked to step out because he was too fast.
Who was this?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
He comes back once again after not being allowed to race
Jaco.
two races.
Yeah.
Brings it back and takes victory overall for Jaco Lambert.
Oh, here's a replay of some of the action. That is David Vermaak that went farming a bit early on in the opening stages of this race. That's why he ended so far down the grid. And this
was close.
Yeah. Dexter Bruce and Stephen Gous.
Very, very good racing from these two right until the very end. I saw the arms out the window on the cool-down lap. So I think they were both chuffed with themselves as well. There is Quentin Carstens and Anton Jacobs. Still curious to know what happened to Quentin in that final lap. As there is your race winner. Hand out the window, giving a wave to those up against the wall. And nice to see Clubmans back to some very racy doings with limited incidents.
Yeah, this is a replay of the start. Everybody heading into Blockcoin. And just see them all go down. There is David Fourie coming through. Bernard Lehman just in there behind him. Peter Kannemeyer. Sandra Becker. And then, of course, once again, Dex and Steve working their way out of Cape Town Corner. So that is Thermofires Regional Saloon Cars, race number 2 in the bag.
Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Yeah, big thanks to Lime Property Management, Mr. Clint Ridden, for the sponsorship, and as well as Porsche Club, Blockwood Corner, Castrol, City of Cape Town. I don't know if I've Smile 90.4 FM and everybody else that is involved here with the sponsorship.
Well, David, back to it for the open wheel class. Race number 2 of the BJO Trustees Formula Libres. And race 1 was a little bit of a confusing one. I think I jumped in on your guys in the beginning because I was even lost. Only speculation still sits with me because I don't actually know what happened there. But I've got a feeling that the Class S cars, the VW Reynolds, weren't called out to get to the grid unless they all had some sort of issues and had to all get things done before going out. So they had to start from the pit lane, and they made it back up to the front. Well, at least most of them we saw. Cohen Bam didn't make it to the end of that race. DJ Boyson didn't even make it out, so hopefully if I look to the outside of the circuit, he is out, as is Cohen Bam, Storm Lanfear, and Jason Kutsia. And then the two, if I can see them, MSA 4s, they are out already and making their way to the grid.
Yeah, it was an eventful race 1, I think, is the words you were looking for there. But listen, they made short work of making their way through the field, as you would expect. Obviously, it's kind of the David versus Goliath thing in those VW Reynards that they're in, Storm Lanfear and Jason Coetzee. Cracking looking cars though. But again, with the Formula Vs out there as well, you know, they're just a completely different class. Obviously, they are literally a different class, but I mean, to drive, you know, it's all about, we said this earlier on, it's all about feeling your way around the track, having to almost dance the car on the edge of grip and adhesion, and that's why you find so many of the karters, you know, take to it like a proverbial duck to water here.
Because, I mean, everyone will say that even if you're not entirely into motorsport, your first thought would be to go from karting to Formula Libre. They look like the closest pairing, closest platforms between the two of them, because without putting it in too childish of terms, these just look like big go-karts.
Well, I'm going to say this out of the earshot of Francois here, because I know I'm going to get something thrown from me, but you have that interview from Max Verstappen who says he wouldn't even bother with karting now, he'd just go straight into single seaters.
Exactly. And some of the guys do, absolutely.
You know, that's it. And
because karting's expensive, I'm sure you know.
Well,
so take whatever money you want to put into karting and just jump in.
Sorry, what you meant to say is motorsport is expensive.
Sorry, yes.
Yes, all motorsport
but
is
where
very,
you're supposed to
very
start
expensive.
in motorsport.
Yes, that's exactly it. Anyway, the BO Trustees Formula Libre is just seconds away from going. We get the 30-second boards up there just now. The 5-second board will be displayed very shortly. You can hear the engine notes rising. And it looks like we are good to go.
They are just busy pushing Storm Lanfear's.
I saw somebody dive out of pit lane, and as soon as you say that, you know it's not going to be 5 seconds.
But I not only see that, but DJ Boyson, all on his own, he's driven into the pits. He's very disappointed, got out of his car, looking at the rear end. Something's not right. with that car. For the first time, he was supposed to be back after a massive incident in turn number 1 a good couple of rounds ago. Now we wait, everyone in position. John Green holds the paddle. I'll signal to you when they're about to get going. 5 seconds out. David, take them away.
Here we go then. 5 seconds to go. Lights on. The lights are off. And we are racing for the final time with the BAO Trustees Formula Libre. And it is going to be Storm Landfair then who makes his way up ahead of Cohen Bam. You've got Guido Badolian there as well. Jason Coetzee, actually, sorry, it is. Gianna Pascal as well in 5th position. You've got Damien White up there, Joshua Smith. And again, you need to give them a lap or two here just to figure things out.
Absolutely, you do. And I see that even Richard Carr has moved up a couple of positions and is sitting in between the two MSA4s in a Formula V. That to me looks like James Beaumont's previous Formula V that he might be jumping into. I know Courtney Stenfeldt was supposed to be in Richard's car, but I think there was still work being done to that number 49. But through we go into Sorrel Sweep on this opening lap. And you watch those two already straight away. It's Jason Coetzee and Storm Landfair ahead of the rest. Then Cohen Bam. And then we see the start of the Formula, the MSA4s rather, with Badoli. And then Pascal and Richard Carr will be fighting still as the V's come into the mix.
I see that we're picking up just as we left on in race 1 with Joshua Smith and Richard Carr absolutely going toe-to-toe, but Ben-Jack Phillips and Udrik Huizen also in the mix with them as well here. So this is really, really interesting as we come across the line to knock off our first lap here. But again, it did look like Storm Landfair was just on the tail end of Jason Coetzee. There's a little puff of tyre smoke, locking up the brakes.
Oh, that's a big one.
Big lock up of the brakes there. And that, unfortunately, is what happens when you miss your braking point. And Joshua Smith is going to have a hard time. Covers the tyre in gravel. That is going to take about a lap to get rid of all of those stones on the tyre because it's a mildly warm tyre.
But better than getting stuck in the sand, I'd say. But still a little bit of lack of confidence now, having to come back out at the very tail end of the field there behind Donovan Ramsey. And for a front liker like himself, I don't think that's what he wants in the slightest.
Yeah, it's certainly not in the script book for race 2, but back with your race leaders then, Jason Coetzee and Storm Landfair coming down into Cape Town corner. Landfair decides to take that inside line tucked tight into the apex of the corner, whereas Coetzee takes a little bit of a wider line, trying to keep as much traction and as much acceleration going on through that corner. They come in each other's slipstream under the City of Cape Town bridge into turn 1 into Blockcoin corner. But again, it's a very measured affair, you've got to say here from Storm Landfair. You've got fastest lap of the race there, 1:13.7, and that I think is about a second and a half off of their fastest pace from race 1.
Yep, so still some pace to gain as we watch Jason Coetzee in that black and highlighter yellow VW Reynard ahead of Cohen Bam in the Race Driver SA. That beautifully prepped blue VW Reynard as well. Same chassis, same platform. As they go through there, we see two of the MSA4s, Spadoli and Pascal, and make their way through into Castro Corner, turn number 2. Now the first of the V's, that's Richard Carr, sitting in the lead of Class V ahead of Hidrich Heisamen, that had an issue in race number 1 and pulled out, but now in race number 2, firing on all cylinders once again. It's just behind them, it is Ben-Jack Phillips.
Now, I said I've got a memory like a goldfish, and I saw Joshua Smith dropping down the order then. I was like, what happened there, JT? And then immediately remembered that he cooked the brakes going into turn 1. But never mind. Anyway, back to our race leaders here for the BAO Trustees Formula Libre race number 2, as we've got... what's that? Lap 3 we're on, 5 laps to go here. And again, this is what confused me, because it feels like Storm Landfair has the pace to just stay in the shadow of Jason Coetzee. But I think this is still Jason Coetzee just driving a very, very measured performance, as that was a little look up the inside, but that was never going to happen there for Storm Landfair.
Now we look to the second Race Driver SA car, that being of Cohen Bam, who had that moment in race number 1 and pulled off to the infield, just on that left-hand side of the screen, and had a DNF. Now back out again, but just off the pace of the lead 2. As there we see the first of the two MSA4s That being Guido Bedoli, with Gianna Pascal just behind in frame now, heading through as we jump back to the V's in the background coming out of block coin corner turn number 1, and it's Richard Carr from Hay Salmon from Phillips.
Well, they're side by side for the lead, so it'd be amazing if we could cut to the final corner because it's all going on just now. But we're still watching out of turn 1 just now as we're coming through the end of the tail here.
Yep, we watch the Class V cars come as the leaders go side by side across the line down towards turn number 1. As now, then we get the camera shot of Jason Coetzee up the inside of Storm Lanfear. As you said, it did look like, or it does look like rather, that Storm has the pace to even get past Jason, but I don't think Storm wants to get past Jason because he knows that Jason will be right on his tail and it'll be back and forth, but it is getting to that case with 4 laps left to go.
Yeah, that's the strange thing, isn't it? Because what we saw from race 1 was exactly the same performance from Storm Lanfear, shadowing Jason Coetzee as we cut back to 3rd position then. That is going to be Cohen Bam in the background there with Guido Bedoli. But then we came into the traffic and that's what decided the race here. So I think Storm is just wanting to get that position done and dusted now.
But I also believe, and again this is just speculation between us, that the sooner that he makes that move, the more trouble he is going to be in because Jason is not going to want to let that by. As we look once again up the inside, Jason Coetzee on the better of the 2 lines. However, the outside, the upper level of the banking could be just as quick if you take it right. But no, not quite. Up the circuit, Jason goes down towards the inside of the circuit. Will go Storm Lanfear, and they'll probably go side by side across the line, and they do as they catch up to a V back marker.
This is incredibly intelligent driving right now from Jason Coetzee. Is putting the car exactly where it needs to be, into the apex of every single corner. Fair enough, Storm Lanfear is getting the mother of all runs out of the corner, but this is getting very, very tasty indeed. They make no hassle whatsoever as Lanfear makes a look to the right hand side. It's going to be wider into turn 2 for Jason Coetzee, makes no issue of that whatsoever, but this is a proper race that we've got going on between these two, and a tiny little bit of a gap eeps out behind Jason Coetzee to Storm Lanfear.
Yep, we see Cohen Bam in that 3rd spot, all on his lonesome. He's got no competition. Competition's too far ahead, and their first of the MSA4s just sitting a couple of seconds behind is Guido Bedoli. As we watch, still the exit of turn at number 1, as that looks to be the start of the V's. I lie, sorry, that's Gianna Pascal in the 2nd of the MSA4s, as the leaders go down in and out of turn number 5. We're watching now as they come across the line. They've got some more V's to go past. As down towards turn number 1 they'll go, and they'll fight, or they'll have to fight their way by.
And there we go then, we see them coming past that traffic right now. So this is really where all the eyes are on, because there's no other battles happening throughout the course of the circuit right now. But again, Storm Lanfear losing out a little bit of time there to Jason Coetzee as they make their way through that lap traffic right now. Fair enough, catches right back on and is still back into the slipstream. So this is game on with 2 laps left to go here.
I know, I've just noticed now, as Frankie pointed out, that the timing screen on the left-hand side is a bit odd. It's off by a bit. But it is Gianna Pascal in that 5th spot. As we look around, there goes Bedoli in the first of the MSA4, sitting that 4th overall in Class A. And we should see Pascal come through the picture as well. But we'll look around. There is this battle once again for the lead on the penultimate lap around the final corner as we move on to the last lap. But will this in fact be Storm's was the Storm's idea this entire time? Wait for the last lap lunge to maybe get Jason excited, and this is where it might come.
Yeah, here we go. But again, he's having to go to the outside, and this pushes him to the outside of turn 1. So this is exactly where the car of Jason Coetzee wants to be. It's all up to Storm Lanfear to try and get that exit done right. But again, where's he going to get it done now? It's going to have to be a late lunge into the final corner, because he's not close enough on 2 here.
But they are catching the leading V of Richard Carr, and they'll catch him down in towards turn number 3. It might not be enough to slow either of the 2 Class S Reynolds down. Jason Coetzee is in the wrong spot at the moment. He doesn't want to get slowed down, and he doesn't. On the exit, he'll move over, but look at Storm Lanfear catching up very, very quickly as they go into Sorrel Sweep for the final time.
This might be it. This might have been close enough for Storm Lanfear to do something coming out of turn 5. Here we go then, nose to tail, coming down the final straight then, with just 1 lap left to go. They're side by side. He goes to the outside. That means that Jason Coetzee has the inside for the corner. Is it going to be last late breakers? It is. Storm Lanfear tries to drive the car round the outside. He's shown exit by Jason Coetzee, gets the better exit here, but they're going to be side by side here. JT, take it home.
Coming to the line, let's see what it looks like, and it will be on the screen.
He's done it!
By 1,000th of a second across the line between the two Reynards.
Incredible!
That's exactly what he wanted.
Absolutely timed to perfection by Storm Lanfear. Honestly, that was just incredible. It was almost like every lap he was training Jason Coetzee to set him up for that final lap, when in truth, that was literally a fight to the line. But here comes the rest of the field.
Richard Carr finishes out in the winning position for Class V. Joshua Smith makes his way back up to second in Class V, ahead of Ben Jack Phillips. Hayes Salmon drops down to 4th overall and comes across the line as we get the first of the MSA 4s, that being Guido Bodoli. That comes across the line ahead of Donovan Ramsey. That closes off this race for the V class. And then we still have Gianna Pascal that will finish in 5th overall. And I also noticed that Cohen Bam didn't finish this race. His name dropping down the field. So I don't think Cohen and Damian White also not making it out. But I still can't get over that. That was a finish and a half, to say the least. And I said last lap lunge. That's not what I meant. I mean, he lunged across the line by however many hairs of the skin of the cat.
Do you know what's worse is that is almost worse, because it wasn't a lunge, it wasn't a dive. He literally just outdrove that car. I mean, when you consider that he had the inferior line going round the outside of that final corner there and just kept the foot down, just absolutely kept it pinned. And the thing is, for Jason Coetzee as well, you know, we have to pay credit to him as well in this race, because for the entirety of it, he held Storm Lanfear behind him.
That defence was
textbook.
Textbook, absolutely. And it's exactly what he wanted, because he knew that it would make Storm frustrated.
Yeah.
And the frustration was just left to the last minute, and I think Storm's frustration came across the line to take him the win.
Do you know what's wild is that I'm pretty sure that on the lap charts, Storm Lanfear was just marginally quicker only on the final 2 laps. It'll be interesting to see that, because he gets the fastest time of the day.
But not by much. If you look at Jason's, it's a 13.103 compared 5/100ths of a second. As they cross the line, 1,000th of a second between the two.
And what's worse for Jason is that he had the fastest sector 1 time on that last lap there. He was purple, and he was in front at that point, so he was cooking as well in the pace there.
I wonder if it was just that last corner.
For as much as we're talking about them, obviously there's multiple other classes in them. You know, Guido Bodoli taking the win from Gianna Pascal in that F4, the MSA F4, and then you've got the 3rd place for the Libre S's, Cohen Bam dropping down to 5th position, and then you've got the Formula V's, Richard Carr taking the win from Joshua Smith, picking up where they left off on race 1. Ben Jack Phillips getting a cracking podium finish there in 3rd position, Ulrich Heusemann in 4th position, and then Donovan Ramsey in P5 as well. But yeah, look, that is, for me, that's one of, apart from the bike race that we had earlier, that is one of the just best races that we've had so far today. That was just spectacular stuff, and that I've realised is my buzzword for today, spectacular.
I was going to say absolutely that. I'm also picking up that I say that a lot, but it really was just impeccable racing from both of them as we watch the replays of it. And it's so much so that we could have,
last lap
we could have watched this the whole race of just these two. As you can see, Jason Coetzee blocking him off on the exit, but now you can already see Storm having a better run out of that corner, even though he took the high line, cut back down, and it was just a drag race, and he wasn't even in the slipstream.
And the thing is that, again, that was still very, very respectful racing from Jason Coetzee there, because he still gave Storm the room, you know, to go alongside and to have the race with him. Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic stuff. So, yeah, really, really enjoyed that. Congratulations to everyone in the Bayeux Trustees Formula Libre Race 2 there. And that is them for the afternoon, because we move on, because it's time for the final race of the Loud Classics. And I believe that it's going to be Francois and Gary that are up next for that. So we'll take a break for just now. Just to remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can vote for your driver of the day. Lines will be closing at the end of the day for that one, so please get your votes in very, very quickly. And we will step away from the mic and we'll see you in just a second.
Yep, as far as I know, it was Bradley Musto still in the lead ahead of Zander Talyard and Cody Redlingace for your races of the day.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Right, folks, next up, Libre Classic Car Race number 2. And, well, after this, 2 more races to go. The Classic Cars provide a lot of excitement. And, well, having a look-see out there, if I can see Boetie van Sail. Here he is, yep, the Fairmont's out there. So he'll want to make good on his previous rendition, where he went and beached himself on the outside of Blockcoin Corner. Hopefully he didn't flat spot his tyres too much on that braking on the entry there, that he will be able to do a lot better out there. Nonetheless, a full contingent out there, and lots to be had. 32 cars in all. Wow. Should have actually employed one in the city of Cape Town, considering a sponsor could have had 1 or 2 traffic officers out there just to control the traffic flow for us in the second heat. All just ambling around the circuit. The pace car out there, I think it is, or is it not? No, they're going to just roll up to the line, pick their grid spots, set up behind the pace car, roll around and get the thunder underway. All right, joining me on this one will be Gary Fleming. Gary's going to, I think, maybe have his last or second last stint for the day. Gazza, I think we're in for an exciting outing here.
Well, I tell you what, if you take what classes have grown phenomenally in the, shall we call it, the modern era, the last year or two, you got to say Libre Classics and BMW Car Club of Cape Town.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They are definitely the 2 classes that are... The rules seem to suit the economic climate, the modus operandi, the interest in racing. It just creates an environment that, yeah, let's go race in that class. It works.
No, for sure. That definitely does that.
And it's whatever you got, bring it, as long as it's old enough. There was discussions recently about bringing in a class which brings in cars up to 10 years newer, because they're talking about doing that up north, and our guys said, nope, we're not interested in it. We're happy with what we got. We're going to stick with what we got. We're not going to move into the next decade of cars kind of thing, the 90s, if you want to call it that. Nope, we're not going to do that yet. It will happen at some point. But now, the powers that be feel is not the right time.
And I think it's, for the purists, I think it's good because it is a classic car. Otherwise, it starts becoming a modern classic car. We want to stick to the classics. I mean, we've got Golf Mark IIs in there, and I think that is still pretty current. We've got Toyota hatchbacks. But the love of the actual classic, like the Fairmont of Boerie van Sail, that is what draws the crowds to the circuit, Gary, is to watch these old pieces of rolling thunder.
I would have liked to have seen a bit more Skylines out there. The sound of a Skyline.
Well, speak to Kerry. I mean, he was, let me drive the Skyline. I've been begging him, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's not like there's nobody that's prepared to drive it. A big thanks to the other classic cars, purveyors of premium sports, classic and investment cars. They source and procure some of the finest classics and modern automotive machines from the African continent, and then they also ship out of South Africa to anywhere in the world. Clinton Lawrence, the major force behind Lauda Classics. So a big thanks to Clinton. And he also hosts numerous social events at Lauda. If you are ever lucky enough to be invited, even if you don't like whoever the guest is, the speaker, go anyway, because if you go and have a look at what's on the floor, you're going to drool. No, you're going to drool. It doesn't matter. You can go there any time of the day, morning, noon, or night. They've got all the right colorings and backlights and backdrops, and
he's also one of the original founders of the Cape Town Speed Festival.
Wow.
So him himself, Enzo Keen and the likes.
But then again, to be in a situation where you have the ability to find those cars, you have to be known, you have to be respected, you have to be contactable for decades to get to the position where I've got something really special, let me get hold of Clinton. And that is how he finds that extra super special stock.
Well, Clinton, his background from Jaguar, he's a Jaguar aficionado, so he's always been a purveyor of Jaguars, but now any type of classic car.
So as they work their way through, there's a silver Toyota registration CA7972 behind the clubhouse. Your alarm is going off on the car. So, yeah, you can either go there, you can watch the race and then ask us to be of assistance later on to help push. Or you can go there now and switch it off. Looks like we've lost one already, Francois.
Trying to pick it up, someone off the side there. That's Ian Richards, is it not? That looks like that red Scirocco.
I do think that is the red Scirocco of Ian Richards. Yes, he drove it to there. So the steering works, we know that.
So does the accelerator, possibly the brakes are null and void.
But something else doesn't.
Yeah, it's possibly null and void.
And talking about Lauda Classics, not a bad pace car today.
I'm telling you that Aston Martin, not Aston Martin, Maserati, sorry, my apologies, Maserati. The Italians will hit me over the head for mixing British cars up with their scenarios, but nevertheless, Maserati. Oh, and there's even a reserve Maserati in pit lane.
It's probably one of very few pace cars that could actually stay ahead of a pack of racing cars without too much. With the aircon going and
the radiant table
and Smile playing on the radio at the same time, you'll probably be able to stay ahead. But yeah, what a beautiful motor car. And a big thanks to the suppliers of that car, West Province Motor Club, round number 2 regional racing, brought to you by Line Property Management.
Well, I tell you what, with all the national and international riders here today, it feels more like a national, and we've got some great fields, and the racing's been out of the top draw. 3 more races to go, including this one, so lots of fun still to be had before we get to the close of the day. And yeah, it's going to be a cracker. Well, if Gary doesn't mind, I'll bring them to the line so he can manage the cameras. He's doing double duty here in this heat. Camera work and commentating. He's jack of all trades, master of many.
Master of none.
Well, you tried, damn it. Give yourself a chance. Right, here they go. Franco Donadio on the front there. Alongside him, it looks like it could be Trevor Momberg. Or is it not? Is it Brian Evans? Yeah, it's Brian Evans in the escort. Okay. Right, here we go. Up towards the line. Lights off, and boom, we go racing. They move their way down towards Blockcoin. Andre Diedrichs there in that orange Capri, right up behind Franco Donadio. And Brian Evans in that little mighty escort hangs around the outside and puts a little bit of a bluff there on Franco Donadio. And what do we have on our hands here, Gary?
Something different. We don't often see anything ahead of Donadio, but we do know how quick that car driver combination can be. And when he gets the pedal down, he'll paint some black stripes and say, cheers and good night, I'm on my way to the prize giving.
And we know second heat is just hanging the back out a bit, you know, coming out of the corners.
Yeah, he tends to get a little bit lazy with the right foot. He tends to just put it a little bit harder on the deck. And with the amount of power that he's got there and his driving ability, it's awesome to see how he can paint black stripes, Willie Hepburn style, around the circuit.
Coming down to turn 5, we're talking about Franco. He's painting black stripes. Have a look at the pace.
Oh, is that guy?
Yeah.
Now, there
he's doing it. He's doing it down proper down into 30-minute fast on. Franco Donadio leads out. Brian Evans there in second place. And Andre Diedrichs in third. PV Lowe should be in there with the Mazda as well. We'll look as they come up towards us now. Coming up, Franco Donadio, Brian Evans, Andre Diedrichs, it's Trevor Momberg, PV Lowe, Jared Evans, Dancing Dave Valadev, Willie Lotter, Wayne Lotter I should say, and then it's going to be Lane Hutchings. There they come, the whole stream of them Gagler cars coming in there. Beautiful to watch, but look at behind them, it's a traffic jam. Oh, and locking up the brakes there, Robert Rowe in the 325 IBM.
Dead giveaway trying to stay ahead of the pack when you lock up your left-hand front.
You know.
To Blockcoin.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy corner. It's just a 180 rendition. But this has to be the best pick of the day. I love this camera angle. I don't know who established it, but it's beautiful. Up there, you get a full idea of what it's like going up towards Castrol Corner.
Unfortunately, the reason behind it is a bad one. It's because of the other camera positions are minus electricity through some late-night shopping. Oh. And thus a couple of changes, and sometimes a change as good as a holiday came up with a goodie, and it does give us a pretty nice view side by side through Sarl's sweep. Why not? If you can get through there, taking two escorts side by side and making it work.
See there, Robert Rowe, Wayne Lotter having an absolute cracker out there at the moment. There's Boetie van Zyl in that big double-story Ford Fairmont working his way down through the traffic.
Having come from the back end of the pack,
yeah.
He's made up quite a bit of ground.
Well, he's going to mix it up with that pack. There's your leader now, Donadio going in there now. Then up behind him, Andre Diedrichs. Diedrichs, Brian Evans, Jared Evans. As they step out there, you see them stepping out and going through there. Right, there's PW Lowe going through. Dancing Dave Valadev, Wayne Lotter there, and Lane Hutchings. There goes, there comes Boetie. So Boetie is really making up some great pace at the moment. Oh, sorry about that, but David Christie playing on the soundboard here. No dancing on the soundboard,
sorry,
David. You know it's illegal.
I got bored there, sorry.
See, I know. Anyhow, there we go. All the cars, there's Kerry Blows there in the 240Z. Coming through there is Dancing Dave Valadev. Boetie van Zyl is really trying his utmost there to get to that other pack down there. He got past this whole pack here, and now has got his way up. So expect great things.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, we're still very, very early into this race as well. 6 laps left to go here. And as you said, it is just a gaggle of cars there. That looks like coming down into the final corner. Sorry.
Jared Evans there, ahead of Andre Diedrichs. And, well, Trevor Momberg, we'd expect him to be higher. Didn't have a great start, unfortunately, find himself. There's your leader. There comes Jared Evans, that very quick V6 3-litre Capri. 3 Capris in a row, beautiful. Then an Escort, then PW Low in the Mazda. Well, having a look-see there, coming under the bridge now. There in the distance is Boetie van Zyl. There he comes at the back there, so he's got to catch these lot here who are having a tussle. And Boetie is absolutely murdering that Ford Fairmont GT.
He's showing it who's boss for sure. He's absolutely loving his time out behind the wheel.
7 litres of V8. There's no replacement for displacement.
Well, that's the thing as well. But you know, it takes a certain type of driver to be able to handle that raw power of that engine, and he's certainly doing that. But this is a fantastic showing here from the Loud Classic cars here on race 2 here, as it looks like we've got about 7 cars fighting for third position even.
There's Lotte Jr. in there, Theo Klaassen, all in there, brilliant stuff. Dave Riley in the Beetle, but there comes that's your leader going through. Franco Donadio, if I'm not mistaken, in the Can-Am. Yeah, there he is. That is really it's an Aussie car of yesteryear, as they say.
And it looks the part here in the classic cars. But I don't know if you noticed there, going into that final corner, Donadale, that car was still dancing about, so he has got that thing on the absolute edge right now. Even though he's in the lead, he's still pushing.
Well, that is his nature, that is his dispensation, because he's an ex-stock car driver, so he loves hanging out the back end. And even if he's ahead, it's 100%. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Right, oh, there comes Boetie now. He's catching that pack ahead of him. Those 3 pretty quick cars there. There's Aladef, there's Wayne Lotte and Lane Hutchings, and here comes Boetie van Zyl. He just closes up on them quietly.
I've got to be honest, there's other people I would rather to have catching up on me if I was in a group like that. He's going to make very, very short work, you've got to think, but that looks like that is going to be a move for, it looks like 6th position there. So again, having to go defensive very, very early on. That's Hutchings in the 74, in that orange 74 car, down in 9th position there, trying to take the position from the 120 of Wayne Lotter, but Lotter again going defensive.
There goes the leader down the back straight down towards Pertamina, fast strong corner. Up behind him should be Jared Evans. He's a little bit further back down the road there, but he will be there. And he's got Diedrichsen Momberg for good company. Then we've got Low, Aladef, Lotte, Hutchings, van Zyl, Rowe. Oh, I don't know. I think we might see the Orange Beast, not that one, but the other Orange Beast coming into picture pretty shortly. Andre Diedrichs with this new Capri that he built, he's put on the circuit. It's a lovely rendition, reminds me of the old Gunston Capri, and really a nice car that he's put together there. There's Brian Evans. Here comes PV Low. Oh, and look, excuse me, gentlemen, there's a big V8 muscle car behind you. Aladef and Wayne Lotte and Lane Hutchings. And listen to the purr of the V8 and watch the power.
That was almost a non-event there completely for the V8. Just made no effort to sail straight past it. Is it going to have the inside line there? I thought it was going to sail past the pair of them there.
I don't think he's too worried about cornering when he's got all that line speed.
Yeah, he just waits for it and then just guns it down the straight there. And there we go, straight past.
He's going to come past Wayne Lotte. Oh, Wayne's going to try and stick it to him. Oh, is it like that, is it? Oh, I see, says Boetie to Wayne. It's like that. Yeah, no, fine. I'll hang around. And Lane also just bumps up on the inside.
I was going to say, Wayne is suddenly feeling a resurgence as well there. He fancies having a go here as well. The problem is all he has to do is put his right foot down and that car will just sink into life. But it's round these corners where the smaller cars have the upper hand here. But again, you feel as soon as they come onto the back straight here, it's going to be...
Here we go, folks. There we go, Dancing Day Aladef, Wayne Lotte, and here comes Boetie van Zyl, and boom, power down. Have a nice day, he says. Let's see if we can get past Dave Aladef. He's on a full fly there. Dave coming down quite strong down into Pertamina fast on. So Dave will have the advantage. Boetie rolls up behind him. That big Ford Fairmont GT, also another Australian derivative of Ford. And, well, he's there. Now, down the main straight. Does Dave's 325 have the legs? I don't know. I doubt. I think Boetie's had enough and gets cracking. Oh, that's a nice way to go to work.
I mean, it's not. There's worse days at the office, I've got to be honest with you. But it was just funny watching the timing screen, just suddenly him jump up 2 positions just on that one lap, where realistically it was 3 that he ended up taking there. Great stuff, but still that leaves a heck of a battle a little bit further back. This looks like then this is going to be.
Yeah, Claessen's. It's here Klaassen, Vance Kearney, Lotte Jr., Rowley and Oosthuizen. Jaco Oosthuizen out there also too in the Little Conquest. So. Yeah, it's all happening out there. It doesn't matter where you're in the field, you're having a race. You're in the dice of sorts.
You absolutely are, but I noticed there was dust coming out of the exit of turn 1. I've got a feeling our culprit is just exiting stage left on the right-hand side there. On number 2, in fact, actually, it's that smoke that's coming out on the left-hand side. Have we got a car there? Or am I just seeing things here?
I think it was Lotte Jr. Looked like maybe a brake binding issue of sorts. Because as he came out of the corner, the smoke puffed and lit. So maybe having a drum binding or something.
Yeah,
well,
we'll see.
Anyhow, still, there we go. Boetie van Sail ahead of Dave Aladevka, and Boetie better his position. He's got a bit of a jump now to get to PW low. Because there is a 4-second gap and they're on their final lap.
Yeah, here we go then. White flag is out, and it is going to be Donadeo then, the number 32, in the lead of the race with just a commanding lead. I mean, we've barely spoken about him, but Franco Donadeo, if he's not absolutely on it, is it actually Franco Donadeo behind the wheel?
He is. He is. No, he is. Look, nobody drives these cars except him, so definitely him. Franco Donadeo obviously showing the folk the way around. It's become customary. He's got that muscle car. He had the old Pinto Mark 1 Escort, which was pretty quick. And now he's riding the Chevy Can-Am. So from Ford to Chev, like I said, I'd rather be driving a Chev than pushing a Ford.
Again, I say there's worse places to be, but through the final corner here, Francois.
You see him just putting the black stuff down on the tar, coming up towards the flag. Checkered flag waves. Franco, 2 out of 2, nothing wrong with that.
Just casually gets the fastest lap of the race there on that final lap.
Yeah, no, he'll do that. He'll do that. That is him. There's Andre Diedrichs. Jared Evans crosses the line. He takes second line honours. Here comes Andre Diedrichs in this lovely prepared Ford Capri. Up behind him, Trevor Momberg. Then it's going to be Brian Evans. Is that a slower car coming through? There's PV Low. And look there, where Boetie van Sail is right up behind PV Low. Brilliant drive from Boetie, I have to admit.
Almost like you wouldn't notice him there at all. Dave Aladef then and Wayne Lott are going to come across the line as well. Lane Hutchings in 10th position, round out your top 10. Robert Rowe is going to come across the line in 11th position.
That's his son going through there, but so there's Robert in picture. Up behind row, Theo Klaassen, and then Lotte Jr. is in there as well. Dave Riley in the Beetle. That Beetle just impresses me by the day.
Yeah.
It's absolutely... But Dave Riley, Flat 4 Racing, I mean, they are the masters of the VW motor, the old ones, the Eccles. There's Vance Kearney across the line. There's Carrie Blows coming over. Bit Tier going through. It's been a great race, and I think Lauda Classic have done themselves proud. What a field, 32 cars.
And you've got to say resplendent as well. All the cars looking absolutely
beautiful,
immaculate, and that's what you want to see. You
know what the nice thing is, when you go in the garage, you open up the hood, it's just as nice.
Yeah. Honestly, some of these garages that I've seen here at Killarney look more like showrooms.
Yes.
Just the lighting going on, some of them even having that hex lighting going on, and the pit board.
Ceramic floors.
Yeah, it's no expense spared here.
And then you got the coffee machine and the fridge at the back, and the cupboard hanging for the clothing, and the helmet stands. Now look, they go the whole 9 yards, as they
I'm
say.
telling you, I'm just waiting for the massage table as well going on in there. Yeah.
Go on, you won't. We'll never find you.
Exactly, that's it. But this is what these guys and girls live for out there, because there's so much money goes into these cars. A lot of the cars you cannot get replacement parts for. It's all custom built things, custom forged, custom manufactured parts for these cars now.
Well, that's why you see you have the engineering firms doing the sponsorship, because the engineering firms are giving them a sort of a cost price, anything from cranks to drive shafts to hubs to whatever. They machine new ones because the parts just aren't available. And if they are, they're going to cost you your birthright.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. And conversely, as we watched the replays of some of the early action, that was it got very, very spicy very early on.
Yes, no, definitely. There we see Jared Evans there with Diedrichs and Momberg. Buddy van Zyl screaming his way through there. I think a Robert Road being a taster.
So there's where the puff of smoke came from, the puff of dust.
Yeah, puff of dust. And here's your winner, Franco Donadio, coming through.
I think he'll be happy with that one. A good day out at the office.
Is it ever not a good day at the office for him? It has been, unfortunately, he's had, with that Chef Academy, had an accident with it. That was almost ended in tears coming out of 5. And yeah, he's also broken down before, so he's not infallible, to say the least.
And that's the other thing with these classic cars, is that it is a labour of love with them, because there's a lot that can go wrong with them. But also, ironically, as much as I say that, the opposite can be true as well. There's less than sometimes can go wrong with them than some of the more modern cars.
Oh,
they don't have the electronic gizmos and gadgets that can give you an absolute nightmare. I mean, have you ever tried to sort out a modern electrical harness on a car? It's like torture.
I don't have a degree of that, race.
Yeah, that's way above my pay grade.
Yeah.
There we go then. That is the Lord Classic Cars then. The third last race of the day. We're on to the penultimate race of the day, the Pirelli Superbikes Challenge Masters and 600s then. So we will step away from the mic and we'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Right, folks, next up, heat number 2 of the Pirelli Superbikes SPK Challenge and the 600s. Tristan Pinal just lit up the circuit in heat number 1. Let's have a look in heat number 2 if we can do the same. Second place, Ronald Slamet. We'll be sitting there alongside him on the front row. We got the likes there of AJ Fenter, Malcolm Rapson, Troy Tonkin is out there, Damien Purificati, Trevor Westman, Eden Haynes, Ryan van Newkirk, Hilton Riedlinghuis, Johnny Towers. It's the biggest names in SA Superbikes in South Africa at the moment. I tell you what, take the likes of AJ Fenter, a man who's done the Isle of Man TT, I think a couple of times, 4 or 5 at the most. But yeah, this is the top draw boys here. And it is so nice to see a field of over 20 Superbikes on the grid. I don't know when last, I think 2014 was the last time I saw something like that. So Superbikes having a resurgence in South Africa. I do believe that Johannesburg has much the same. So how long are you going to wait for an SPK National in Cape Town is the question. Joining me, Jordan. Jordan's looking like an airline pilot here with his Ray-Bans and his cap on.
I feel like it. Thank you,
yeah.
Francois Eunice. Frank Eunice, for these. I still have the Ray-Bans that you gifted me. So coming in mighty handy. And our lovely sunshades, sun strips on top of the commentary box. As the sun slowly dips itself. Yeah, yeah. I feel a little bit mavericky.
He's that guy that they talk about in the radio, Tom Yum Cruise.
Young Tom Cruise, sorry. Yeah, race number 2. As Sean Mackerel and Knibuertes come towards the line. Some big changes all throughout the Superbikes class. The fact of the matter being that there is 20 plus bikes on the grid at one time. Huge for this class. I'm sure we'd like to see, or of course we'd like to see bigger numbers in all of the bike classes. Clubmans looked mighty fine today. A few more 300s we can have on the list and 650s, and these, they are on regional status as far as I'm aware. And these guys obviously Western Province Superbikes as well. So
but it's also, it's very nice to have that contingent down from Johannesburg. I think we really enjoy it. And the boys from Joburg know that Superbikes in Cape Town always had a following of note. So
and that our riders are quick.
They're quick. I mean, Tristan Pienaar is the new revelation. We don't have Slade there anymore, so Tristan is the man to catch.
And even Trevor Westman's still here. I mean, we could name a good, fair few.
I think if we have an SPK National, we'll get everyone out of the woodwork.
Oh, absolutely.
I think we can have a field of about 40, 50 bikes.
I know MRSSA is big, but I know they also have their struggles every now and again.
Which I watched Greg Maloney the other day on his chat show. He was chatting, I can't remember the guy's name he was chatting to, it eludes me now, saying that Superbike's coming back to South Africa in the national status. Let's hope it's sooner than later.
Yep, it will be a big thing. If only we could have Pekiso back, but it doesn't matter because we are here for Superbikes race number 2. Phil Herald out of the way. The 5 lights are on, they're off, and away they go. And a not bad start, a difficult start for Tristan Pienaar, but still gets ahead of Ronald Slamet at the apex.
On the back wheel down towards Blockcoin corner. Is that AJ Fenter up behind him? Or is it Slamet? Because I know Fenter had a rocket start there now as they work their way up the Uber straight. Up towards Castrol corner. Tristan Pienaar leading out. It could be AJ in there. I think Ronald's dropped down to 3rd. As they roll around Castrol, line of stern stuff. Everybody working their way through. Nice and safe. Easy does it. But let me tell you something. The shenanigans are about to begin.
If I'm watching 2x2 into Damps Dip, turn number 3. Now they're slotting into place. You don't want to go side by side through that corner because if you are on the outside, you will be in big trouble. But through they come. It quite literally is a straight line of bikes. No major moves on this first opening lap. As down the back straight they go. And this is where this initial stuff will start. You're on the Foster straight around the circuit and the biggest braking zone as well.
Yeah, Tristan leads out. It looks like it could be Damien Purificati who's up there in 2nd place. AJ Fenter and Slamet and all the boys are in there now as they rocket up towards us. Tristan just opening up a little bit of a gap there now as they go up towards the line. Have a look at this young lad. He's absolutely murdering the CBR 1000 up over the line. So we don't have our timing screen on there, so we're getting the full proportion of viewership. But our timing screen should pop up soon. Yes, it's Alan John Fenter, Ronald Slamet, Troy Tonkin, and then Damien Purificati make up your top 5 there behind Tristan Pienaar.
Yep, so that's a very close bunch already. That looks to be Troy Tonkin that puts his leg out.
He does what we call the European balance, yeah.
That's the one, like
Another
a
one.
As does Michael the Toy. He's very well known for that. He does it every race, every race meeting. And this time out in full force after a little bit of a drop he had in the first round a month ago. Is down through Dam Step they go. And of course, look at Tristan Pienaar.
Tristan just
disappeared like it's nothing.
clattering it. AJ Fenter should be there with him. Slamet, Tonkin, Purificati, Rapson, Van Newkirk, Westman, Taliat, Riedlinghuis, back up your top 10. Hilton Riedlinghuis, the eternal teenager, riding on that Big Bang Yamaha. He's rolling back the years as he normally does. But the boys are absolutely hurtling down here into Pertamina Fast on, choosing, pick a spot. That's what gets said as they come in there. And when they come out of there on the back wheels, exiting and work away. Look at Tristan's gap. He's got about a 1.5 second gap here over AJ Fenter as they cross the line. Slamet, Purificati up to 4, Tonkin down to 5. Malcolm Rapson, Westman, Van Newkirk, Taliat and Riedlinghuis still the top 10, followed by Eden Haynes and Knibuertes. And, someone's gone off on to run wide there. Johnny Towers in there, Michael DeToy, and Nicole Purificati down in P15.
I can't quite see who that was from here, but we'll watch the name very suddenly drop down the order.
Down the order, yeah.
So we'll wait until the next lap when everyone comes across the line once again. Of course, we don't have Mark van den Berg out on this one, unfortunately, after his accident, though he is all right, as we've heard. But through Damps Dip they go once again, and still ridiculously close stuff. Only 2 laps in, Francois.
This brings back such memories. 2013, 2014, when we slayed Darren Binder, Matthew Scholz, Cam Peterson and the boys out here. They're all over in the States now. But have a look at these guys hurtle down the back straight. And, oh, it's beautiful. On the brakes, choose a spot and just bang it into Perdamina Fastron. Lie it in there, your knees. That's a cambered corner, and your knee's still on the tar. You got to know you are almost lying flat on the tar as you work your way around. It's just the speed and the power that takes you. Here comes your leader, Tristan Pienaar. He's moved it up quite a bit.
Yep, I see Ronald Slammer just got up the inside. The Red Baron takes over from Troy Tonking for that 3rd spot overall as they're racing back and forth. And I still don't quite see who that was that dropped down the field, as the rest of the field will come through. It very well could have been Redling, as it was, dropping down to 21st. Luckily, he got that big bang stop, because then it would have been a bit of a big bang.
No, he's already had a big bang. He won't have another one. Yeah, Tristan Pienaar, absolutely a league above the rest today. AJ Fenter and Slamet are out there. Troy Tonking, Dame Purificati, Malcolm Rapson leading out the Masters with Trevor Westman in 7th, Ryan van Nieuwkerk in 8th, Eden Haynes now and Koenie Taljat have moved up to 9 and 10 respectively.
Absolutely. As you watch, this young man is in fact a national class champion as well, after racing in MRSSA last year, and he won that championship. I can't quite remember which one it was. It could have been the Open Class Championship, but he, as you said, a league of his own, and he's running ahead of the rest. As then we look to this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, as they all come by us now.
Oh, no, the guys are really cracking on the pace now. Work their way down into Block Coin Corner. Very difficult to pick up the riders now as they work their way through. Cameras are not close enough. Cameras are mounted on poles. Oh, someone on the back wheel. Is that AJ Fent on the back wheel up towards Castrol Corner? Rolling it in there. Troy Tonkin is not giving AJ breathing space. Troy is all over him like a bad rash as they work their way through the kink down towards into Damps. It's side-by-side stuff. Come the rest of the field up towards Castrol Corner. It looks like Eden Haynes.
I see Johnny Towers, Francois, Johnny Towers has pulled into the pits as he goes a lap down. But yes, you were seeing Eden Haynes, Koenie Bottas, 2 very good friends racing against each other per se, as one with Team Wayward and Project 60 SA Trevor Westman, and the other with Kuhn Sneyman, that being Koenie Bottas in Missile Motorcycles. So some team rivalries throughout the field going on as well.
There's some great riding now. AJ Fenter and Troy Tonkin are actually giving each other warns at the moment. Here's your leader. He's a country mile ahead of the rest, to put it plainly. He's really in a class of his own. There's AJ, Troy Tonkin, Slamet, Damien Purificati, Malcolm Rapson. Comes the rest of the guys up towards us. Let's have a look. This looks like, is that Trevor Westman? No, that's Eden Haynes and Taljat.
So it looks like the 2 Joburg gentlemen, that being AJ Fenter and Troy Tonking, are fighting for 2nd and 3rd. Currently there we see Eden Haynes. In between them, however, is I'm just looking between there's Zander Taljat in between Haynes and Bottas at this moment in time. So there is more scrapping out there for the top 10.
Zander in the top 10. That is a good showing coming out of Zander Taljat, I've got to admit.
Yep, this young man doing personal best today in race number 1, midway through the 15s for the young lad as they go down into turn number 5, Cape Town Corner once again.
Yes,
and there's still a fight between the 2 guys from Joburg.
There's AJ and Tonking. Tonking, and there's Slamet and Damien Purificati. Up behind them was Rapson and Westman. There's Slamet, Purificati. Here comes Rapson. Up behind him, Trevor Westman.
As they go through, as they go through young, Ryan van Nieuwkerk currently leading out the 600 class. Also a big performer up in Joburg, also going to Red Bull Rookie Cup, the same as KJ Mononyane. So big stuff from these youngsters as well as they fight also within the top 10.
Here's your 7th place man, Malcolm Rapser, going through there. Here comes Ryan van Newkirk. And is that Talliot and Haynes? Yeah, Eden Haynes and Connie Talliot having a bit of a scrap there up behind him. Or Connie Botha, sorry. No, that's Zander Talliot behind Eden Haynes. Connie Botha's a bit further back, so yeah, Talliot was there. Lovely. Nice to see.
Yep, so they all fighting themselves to try and stay within the top 10 and just make up a few places. As there we'll see...
Here comes your leader.
Yep, there he comes. The number 50. Now on his final lap, it's been like that, Francois, like
Bang.
nothing.
Yeah, they're hurtling around the island. Let me tell you something. Right, here goes AJ Venter, Tonkin, and Slammit and Purificati had a bit of a go.
Oh, very much so, as they go down into turn number 1, block point corner.
Is that Damien Purificati up on the inside? The Yamaha gets through there on, what's a BM, sorry, ahead there of Ronald Slammit. So,
and it looks to be even those gaps in the top 5 rather opening up.
Yep.
It's just behind them we see Westman and Rapson as well fighting it out. 2 champions in their own right as well. As they leave Castro Corner, we look back to that man in first position. There he is. That's Tristan Pienaar as he comes through. I see a back marker there as well. We'll just have a look who that is.
Tristan did all the hard work at the beginning that he came nice on a sort of a relaxed run. On the back wheel, yeah, no, he's not a well child. Didn't take his tablets this morning, that's for sure. Right, so it's checkered flag time for that man. Tristan Pienaar is about to make it 2 out of 2 on the day. It's an absolute masterclass coming out of him in the back wheel, out of Pertamina Fast John, works his way up towards the flag. Here he comes. Checkered flag beckons. He's going to be as happy as can be. There we go. Look at him on the back wheel. You got reason to show off as long as you can do that. Up behind him, Alan John Venter. Troy Tonkin, Ronald Slammit, no, Purificati, then Slammit.
And then look at this, it is Rapson that beats out Westman. A change on the last lap before we see the first of the 600.
Ryan van Newkirk. What a beautiful ride coming out of him. Eden Haynes will be next up. There's Eden Haynes. Then it's going to be Connie Botha. Looks like he got ahead of Zander Talliot, or is it Talliot?
No, Connie Botha, then Talliot with Nicole Purificati, bringing it home just
first
outside.
Lady. First and only lady out there.
First and only lady, yes, you're right.
And she rode the World Superbike, World Superbikes for ladies. So a lot of experience coming there out of Nicole Purificati.
Yeah, we saw her in 12th.
Used to know her as Nicole van Aswegen, but now she's married to Damien.
So that coupling of racers, husband and wife, in fact, racing in the same class.
Hello. Hilton came back. He's in 14th place. Take that.
Yeah, you're right.
After running off.
After running off, up
Nothing
into
wrong
14th. We'll just run on through outside of the top 10. Talliot takes 11th as Bottas took that place away from him at the line. Purificati in 12th. Van Dijk. Redlinger is up into 14th. Lubalo and Sana comes across the line in 15th. From
Daniel Frost.
Dinner, the second, or the third rather, of the 600s. Another youngster brings it home in 17th. Wayne Aronser in 18th.
Sean Mackrell,
and then
Michael the
Toy.
Yeah.
Some issue on the closing stages of that race.
Ex-Western Province Superbike champion.
Which is strange. Something had happened on that final lap, but obviously not something major.
Yeah.
And all 20 bikes come across the line, obviously losing out Johnny Towers.
I want to make a statement. I mean, I made it to David earlier when I make a statement now that they've finished.
They finished.
The bikes absolutely entertained today. Out of the top draw.
Out of the top.
All the classes.
All 3 of them. And for them as well, I think.
I sincerely hope that the public voted for a proper rider.
Yeah, absolutely, because in every single class there was racing,
and performers. There were performers. There were people that did special things. People that worked their way from the back to the front. People that diced to the bitter end. But actually, through all classes today, bikes and cars,
very true.
We've had some spectacular nail-biting stuff. I mean, we had the open wheelers onto the line. Everywhere.
The fields, we've had
and big fields.
Clubmans, a full field of classics as well.
I think looking at all this today, I think it bodes very well for our local racing.
Absolutely. And it really
I
shows
sincerely
what
hope,
the Western Province has to offer.
and I'm not putting pressure on anybody, but I sincerely hope that next Saturday's National delivers, because what we've had here today is like we spoiled for choice.
Absolutely. And I think that also makes, not only for some of the guys that race Nationals, the ZX10 Cup obviously being next weekend, we might have a handful of riders that race today that will also be racing next week. And I really hope that that also brings guys down more to our local racing.
No, definitely.
There's interest in Pino on the back wheel once again.
He's not a well child.
Incredible stuff.
Well, I don't think I'm having another chance at the mic, so I will greet you boys. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. I've got to go do prize giving as well. But to the viewers and the people around the circuit, it's been an honor and a pleasure to commentate here today, as always. And we hopefully see you and your buddies next Saturday here for the Extreme Festival.
And there's camping, don't remember that. So we'll see you Friday night, most of us.
I don't know if I'm going to camp. I've got a bad back, and a bad hip and a bad ankle.
You can bring
and I've got a bad habit as well.
Not on that hill.
I don't know. On that hill, I'll have it. Don't worry. Trust me. I don't know. Maybe I'll just pop down and say hi to you guys that are camping. Everyone, a lot of people besides you said to me, "Oh, believe we're camping." I'm like, "You know we're camping."
No, it adds to the
flavor.
To the flavor of it.
And it takes me back. And Frankie will remember. I used to do it with my mates at work when I was back in the day. We come camp here, and then you wake up on about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with a car that goes past you. And the head is a bit sore, and you wake up and the place is packed at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I know you'll agree that is the best alarm you could ever have in your entire life.
It's nice. You hear boom and you're awake. So yeah. No, thanks guys, and thanks to the people out there, wherever you are around the world. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be here today. It's my first outing at Killarney for the year. And I've got to get to bed early. I'm doing motocross tomorrow at Zone 7. Bam! Double header. It feels like I'm playing baseball, so I've got a double header on the weekend. Yeah, great stuff. Right, next up is API GTI Challenge. All my buddies at API will be rooting for their cars, I'm sure. But we'll see you soon at a track near you.
And from my side as well, as we lead on to the last race, for these two gentlemen, Frankie Eunice and Gary Fleming. From my side, Jordan, JT Huben. It was an incredible day of racing, and we'll be back next weekend for the Extreme Festival, all of us. And we'll leave this last race to these two.
All right, here we go with the final race of the event. API Property Group, Volkswagen GTI Challenge. Over 8 laps. Man, it's going to be some action-packed stuff. It's nearly 10 to 5, so we've done pretty well with the time today. And what a race day we've had. What a race meeting we've had. It's been absolutely phenomenal. It's been good, it's been great, it's been real. It's been everything we wanted it to be. And here comes the angry racing polo of Tate Bishop, the man that won the 2025 SA Touring Car Super Cup Championship. And he is in his polo here in Class A. He's in that 3rd position. Ahead of him is Ian Cup. And then also you got Shane Williams. Just having a look a bit further down the field, over there, we'll see that Tristan Hubert, Connor, is on pole position, and in Class C, and it's the first time he's ever been there on pole position. So big thanks to his sponsors there, Powder Coating World, Euroblitz, and of course Tiny's Pit Box. And he finds himself for the very first time ever, Gaza, on pole position, young Connor Hubert.
Well, I suppose it's something you look forward to until it actually happens, and then you think, why me? Why me? When you look in the mirror and you see all this major competition that's in there behind you. API Property Group GTI Challenge Race number 2, second meeting for the 2026 season. Ian Cup, Skalkhelden, Tate Bishop and Shane Williams on the front row of the grid. Shane Williams once again starting the 4th of the 4 Class A cars out there.
Only 3 this time, Gaza.
Yeah, well, he has, I think, been excluded, if I've got it correct, as the Class A guys come off the line down towards turn number 1. They are going to be in a very tight grouping, those Class A guys. Well, they're rubbing his racing. Class B, will it be Zach Layden that will come out top, seeing that he was in pole position initially for race number 1 and he showed them the way around, but this is a different kettle of fish.
Remember, everything is pole invert for race number 2 as the Class C cars launch off the line and make their way through turn 1, through block 1 corner. We'll see them come into view shortly as the Class B cars filter through. Here comes the original Brat Pack, Class C. And they will always be the Brat Pack, I'll get it right eventually. The drivers in Class C with API Property sponsorship, having a couple of cars in Class C as they thread their way out of Castrol Corner.
Well, all else fails. Let's just go 2, 3, 4, 5 abreast. No problem whatsoever. Oh, a whole bunch of dust. There's a whole bunch of dust. Somebody has gone off. I think it could be Tate Bishop that has gone off on the apex of turn number 4, Sarl Sweep.
Yeah, there's only 2 Class A cars racing down towards Cape Town Corner. So of the 3 that was in there, we have lost 1 of them. And it is indeed Tate Bishop that we've lost, because Ian Cup and Shane Williams, they are the only Class A cars as we have a look at these Class B cars. That's Ijas Majid that sits there in that second position. He was pole for this one, and it is Sundenberg Jr. that sits out there in P1. Sundenberg Jr. is leading this lot as they go out. Well, they say it is. Then it's Majid in second. Then we've got Brett Roach in there. Kulfi is a little bit further down, so the leaderboard here on your screen is not correct, as the Class C cars work their way into turn 1, and it is still Hubert that sits there ahead of Muna, and then it is Ryan van Eden that is in there just ahead of Ross Schroeder.
Well, Ryan van Eden did win race number 1, so he will be on a total high right now. But with Daniel Muna in front of you, and then still Jubert Jr., not going to be an easy cruise to the front end of that group.
Right, let's go back to the Class B cars, because the 2 Class A cars are racing down towards Cape Town Corner, and that is Williams and Cup. They're all on their own. The Class B cars going down the back straight now. And it is Sundenberg Jr. that sits out there in P1. Ijas Majid is in there behind him as we have a look at the 2 Class A cars. Here come the B cars. And it is indeed, it is Sundenberg Jr. It's Majid. Behind Majid it is Roach. Behind Roach it says Kulfi on there, but I'm almost certain that that is Sean Liebenberg's car. It is indeed Liebenberg's car. The white car is Liebenberg as they race down towards us. Kulfi is in there behind him. Yep, Kulfi is in there behind him as they make their way through. Then it is Jacobs that's in that fight as well, and as the field make their way around.
Brett Roach using his favorite thought, if the badge fits, the rest of the car will follow. A smidgen of a gap, and Brett Roach will stick it in there.
Yeah, Roachy sits there in that 3rd position in this one. There is Zach Layden coming through as well. He's trying to get around the outside of what seems to be Liebenberg. It is indeed Liebenberg, with Adriano Ferrari in there as well. The Class C cars are heading into Castrol Corner. The Class C cars, and it is still the number 9-0. That is Tristan Hubert that sits there in P1. He's got Daniel Muna in there in second, followed there by Ryan van Eden in third, Ross Schroeder, as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight. So as we have a look at the 2 Class A cars that are heading out of Cape Town Corner.
Only Williams and Cup in Class A. Well, I believe
there's a problem in turn 1.
Out of turn 3.
Oh, it's actually exit of Dam's Dip.
Oh, that don't look too good. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Let's see if we can maybe pick up that shot somewhere. No, unfortunately, we can't pick up that one with the camera shots that we've got. So, Sunderberg, Majid, Roach has not... Wow! Brett Roach has made it up into that second position. And locking up that right-hand back is Zach Leyden, or sorry, the left-hand rear was Zach Leyden. That started trailing a line of smoke. Hopefully hasn't flattened off that tyre too much. But Zach Leyden is making the moves. He is going towards the front. But the next person in front of him is in front, Brett Roach. Brett Roach has not been able to make a move on Majid. And Sandenberg has been quick enough to stay in front. Legitimately, he hasn't held them up. He is the paceman.
He is the paceman. Liebenberg is ahead of Ferrari and a bus. That's the last three cars that's working their way out of turn number 3 out of Damps. Up the Golden Highway they go towards a saddle sweep. And these Class B cars are leaving it all out there at Sandenberg. That sits out there in P1, followed by Majid and by Roach. Oh, look at this fight in Class C that's heading towards turn 4. And somebody's going very slow. Is that Ryan van Eden that is slowing right down? Let's have a look and see. It is that white car that is Van Eden. We'll just pick it up as they come down, because the API property car sits out there in P1. And it is indeed Muna. Van Eden was in the lead in that group. He's lost a couple of positions as these Class B cars are storming towards the exit of turn 1.
Oh, look at this. The API property cars at the front. Sandenberg has, well, what can you say? Muna, Van Eden, Hubert, Schroeder, nothing much in it. Muna and Van Eden have hit the front, carrying the API colors at the front of Class C.
Yeah, then it is Tristan Hubert that is in there. He wants to come through as well. Tristan, then it is Ryan van Eden. So Van Eden, who was right in that top 3, has now dropped out of that in a Class C. Right, where are the Class B cars? I'm keeping an eye on them. I see them. They're heading towards 4, towards Saddle Sweep. Up the Golden Highway they go as they work their way out of...
it's still Sandenberg.
It is indeed Sandenberg from Majid and Roach. And then behind Roachy, we see Zach Leyden. And then Sean Liebenberg is in there. Adriano Ferrari. And then near a bus in that fight as well. And look at this. It is indeed still and going high. There is Sandenberg. Up on his inside is Zach Leyden. They are side by side, but Roachy there in that 3rd position. Man, this is going to be some good stuff. Zach and Sandenberg are side by side, and right in there behind them is that Jetta 2 of Brett Roach.
When they came out of 5, I was going to say Brett Roach needs to be closer to make use of this. Well, he's used that double slipstream, and Leyden now sits on the outside. Which way do you go from there? And they are side by side. Brett Roach says, you fight. One of you going to go to the front, and I'm going to follow.
Have a look at Class C that is storming down towards turn number 1, towards Blockway. And here we go. Across the start-finish line they go. And it's API property man that leads there. It is Daniel Muna that sits out there in P1. Then it's Tristan Hubert behind him. Then it's Ryan van Eden that's moved back up a position that now finds himself 3rd. Ahead of Ross Schroeder, Devon Dreyer, John Smith, Patrick Walton and Andre Rowe.
Patrick Walton was all smiles this morning. He said, I've got a yellow sticker on my car, but it's fine. I know how to race. Been there, done that. Not my first rodeo. Will take whatever they throw at me. Well, they're throwing a lot at him right now. And talking about throwing, let's chuck it down the back straight.
Into Class B, the 2 Class A cars, just to mention, of Williams and Cup, 1.2 between them. They're heading out of Block Point as we
Sandenberg.
As we go to this one, because this is what it's all about, Sandenberg and Leyden and Roach. It is Roachy's on the dirt there. That was a bus, but he saved it. A bus saved that one. As here comes Majid. He is sitting in there, and in that 3rd position. In that, well, 4th position in that class.
Oh, well, look at that. Even further back in 5th, 6th and 7th positions in class. Even that is good stuff happening out there as they work it up towards turn number 2. And, well, it is anybody's game. You can never count Brett Roach out. He's there and thereabouts, has not been able to make an impact yet. But I don't believe that it's not going to happen before the end of the race.
Well, Shane Williams is the quickest guy out there, 126.355 as a matter of interest. And he's in car 46, and he's out there in P1 and leading his class as well. So here come the B class boys racing through, but the C class guys are making their way out of Castrol Corner. And there are 6 of them fighting for that lead. Wow, can you believe it? It's Daniel Muna, Ryan van Heerden. They're heading now towards Damstip. Here they come. It's Muna, van Heerden, Hubert, Schroeder, Dreyer, and Smith. Can you handle this? The Brat Pack is on the move as there's a bit of a gap between the first 3 and then 4, 5, and 6 as they make their way out of Saddle Sweep.
But fourth in the class is in fact Schroeder. Schroeder should be able to breach that gap. Oh, look at it now. Let's go 2 abreast, they say. Well, Schroeder decides, let's make that 3.
Well, and Ryan van Heerden, that was the early leader that dropped all the way down to P6. He is challenging for the lead once again, and van Heerden in car 28 will hit the lead, but this is the final lap. And we'll get our Class A guys soon of Williams and Cup. There was 1.1 seconds between them when they started the final lap.
What is the chances of this not turning to tears in the class? It's almost impossible as we watch them for the last time going down into turn number 1.
Right, as they work their way out of Blockwayne, the leaders are for the final time working their way out of turn 5, out of Cape Town Corner. Heading towards the checkered flag, it is Shane Williams and it's Ian Cup. We've got to just stick with these guys because they're going to hit the checkered flag, 1st and 2nd overall across the line. And that's the way it is, Williams and Cup, 1st and 2nd.
Right, here comes Class B at Zach Leyden at race number 1. He is leading out as they go down into the last corner for race number 2. I do believe that it is quite possible that Sundenberg will pick up that 2nd ahead of Brett Roach as they come towards the line.
Zach Leyden's going to do it. He's going to win this one with Sundenberg Jr. in that 2nd position. Brett Roach, Ejas Majid will cross the line. Here they come now. Then it is, as they work across the line, it is Majid, Ferrari, Abbas, Kolfi, Sundenberg, Liebenberg. Oh, all of them are in there as they make their way across the checkered flag.
And here comes the front end of Class C.
Yeah, and that's going to go to Ryan van Heerden. Well, he's pulled it right back as Ryan van Heerden. And he will come home
2 wins.
In that 1st position. Daniel Muna will finish in 2nd spot. Tristan Hubert will not come home in 3rd position. It will be Schroeder that will cross the line. Yep, ahead of him. On that last lap, he got his nose ahead of him.
Because he was the leading car of the 2nd group of 3 was Ross Schroeder at that stage.
Then John Smith, Devon Dreyer, Andre Rowe, Patrick Walton, and Conor Hubert.
Lost out on Bishop, unfortunately, early on. Let's hope there's not too much damage to that. Van Heerden, double-header. Muna once again in the top 3. Dubé, I think, will count himself a little bit unlucky to end up 4th in Class C behind a very quick and competitive in the last couple of laps. They Schroeder that just added that millimeter onto what he was capable of. But I'll tell you what, Frankie, Zach Leyden winning race number 1 in Class B on the invert, working his way back to the front. You got to give him a big thumbs up for that.
Yeah, indeed. So Williams and Cup 1 and 2 in A, Leyden, Sundenberg and Schroeder 1, 2, 3 in B, Van Heerden, Muna and Schroeder, 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Class C. It's Roche that finished 3rd in Class B.
And that wraps it up for today. Round number 2, regional racing from Killarney International Raceway. Racer of the day, the 3rd place went to Cody Redlingace. 2nd, according to all the votes that was put in, went in fact to Zander Talliard. And the winner, Brad Mustow, and that comes from you, the public, of which there was in excess of 16,500 people, unique views that there was on round number 1. Earlier on today, I saw we were already in excess of 10,000 while we were live, so probably going to be running around about the 15,000 plus mark. So Brad Mustow, the people at home, they love you. Frankie, on behalf of WPMC, please close it off for the day.
So, here's a replay. We're going to have a look at the, oh, this is the Class B cars replay. We've got to just mention the replay for the people that are at home. This was the launch of Class B off the line. And that's the Class C cars that came off the... Oh, that is people that's biting the dust there as they work their way around. That is the Class B cars, and that was the big one that we saw there in Class C. Didn't hit anything, just spun it around and got stuck there in the kitty litter. And this is the launch of the line of Class C as they worked their way around. Well, folks, yep, that was good. It was real. Remember, National Extreme Festival here at Killarney International next week, Saturday. You don't want to miss that one. There's lots of other racing around at Killarney. I'm going to say goodbye and give the chance to the other team, the rest of the team, to say their goodbyes and their thank yous. But to all the main sponsors, including Mr. Lime Property himself, a big, big thanks. For myself, Frankie Ennis, drive home safely. We'll see you at a racetrack soon. Good night, goodbye, God bless. See you, everybody.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. We said we're going to do this quickly. Okay. Watch us now.
Okay, let's go. And that is a wrap of Power Series round number 2.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining in with us, staying tuned to the live stream as always. It has been an absolutely fantastic day with loads of fun racing. The weather has been on our side. Jason?
It's a good day. I'm glad you brought up the weather because after this month it gets into winter. It starts becoming a little bit wet. But join us next time. It's going to be amazing.
See you at the next Power Series round 3.